Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Raised by Dobby and Hawks. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What should we do with him? Shigaraki glanced between his fellow villains and the child they had found alone where they were wanting to set up their base. Look, if you hurt this kid I'm out. Dabi, are you serious? Twice looked at him with wide eyes. Of course he's effing serious, I agree. His other self spoke up. Yeah, don't you kill people for fun? Toga twirled a few strands of her hair around her finger. He is kinda cute though, she hummed and got closer. Needs some food and maybe a shower. Or two. But yep, definitely very cute. She liked her lips at the kid who just paled in response. I kill adults who are asking for it, Toga. Dabi clarified with a huff. A kid who hasn't done anything wrong isn't exactly on my sheet list. Before this turns into a fight, what would you like to do, Tamura? Kurogyari interrupted the two before they could cause everything to descend into chaos. I do not think keeping him here is a good idea, but sending him out like this is also not very appealing. Shigaraki hummed in response and crouched down to see the kid at eye level. His big eyes were brimming with tears and dirt covered his face so much that it was fairly easy to miss the large patches of freckles peppered on his skin. He was shaking from the cold or from fear no one really knew. Let's get him something to eat first. He might be useful. He finally decided and then stood back up. I'll leave that to you guys. Whoa. Who decided we were on babysitting duty? Dabi frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. You did. Shigaraki pointed at him. When you opened your big mouth about not hurting the kid. Have fun. He waved and turned around, probably heading to try to and talk to his teacher. A-hole. Dabi grumbled as he approached the kid, dropping down to his height. Hey there, what's your name, kid? He reached out a gentle, practiced hand to slide the child's head. The kid tried but his voice cracked in response. It had been much too long since he spoke. Yo, Toga, bring some water or just something wet. They were currently hanging out in an abandoned bar. Surely there was some sort of ingestible liquid somewhere. Here, kid. He held out the cup for the boy to take once Toga had handed it to him. Slowly. He pulled the cup back as the kid just started chugging it, not trying to come up for a breath. Now, try to talk again. The kid coughed and cleared his throat. Izuku mi Midoriya. His voice was raspy but much stronger already. I'm 14. He answered Dabi's question before he could even ask it. And no, I don't know how long I've been here. Well, do you know how you got here? Toga asked cheerily, learning that this cute kid was only a few years younger than her, making her giddy. Izuku closed his eyes, seemingly bracing himself for what he was about to say. My dad dragged me here. He killed my mom and brought me here. Dabi flinched back just a bit before remembering himself and putting a soft hand on Izuku's shoulder as a sign of comfort and compassion. Guess shitty fathers are pretty easy to come by. He said with a sad smile and getting one in return as Izuku realized this man was someone who got it. Now, come on, let's get some kind of food in you. Dabi stood up and held out his hand, waiting for Izuku to grab it on his own time. He had way too much practice handling kids who had abusive fathers to force this kid to do anything. Too much first-hand experience. Izuku gladly took the hand offered to him and stood up on shaky legs. They would have given out if it wasn't for Dabi's other hand grabbing hold of him to stabilize his wobbly body. Don't worry, I've got you. Dabi assured him. His completely serious tone threw Izuku off a little as he had never once heard such kind words from a man. His old childhood friend had a really kind dad, but Izuku hadn't seen him since his falling out with said friend. So, Dabi's voice drew Izuku out his thoughts and back to his present situation. You don't know how long you've been here? Izuku shook his head. It can't have been too long, a few days? I haven't eaten since I was put here but I'm not dead yet so, he shrugged. Dabi felt anger boil inside him as he realized this kid was abandoned only a few days earlier. His father had killed his mother and then dumped him here. Had the kid even processed his mother's death? Her murder? Did anyone even realize he was missing? Here, Izuku. Toga bounced over to the two with a sandwich sitting neatly on a wad of paper towels that were acting as a plate. It's completely safe, by the way. Kurogiri made it for you. She assured him with a wide, fanged smile. Are those fangs? Izuku asked innocently and subconsciously moved towards the bouncy girl, essentially dragging Dabi with him as he was still almost solely supporting Izuku's weight. Toga paused for only a second before opening her mouth wider to give him a better look. Yep. She closed it once he had moved back, signaling his curiosity had been satisfied. They're for my quirk. I can turn into anyone by drinking their blood. Her voice was excited and open, but her body language was tense and apprehensive. She was waiting for the negative reaction. That's so cool. Izuku breathed out. Can you only drink one person's blood at a time? If not, can you pick and choose who you turn into, or is it based on order? Can you also use their quirks when you turn into them? How long does it last? He definitely would have kept going if Dabi didn't shove the sandwich in his face to divert his train of thought. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to ramble like that. I'm really sorry. Thank you for the sandwich. His voice quickly changed back into the meek child they had all met earlier, his excited rambling dying out just as quickly as it had started. Dabi don't. Rude. Toga hit him with each word. I've never had someone be so excited to learn about my quirk. Let me have this. All of her tension and apprehension melted away as her smile turned genuine at the boy's questions. Dabi couldn't help but find himself smiling along with her as he watched her sit down on a stool to continue talking to Izuku. Dabi. Shigaraki suddenly appeared again and signaled for the villain to follow him. Dabi looked between Izuku and Toga, who were excitedly talking about quirks, and decided he could safely leave the kid for a bit. Coming. His usual bite had been dulled just a bit as he brushed his fingers through curly green hair to inform Izuku he was leaving. Didn't you want me to babysit? Why are you calling for me now? The cool edge to his voice was back once the two were behind a closed door. I want you to call your little bird hero. Shigaraki said simply and sat down. Dabi froze. He hadn't told Shigaraki about Hawks yet. He wanted to keep him to himself for just a little while longer. Don't worry, after this we can go back to pretending like I don't know about him until you're ready to introduce your buddy. Shigaraki waved off Dabi's unvoiced worries. Why? He finally asked after regaining his composure. We can't keep the kid with us. Dabi froze again. He knew that was coming eventually. He would never want to force a kid into a life of villainy and a life on the run if he could help. But it still caused his heart to beat a little faster. If we can't use him, I'd rather he be released into the custody of a hero we know is at least somewhat on our side. If we just put him on the streets, who knows who he'd blab to about us? He wouldn't. Dabi said firmly, a protectiveness rising up through his throat. But I get it. He forced out upon seeing Shigaraki raise an eyebrow at the comment. I'll call him. ASAP, Dabi. We have work to do. The leader of the league ushered him out. The urgency in his voice didn't go unnoticed as Dabi closed the door behind him. Their reasoning may be different, but Shigaraki was definitely right about preferring Izuku in the hands of Hawks over being on the streets. And with that thought motivating him, Dabi pulled out one of his burner phones and hit dial on the only number saved. Feathers. Look, Hawks, I wouldn't go to anyone else if I could help it. All Might, I don't think I have as much pull in the commission as you seem to think I do. Hawks hissed. He could not be having this conversation right now, not in public where anyone could hear. I'm not asking you to break any rules, just bend them a little bit. All Might tried to reason with him, but he could feel himself losing the battle as Hawk's wings drooped and his eyes looked anywhere except the symbol of peace's eyes. He's just a kid and he's missing. Come on, Hawks, surely you of all people would want to save a kid. Said Winged Hero glared harshly at the pro. How dare he bring that up? It is not your place to ask me to do something like this. I understand he's just a kid, but I also know kids are resilient. All Might, if you were really training him, then have some more faith in your student. Hawks, you don't seem to understand. All Might pulled out his phone to show Hawks the picture he had taken of Izuku before their training started. He was small and curled into himself crying. He's not a strong child, and now his mother has been killed. He won't get anywhere without me. He tried to explain. Hawks felt anger build in his gut and his wings ruffled in discomfort ever so slightly. All Might was trying to convince him that this kid was completely weak and helpless? Like hell he'd believe that shit. He's spent enough time around manipulation to know when it's happening. I'll keep an ear out, he finally said once his voice and face were calm and stoic enough to speak. Thank you. That's all I can really ask for right now, I suppose. All Might smiled at him and then turned around and walked away, content. Who knew the #1 hero was such a d-. Hawks brushed his fingers through his hair to calm himself down from the rage-inducing conversation he had just had. Sure, I'll keep an ear out for the kid. To keep him safe and away from you. He grumbled as he too walked away. He was already late for a meeting. Just before he could take flight, his phone vibrated signaling a call was coming through. God damn it. He yanked the phone out of his coat pocket and glared at the caller ID. Beach. I can't handle him right now. Hawks harshly pocketed the phone. He was irritated and late for a meeting. Not even the hot villain he was supposed to be getting on the good side of could sidetrack him right now. Call me. A text came through this time. Effing fine. Okay, maybe you could? Hawks took in a deep breath and held it for a few seconds before letting it out. It didn't work like he wanted it to, but the act did calm him down a bit. What's up? His voice was light and airy, like usual, but there was still a bit of a strain to it. What's got your feathers all ruffled? Dobby's teasing voice asked from the other end. I'm a busy hero, Dobby. A lot of people want to talk to me. So what's up? He repeated his question, his irritation seeping through his voice a bit more than he wanted it to. It was infuriating. No matter how good Hawks was at masking his emotions, he always felt like being more of himself with the villain than he felt comfortable being. Don't throw a beach fit on me, Dobby chuckled, but Hawks could tell it was just as strained as his own voice and he had to bite his tongue to keep from asking what was wrong. We need to meet. He finally said simply. Dobby, I am actually busy. I wasn't joking about that. I get that, but I really think you should make time for a brief meeting. So, like now. If it wasn't for the obvious genuine urgency in Dobby's voice, Hawks would have said mission be med and ignored the unreasonable request altogether. But of course Hawks was too sympathetic and he found himself willing to bend rules for the villain more often lately. I can't be gone long, I'm already late. He still had half an hour, but if he wasn't at the commission at least 10 minutes early then he was considered late and punished. This shouldn't take long. Dobby told him shortly and then hung up, leaving no more room for arguing. Hawks sighed deeply. The fact he was meeting with Dobby made his anger at All Might all but disappear and made him feel a lot more excited than he'd ever admit out loud. He would absolutely never voice this unusual giddy feeling, but he would let it carry him as he flew. He always felt weightless when he soared through the air with a happiness settled in his heart rather than anger. All right, kid, you should know that a hero is coming here to help you. Dobby settled back on the stool next to Izuku and he definitely did not miss the very obvious flinch that worked its way through the green-haired kid's body. Who? Aren't you all that villains? He whispered the title like it was a bad word he wasn't allowed to say. Dobby chuckled lightly and ruffled the green hair. Someone that you absolutely cannot tell anyone about. His voice, while still light from the laugh the kid pulled from his body, was very serious. He would not risk Hawks' safety and position, even for a child he wanted to give that safety to. But it wasn't like he liked Hawks or anything. Of course not. He was just essential for the League. I would never. Izuku's voice was stronger than Dabi had heard it thus far. If it's someone you all trust, then I would never compromise him. Demon kid, you trust us already? Aren't we villains? He whispered the word just like Izuku had only seconds ago as a way to lightly tease him. In truth, the trust this kid had in the League after only knowing them for about half an hour actually touched a piece of what he thought was a long-dead heart. Izuku had to physically work to hold back a giggle, which frustrated Dabi. Just who made this kid feel like he couldn't be a kid? He thought to himself. Cause ill afng roast them. It wasn't a half-hearted threat. Apparently villains can be more heroic than even the number one. Kid, are you talking about All Might? Dabi kept his voice low. He knew that if Shigaraki heard that this kid knew the object of his obsession, then he would never let Hawks get his hands on him to take him to safety. At the mention of the number one hero, the flinch that Dabi recognized earlier racked through his body again. He's not as perfect as everyone makes him out to be. Izuku hissed under his breath so that only Dabi could hear him, like he was sharing a secret no one else should know about. Dabi sighed in a sharp breath. Kid, has All Might ever hurt you? He knew that he needed the answer, but he wasn't sure if he could handle the knowledge that the top two pros were both child abusers. He was training me. Izuku only nodded and then shrugged, like he didn't just drop a bomb on Dabi's already shattered worldview. He'd lost faith in hero society a long time ago, but All Might, the symbol of peace, was still that perfect projection of safety that kept Dabi grounded as he suffered his own abuse. At least, he had been up until a second ago. The way the word training felt heavier than it should have was all the confirmation Dabi needed. Before he could get anything out in response to Izuku's earth-shattering information, his phone rang, pulling him harshly back into the reality he sat in with a broken kid at his side, a group of villains who have been so wronged by life, and a pro-hero willingly working with him. Hawks, are you here? Dabi saw the shock on Izuku's face melt into excitement at the mention of one of the top heroes. A sparkle in the dull green eyes he'd gotten used to caused a soft smile to spread across his face, pulling at the staples in his cheeks. Good, stay there, I'll come to you. He finished and hung up before Hawks could get anything in. The sparkle in Izuku's eyes disappeared, which concerned Dabi before the kid spoke up. Are you leaving? He asked quietly. Dabi smiled and ruffled his hair again. I need to go meet Hawks. No one here knows about him yet. He whispered. He wasn't exactly lying, but it wasn't a whole truth. He hoped the way he said it would spark the kid's mischievous side, and he'd understand that Hawk's existence in the league was a well-kept secret that the two now shared. It's our secret? Izuku muttered, and he weakly held up his hand to display his pinky. Dabi wasn't a fan of how Izuku's hand shook as he raised it, or the way his pinky looked broken or hadn't healed right from a break, but he still smiled softly and looped his own pinky around it. He made sure to keep the pressure he put on Izuku's pinky fairly light in case it really was currently broken. Our secret, he assured him. Once Izuku looked convinced, Dabi set off out of the bar. He signaled for Mr. Compress to take over because Toga had left for a mission and he didn't really trust the rest of them with a child. He didn't have to walk far. The pair had been getting less secretive as the time Dabi was going to tell the league about his pro-hero was getting closer, and with Shigaraki already knowing, he just had Hawks meet him at a park fairly close to the bar. I need you to do something for me, Dabi said simply once the two were face to face. He skipped all their usual banter and flirting, knowing that there wasn't a lot of time that Hawks had, and this was too important to overshadow with unspoken feelings and heavy tension they never addressed. Hawks was immediately on alert when he recognized something in Dabi's voice. Something vulnerable. What is it? He asked, also skipping banter and flirting as he could feel that this was more serious. There's a kid I need you to get out of here for us. Hawks would have flinched if he didn't know how to steal his own emotions and reactions so well. What do you mean by that? He asked apprehensively. He was still a hero, and even if it was Dabi, if someone was planning on hurting a kid, he would not go easy on them. Calm down, Feathers. Dabi waved off the concern he could feel emanating from off the pro. I would never hurt a kid. But others would, as we're both well aware of. Remained unsaid. And this one needs a hero to take care of him, not villains. Who is he? Someone hurt personally by All Might. Even though Dabi was quite literally about to hand this kid off to someone he trusted a lot more than he would ever care to admit, giving the kid a sense of anonymity for as long as he could just felt right. That's ironic, Hawks huffed. I just got done being berated by All Might to use my influence in the commission to find a missing kid he was so obviously manipulating. He crossed his arms. He wanted you to use your connection to the commission to find this kid? Dabi had to forcefully tone down his voice. Isn't that a bit dangerous for you, Feathers? Hawks practically melted at his words, knowing someone else got how bad of an idea that was. Yeah, it is. He groaned out. I told the D that I'd keep an eye out, like I was ever planning on giving him any information I did find. Dabi was pleasantly surprised at the honest display of emotions Hawks was showing him. He was being completely honest and open, and it felt oddly nice to have his trust, even for a short while. Is that why you sounded all pissy on the phone? Yeah, it is. You should have heard him. The kid is weak and he's nothing without me. Hawks mocked the hero. He said he'd been training the kid and then had the nerve to spout that bullshit to my face. Whoa, okay birdie. Calm down a bit. Dabi tried to soothe the angry man as his striking red feathers ruffled and were dangerously close to puffing up in indignation. I'm pretty sure this is the same kid, so if you scare him off with that anger oozing off of you, I will roast your butt. Hawks took a deep breath to calm himself before he spoke again. So, All Beach really was abusing him? Dabi snorted at the petty nickname before regaining his composure. Yeah, looks like it was in the form of training, and his SPRM donor wasn't much better. The bud apparently killed his mom and then dumped him at our base. That's how we found him. Hawk's wings ruffled again, but this time in a protective way, like he was gearing up to fight someone for his chicks or something. Dabi, as much as I want to help this kid, and I will do everything in my power to keep him away from All Beach and the commission, by the way. I just don't think me taking him in is a good idea. Well, I couldn't think of anyone else, but if you've got other recommendations, now's the time to say him. Dabi didn't like the idea of this kid being with anyone except him or Hawks right now, but he did get where the winged hero was coming from. He'd been groomed by the commission to be the poster boy for perfect hero society and only just was allowed to live on his own fairly recently, with very often check-ins. Hawks was just learning how to take care of himself, mentally and physically. Taking in an abandoned, abused orphan would be very difficult. It's why Dabi was so sure Hawks would end up turning on the commission to join the league, and why he wasn't giving up on him. Hawks took a second to think before a small smile spread across his face. I think I know exactly who he should go to. It's not your bunny friend, is it? 'Cause, no offense to the way you pick your friends, but she is an interesting character. I do not want the kid around right now. Wow, F&G rude considering you spend your time with a dude covered in hands, but Demon Dabi, you sound like his parent or something. Dabi found himself reeling at what felt like some sort of accusation. F off, I just have some first-hand experience with shitty fathers. Fair enough. Hawks shrugged, dropping the topic. He had his own fair share of shitty fathers and abuse of power by an authority figure. Seriously though, is it her? Hawks took a moment to think this through before he told Dabi, but he realized his mind was already made up. I can't raise him, he said firmly. I know, Feathers. And I won't make you. But if he lives with Roomie, then I can be a very active part of his life. Dabi, I have no experience with kids, but I do know I am not letting All Beach anywhere near him, and if he's close to me I can keep the commission away too. He contemplated saying his last bit of reasoning, but one look of Dabi's face that was actually pretty content with this situation pushed him to say it. And if I'm with him so often, he can see you too. Dabi's breath hitched in his throat as he finally just realized how much he was dreading parting with this kid. I could see him. His voice was smaller than he wanted it to be. Yeah, you could. It wouldn't come without risks, of course, considering my position and yours. Me being seen with a kid is going to cause enough of a stir, but if someone catches me bringing him to see a well-known villain? He trailed off. He didn't have to finish painting the picture he was describing, it just wouldn't be pretty. Dabi cleared his throat. I won't let him get hurt because of us, he said firmly. Hawks felt the tips of his ears burn red at the insinuation that this kid was somehow theirs. Me either. Okay, good. Dabi knew empty words and fake promises, which is how he knew Hawks' decision was about as genuine as they come. Come with me, he waved Hawks to follow him. You'll have to meet the kid before you take him to your crazy bunny friend. And aren't you on a time crunch right now? Hawks followed the flame villain with no hesitation, but he kept his mouth shut, offering up no information. No matter how close this unusual situation would bring the two, Hawks couldn't risk exposing the commission, or Dabi, who had shown him a surprising soft side that could be a weakness. Whatever, Dabi rolled his eyes. Stay here. They were a bit closer to the bar than the park was, which was where he'd leave Hawks for a moment while he went to grab the probably scared boy. It only took a few minutes for Izuku to say goodbye to teary-eyed league members that were sad to see him go and for him to write a letter for Toga since she was out. Dabi knew for a fact the girl would be very sad and take it out on him later. Once he had said his farewells to Kurogiri and Shigaraki last, with a strange promise that if anything happened then he could find them, Dabi left the bar with Izuku holding his hand. The kid still shook violently as he walked, and Dabi was almost convinced he had a broken ankle at the least with the way he hobbled down the street. But the pain that laced through his features broke out into genuine awe when red feathers came into view. "Hawks!" Izuku breathed out. He tried to move faster but was stuck in the slow pace Dabi had him walking in. The villain really did not want to irritate whatever other injuries were hiding just below the surface. Hawks' scowl from talking about all beach, yeah, that nickname was sticking for the two, melted away into one of his rare genuine smiles. Hawks was a groomed child with a fake persona. The smiles he gave to fans, the commission, and even Dabi were all manufactured and carefully crafted for each situation he was in. But as he watched this broken, curly and green-haired kid, barely a teenager, hobble over to him with nothing but pure love and trust lighting up his eyes despite having been so hurt by society and betrayed by heroes, Hawks just couldn't find it in him to give this kid anything less than genuine affection. "Hey there, kiddo. Looks like you already know me, but I'll introduce myself anyway." Hawks slowly reached out his hand for Izuku to grab, trying to pry him from Dabi's side. He wanted to make this as painless as possible, but he really was running late. "I'm Hawks. What's your name?" Thankfully, Dabi picked up on what he was trying to do because the villain gently raised the small hand that was on his and rested it on Hawks' open one. "Izuku Midoriya," he said a bit more confidently than he had earlier, which drew a smile to Dabi's face. He wasn't sure what the extent of his injuries were or just how badly he'd been hurt mentally, but the kid was growing in confidence in leaps and bounds as he got around more people. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya." Hawk's genuine smile still sat comfortably on his face. It wasn't forced, and some little part in the back of his mind wondered if this kid might be able to bring back his old self. The self he'd been forced to abandon. "I know we just met, but I can take you somewhere safe. Would you be all right with that?" Hawks mirrored Dabi's earlier resistance to making this boy do anything against his will. Izuku looked uncomfortable at this question and slipped his little hand out of Hawks and back into Dabi's. His distrust of heroes finally peeking through his fanboying. Hawks watched with scary déjà vu as the child shrunk into himself to make himself less of a target and latched tighter onto Dabi's hand, and for the first time in 16 years he found himself more than willing to defy the commission. He would do anything in that moment to get those obviously once bright green eyes back for the kid. He would kill a man, head kill all beach, if it meant making that dazzling smile a permanent feature on his face. And only one look at Dabi's face told Hawks that he'd do the exact same. "Do I have to leave you?" The confidence he'd built up left his weak body as he looked up at Dabi pathetically. Both of Dabi's and Hawks' hearts broke at the sight. They both knew from first-hand experience how it felt to find that one person who you felt comfortable and safe around, and they also knew how it felt to have to be separated from them. Before either of them could say anything, Hawks suddenly went on alert, his feathers sharpening and getting ready to fly off his back at a moment's notice. Dabi noticed the suddenly shift in the bird's stance and he instinctively turned around, placing Izuku protectively in between the two men. Flames licked at his fingertips before he saw who it was walking towards them. "Stand down, birdie," he sighed. "What's wrong, Shigaraki? The kid's about to leave," he called out. Hawks tensed. It had been his mission for the last few months to infiltrate the League of Villains and gather information as well as getting good with their leader, Shigaraki Tamura. Had gotten a bit sidetracked recently by piercing blue eyes and seeing the leader in person, so suddenly was like being plunged in an ice bath. "Izuku." Shigaraki completely ignored Dabi's question and never made eye contact with the pro. He was trying to keep his promise to let Dabi introduce Hawks on his own time in his own way. "In case you need something." He held out a burner phone. "It has at least one number for each of us here." He looked at the nervous way Izuku clung to Dabi's arm and nodded knowingly. "It has Dabi's number too. You can call him whenever." Izuku's nerves were starting to settle as he gently grabbed the phone. Whenever? He asked meekly. Whenever? Shigaraki assured him. There was no smile. No comforting words of departure. Just a simple promise, and then he was walking away from the trio. It only took a moment for it to seem like the man had never even been there. If it wasn't for the phone in Izuku's hand, Hawks could have sworn he just dreamt that. Demon kid, I was gone for like 6 minutes tops. How'd you make Shigaraki do a 180? Izuku looked at him, slightly confused. He asked me about him. He said it so simply, so devoid of emotion that Dabi and Hawks didn't even need to wonder who is. They just knew it was All Might. Well, Shigaraki doesn't tend to like others very much. I don't even think he likes me, Dabi sighed as he thought about his boss. But looks like he's taken a liking to you. He gently put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave him a soft smile. Izuku's eyes widened at that. He likes me? Yeah, probably, Hawks said after getting over his initial shock. I haven't even met him yet, and here he is giving you a phone with everyone's numbers. The gift made him a bit more nervous to take the kid home and have him move in with his pro-hero best friend, but Izuku seemed to be good at keeping secrets so far. He could only hope he wouldn't blab to Roomie. Okay, Dabi cleared his throat. You need to get going now. Hawks is a busy hero. Izuku started to panic again but clenched the phone and whispered, whenever, to himself to calm down. The constant reminders seemed to work as he moved closer to Hawks, away from Dabi. We'll see you soon, Dabi. Hawks told him sincerely. It was the first time in the last few months of his mission that he was the one who promised to meet again. Dabi took this as a win with both the bird and the kid and smiled. I'll see you then. Be good, and don't go telling people about anything here, okay? He held out his pinky, which Izuku quickly met with his own. Our promise. Izuku repeated from earlier and Dabi nodded. Our promise. Hawks took that as his K to get the kid moving, and one glance at his phone had him doing just that. He only had 10 minutes left until the meeting. That meant he was already late. Feathers, are you too late? Dabi leaned in to whisper. The look on the hero's face when he saw the time was more than enough to be a cause for concern. Dabi had promised it wouldn't take long, and yet here he was probably going to be the reason Hawks got in trouble. And he knew that being in trouble with the commission meant disappearing in mysterious circumstances for most people, and probably a beating or two for the winged hero. Hawks would vehemently deny it if someone claimed the soft, warm breath against his ear sent tingles up and down his spine. But he couldn't deny subconsciously moving a bit closer to the warmth rolling off Dabi. It was a bird thing. I'll be fine. His voice cracked by the end of his sentence, and he was about to more than mentally curse himself for not being able to mask his emotions around Dabi. Seriously, it just wasn't a good habit to get into. Dabi grimaced as he realized his worries were probably more than warranted. Just call me if anything too bad happens. Got it? Hawks took his shock and shoved it down, deciding to try and use their usual banter to cover for the blush rushing to his face. Are you worried about me, hot stuff? He scoffed and backed away a bit. Feathers, we've got a kid together now. Of course I worry. The light tone put Dabi's statement closer to joke territory, but the way his eyes shone with a protective seriousness made it seem a lot more real. Am I your kid now? A soft voice that the two men had actually almost forgotten was there interrupted them. Izuku was a very hurt child, but he was also a teenager now. He was good at being a smart butt. The glint in his eyes clearly conveyed this fact to two very flustered men. You, Dabi waved his finger at Izuku. You are good, kid. A chuckle escaped him as Izuku gave him a very mischievous smile. Oh, it's gonna be interesting to put this kid up with two pros. He concluded, looking at Hawks with slightly sympathetic eyes. I'll take him off your hands whenever, birdie. Hawks scoffed at that and put a soft and gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. He was now fighting over the kid, but he didn't want to scare him or make him run off when he was just starting to joke with them. My kid now. Nope, the bunny's kid. Dabi pointed out, quickly earning another scoff of indignation and a punch to the shoulder that could have definitely been harder, but he wasn't gonna dwell on that right now. Okay, you've really gotta go now. His light voice died down into his usual low growl. And I meant it when I said to call me if anything too bad happens to you. Believe it or not, we do want you to join us for real. Hawks didn't know what to say to that. What the hell could he actually say to the kindest words he'd ever heard in his life when they were coming from a villain? A villain he was supposed to be using and then get rid of after? Not to mention, Dabi was definitely not supposed to know that Hawks wasn't actually trying to join the League of Villains. When no words made it last his throat, he just nodded. The worst part? He knew for a fact that Dabi meant every word he said. Go on, kid. You've got to go now. Dabi put his hand in the kid's hair, savoring the soft texture that he probably wouldn't be feeling for a while. Thank you. Izuku breathed out. His voice was shaky but his eyes were dry. He refused to let his crying be the way he parted with the kindest man he'd ever met. Dabi felt a fire light inside his heart that he hadn't felt in a long time. Thank you, Izuku. Dabi said his name for the first time and pulled him in for a quick hug. Watch your back, all right? He muttered into his mop of hair. He trusted Hawks, obviously, but putting the kid in the line of direct contact to not only all Beach, but the commission too, really frustrated him. Plus, his father was still out there somewhere. Izuku only nodded. He wouldn't answer verbally in case that warning included the hero in front of him as well. Right now, he trusted Dabi a lot more than Hawks, solely because the latter was a hero and his faith in heroes was completely shot. Come on then. Hawks held out his hand again, and this time Izuku took it himself. I'm gonna pick you up so I can fly, is that all right? Yeah. Izuku nodded hesitantly. He was suddenly feeling a lot less confident being so close to leaving the villain. Alrighty then, and we're off. Hawks smiled at him before leaping into the air and taking flight. His red wings spread out and he picked up wind under them which only got them higher. I'm gonna put you with a friend for a short while, but I will be back ASAP. I promise. Hawks said without looking down but loud enough for Izuku to hear him. He felt the kid tense up and he held him a bit closer. Don't worry, I trust her and she won't ask questions. Hawks realized he said the right thing when tense shoulders relaxed ever so slightly, and he realized that the kid was more worried about possibly compromising Dabi than his own safety. Yeah, he thought to himself, worrying his bottom lip over what the hell he'd report. Same here. Dabi stood in the same spot for a while, long after he watched red feathered wings disappear into the horizon. He had to steel himself to walk back to the League's base without Izuku. The kid hadn't been there for more than an hour, but he was already a permanent fixture in his heart, and it already felt empty without the small body beside him. Curse those older brother feelings. Look, Hawks, if you are going to be swinging by with a gift, I'd really prefer more of a heads up and less of a cryptic text. Miruko rubbed her face as she opened the door that led to the balcony. Hawks never used the front door to enter her apartment because he always just flew over and walking through the building was a hassle for the fastest man. I really didn't have the time for more than that. Hawks rubbed the back of his neck, waiting for his best friend to look at him. I'm really late and I need you to look after him. Him. Miruko finally stopped rubbing her face and eyed the man standing on her balcony, a sleeping child in his arms. What? Why do you have a kid? Hawks, what the F dash? She hissed out. Surprise. Hawks shrugged lightly. Oh, so this little kid is my gift? But why would a child be a gift? Shoo. Hawks hushed her harshly. He's sleeping and you don't know how lucky I am that he felt comfortable enough to do this. He stepped past the bunny hero and walked into her apartment. I can't take him to my place, can he stay here? I swear I will explain everything when I get back, but I have a meeting that I am really late for. He explained, the stress in his voice was slipping out the more he spoke. Miruko looked from Hawk's pleading eyes to the way the kid cuddled into his arms. Dirt and grim was still caked all over him, but he had a small content smile on his face. Please, Roomie? I don't ask you for stuff like this. Ever. Fine. She waved him over to the couch. Put him here and I'll let him sleep a little longer. How could she possibly say no? He wasn't wrong about never asking her for stuff like this, or for anything really, and he was obviously dreading leaving the kid that was still wrapped in his protective arms. Hawks may be a popular hero, but she had never seen him interact with a fan, let alone a child, for more than was absolutely necessary. He said they were all bratty and wouldn't know boundaries if they hit them in the face, yet here he was looking like he'd kill someone if they even looked at the kid wrong. So, seriously, how could she refuse him? Hawks felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he watched his best friend set up the couch to be as comfortable as possible. "Thank you." "Don't bother," she waved off his thanks. "You really need to get to that meeting, and I know you well enough that you'd be even more late so you could convince me to take this kid." She was a lot more serious as she watched Hawks gently put the kid on the couch and place one of his feathers in his hands. Giving a feather to someone was as good as a show of love coming from the hero. "Please, make sure he knows I'm coming back when he wakes up." Hawks practically pleaded with her. He would not waste the trust Izuku had placed in him. And he doesn't trust heroes a lot, so just be gentle, Roomie. FNG rude. "I'm always gentle, you beach." Hawks eyed her with skepticism. Sure, you're as gentle as a baby." He rolled his eyes, much to her annoyance. "I can be tactful." "Good, I'm counting on that." There was still a hint of sarcasm in his voice, but he couldn't drag this out any longer. "And, just a piece of advice, don't try to take his phone." Hawks was almost positive that Izuku would go feral over protecting his direct line to the League, to Dabi, and he was actually quite fond of the rabbit hero. "Sure, yes, okay, I got it. Just go." Her eyes softened. "I don't feel like patching you up again today, babe." Hawks knew that she would if needed, but he also knew that a little part of her died every time he showed up with deep gashes in his body and his wings in rough shape. "Okay, I'm going. I'll be back as soon as I can." Probably not as true as he wanted it to be, but if what he assumed would happen happened, then he would not come back until he had the injuries covered enough that neither Roomie nor the kid noticed. Which meant he would probably be seeing Dabi after his meeting first. "Just be careful." Roomie walked him back to the balcony and squeezed his hand, hoping to give him some comfort before he went to face the commission. Hawks glanced back once more at Izuku but then had to tear his gaze away so he could get going. He spread out his wings, ready to fully appreciate the wind through them because he had a sinking feeling he wouldn't feel that for a while. Once Roomie was sure Hawks had left and he wasn't going to come back, she went back over to the kid sleeping on her couch. "Just who are you?" She questioned the air around them, her voice barely above a whisper, not willing to risk waking him up. Hawks sped through the air towards the commission. I'm effed, I'm so effed," was the only thought that raced through his mind. He made it to the tall building that he had spent most of his childhood locked inside of in record time. A whopping 5 minutes after leaving Roomie's place, and he was walking through the entrance of the building. He didn't want to meet the eyes of the woman who always stood behind the front desk like she was guarding it, which she might actually have been doing, but Hawks, the pro hero with a carefree personality, couldn't risk dropping that mask in public, especially not where anyone from the commission could witness their defective product. The only reason he was even allowed an apartment of his own was because they had eyes and ears on him at all times, most of the time. "Agent, you're awfully late today. Was something keeping you?" The front desk lady asked, her voice as sickeningly sweet as always. Hawks had never had more than a passing conversation with the lady, and he was never really informed of the employee's quirks, at least not enough information that it could be deemed dangerous for him to have, but he was fairly certain that this woman had a quirk that made others more compliant and docile simply by them hearing her voice. The fact that he was suddenly a lot calmer than before he had walked into the building fed into that theory. "Hey, Natsun, just busy with that super secret assignment the higher-ups gave me." Hawks winked at her and he saw her earlier resolve shake ever so slightly. Even if he wasn't fond of the woman, she was also still just a dispensable game piece to the commission, and he had worked to build up enough rapport with her that she had given him his name. It had been literally beat into him since he became Hawks, that names were powerful bits of information, which is why no one knew his real one except those that bought and trained him. It's also why he refused to push Dabi into giving up his real name. "You can't call me that here." Her voice was back to its original breathy tone, a sign that she had stopped using the quirk that made her voice honeyed and irresistible. "You should." She paused, not actually wanting to send Hawks up to where his impending doom was awaiting his arrival. "I know, I need to get going now." "They're pretty mad, huh?" He made direct eye contact with her, and the way she shifted uncomfortably and her eyes looked anywhere but his own was a dead giveaway that he was spot on. The higher-ups were said, "I signed you in, you should just head on up now, Hawks." "Sheet that bad?" he whispered as he passed by her desk, referencing her use of his hero name. Everyone in the commission always called him Agent or Asset, but since he already knew her name, and despite how against it she was, Natsun would sometimes call him Hawks in return. But she only ever really did so when she was worried for him in regards to the higher-ups. Her lack of response but look of sympathy was all he needed to answer that question. He was so effed. "So, the kid left, huh? A pity, he was truly captivated by my tics." Mr. Compress sighed and sat down onto a ratty couch that he and Twice had dragged from a back room. "Toga will certainly be upset with you that he left before she could bid her farewells." Dabi sighed and sank down next to him, claiming the comfiest seat in the bar before he started to have to fight over it with Twice and Spinner. He'd totally give it up to Magna if she ever asked him to, but no one knew that because she never did. "Don't remind me, I can already feel her annoying little fists tickling me. I'd make sure she doesn't hear me saying that if I were you, the child has access to way too many knives." Compress shivered ever so slightly from next to Dabi, probably remembering the first and last time he ever invoked Toga's wrath. "Hey, so what happened with the kid and Shigaraki?" Dabi turned to face Mr. Compress, completely ignoring his warning about the teenager who was a lot better with knives than someone her age probably should be. "I left you in charge of him, but somehow the two of them got on a first-name basis and Shigaraki is gifting him burner phones with all of our numbers on it. He would never just do that." "Izuku has a phone with all of our numbers on it? That's great." Magna walked over to the two and settled in on a chair next to the sofa. Seriously, if she ever asked to sit on the couch, both men would give up their spots without a second thought. "I apologize, Dabi, I was not present for whatever conversation that child and Tamura had." Mr. Compress told him sadly. "Compress, I left him to you, what the f dash dot. I believe you greatly overestimate my abilities. I am not that good with children." He simply shrugged off Dabi's disapproving gaze. It's not like he ever said he was good at taking care of kids, the other man had just kind of assumed that. "Compress, he's a teenager. You took care of me as a teen when I first showed up to the underground. I think I turned out okay cause of you." Dabi crossed his arms. He had to be careful so he didn't pop any staples though. He found that simple actions were getting increasingly harder to do because of his staples recently. And only a handful of people knew about it. It was rather annoying. "I would smuggle you food and medicines in exchange for your help. I don't think saying I took care of you is an accurate portrayal of our relationship back then." Before Dabi could argue with that, which in reality he probably couldn't because Mr. Compress was right, Spinner suddenly showed up and cut into their conversation. Spinner, do you happen to know what transpired between the child we had here and our leader?" He completely ignored Dabi and his look of betrayal in favor of speaking to the new man that just appeared. "Oh yeah man, I caught the end of their talk," he said nonchalantly, turning his sole focus to Dabi in order to try and get him to move his butt. The two held a silent argument before Dabi relented. He would absolutely never admit that he relented because he was a fan of the lizard man, never would that knowledge be known. "Shigaraki wanted to talk to him before you sent him wherever he was going and they ended up on the topic of All Might." Not that he was doubting Izuku, but having confirmation of what he had said made Dabi feel a little better. Which is crazy considering what exactly the kid could have told the leader. Shigaraki's whole goal is to kill All Might and descend the world into chaos at the loss of their symbol, but knowing that he was manipulating and hurting a child made that goal seem not worth it. Would society crumble at the loss of all Beach if they knew what he was doing in his spare time? That's the question that Dabi had been asking himself since he found out. And even if society rebuilt after the loss of the number one, they'd just replace him with another child abuser. There really was just no winning in this situation anymore. "You all don't have to talk behind my back, you know. Just ask me what you want to know." Everyone in the room froze as the voice of their boss got closer. Not even Spinner heard him coming, which was slightly concerning because that meant Shigaraki was getting a hell of a lot better at stealth. Shigaraki Tamura showing up behind you without you knowing was a scary thought. Magna was the first to recover from her shock, and she stood up to meet the man halfway, her warm smile never leaving her face. We were just curious what you and that sweet boy talked about earlier. Dabi said you gave him a burner phone with our numbers. Before he answered, Shigaraki mouthed something to Spinner and he stood up from the couch, promptly offering his previous seat to the woman. She refused to take it until Twice decided to make his presence known and practically pushed her to sit down. Yes, he finally started. I did give Izuku a phone with our numbers. His confirmation sent a wave of panic through the members. Isn't that dangerous? What if he hands it over to Heroes? Shigaraki, I really do appreciate you giving him a way to contact me at least, and I know he would never sell us out, but don't you think you should have asked the others if they were cool with Izuku having a direct line to them too? Dabi spoke up. He hated his family questioning Izuku's character in front of him, but even he could admit that they had good reason to be wary of this situation. Anyways, I was gone for like 6 minutes to meet with my contact. How the hell did he win you over that quickly? Shigaraki just hummed as he listened to everyone's worried complaints, letting them get it out of their systems before he responded. Once he was pretty sure they had exhausted all possible scenarios, he called Kurogyari over to the rest of them. The two of us agreed that Izuku needed a way to contact us if something ever happened to him. What could happen to the deer? He's going to be around Heroes again, isn't he? Magna asked. Even if she didn't like Hero Society, she at least hoped they wouldn't abandon a kid that had been hurt like that. They took care of those that were abused for the most part. First of all, before any of you go having thoughts like the Heroes would protect him or some sheet, think about this. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless. Shigaraki's words shocked the league back into silence. That's what I thought. He crossed his arms. Those of us here know better than anyone that Hero Society will gladly abandon those that they deem worthless. His usual frown deepened at the thought. Izuku told me about how he was treated by peers and even his own family because he was quirkless. He tried to kill himself not that long ago. Dabi had to forcefully push down the bile that rose through his throat, burning it from the inside out. He couldn't believe that he was made to feel so worthless that he tried to kill himself. Well, of course he could believe that, he just did not want to think about his kid being in such agonizing pain for so long that he tried to stop it in the most permanent way. There was a reason why everyone who knew his old self thought he was dead. He tried really hard to be, and it hurt so bad to think about Izuku feeling like that at all. He'd have to talk to Hawks about this later to make sure he and the bunny could get the kid the help he needed. None of his family ever got the chance to get help, but Izuku was going to be raised by true heroes, heroes who wanted to help him any way possible. So, he was. Magna couldn't even get the words out. Her own previous experience with society tossing her out like garbage choking her up. And it's not just that. Shigaraki's frown deepened even further. He might have permanent frown lines by now. 2 months ago he was attacked and left for dead when All Might found him. He took a second to let everyone soak in the new discussion topic. All Might decided to take him under his wing to train him so he could apply for UA, but, let's just say, All Might should not be allowed near children. Everyone's looks of confusion and concern were met by Kurogyari's words next. All Might apparently forced the child to go through rigorous training, teetering on torture, with the sentiment that he could get stronger. Izuku is just a small boy, as we all have seen, and the training regiment All Might designed for him was based off of the idea that you have to break your body for it to rebuild stronger. He was forcing Izuku to go through training that would even force older men to drop after a short while. All Might is manipulating and abusing Izuku, and with the way everyone here is intimately familiar with abuse from authority figures, you can all understand why All Might doing so complicates our mission. Shigaraki took over to conclude Kurogyari's explanation. Will society crumble by the loss of him when they learn what he's done? Mr. Compress voiced the question that was burning on everyone's minds. That is why I gave Izuku the phone. I made a decision that he could be useful, and I'd rather we know if All Might tries anything again before any heroes or civilians do. Hey Han, are you doing okay? Magna put a warm hand on Dabi's back. He hadn't said anything at all while being told all of this, and she knew he was closer to Izuku than the rest of them. His lack of response was concerning for her. If you need to step away for a second, I think everyone would understand. She whispered into his ear. Apart from Mr. Compress, Magna was the only other one who knew Dabi was an older brother, so she could tell how attached he had gotten to Izuku. No, I'm fine. He tried to assure her, but the wavering in his voice didn't exactly inspire confidence. Dabi, do you think he would contact us if something happened to him? Spinner finally spoke up. Dabi just glared at him. He knew Spinner, and even Shigaraki, didn't mean what they said the way it sounded, that Izuku was only useful for them being first to know when all beach hurt him so they could keep it under wraps, but he couldn't help the anger he felt at the insinuation that Izuku would have to be used by more people. Now, Dabi had a long day of babysitting. Let's let him go rest now. Compress stood between Spinner and the now steaming Dabi. No one realized he was as angry as he was except for Mr. Compress, who had known him for years now and was able to decipher his moods. Haha, babysitting. Spinner laughed. Yeah, man, I forgot you had to take care of that kid and find a place for him to go. Go rest, Daddy. He snorted. Dabi, I need to talk to you. Let's go. Shigaraki also stepped in between the two, effectively stopping an almost murder. He didn't say anything more before he walked away, back towards the same room the two had spoken in only a short while earlier. Fully expecting Dabi to follow him, he didn't even look back. He wasn't wrong, of course. Dabi followed without hesitation, but his arrogance still really set him off. Agent, would you like to explain why you are late today? This meeting is to go over your progress with the infiltration mission, but I believe it should now be changed into a performance review. Hawks paled as he eyed his boss, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Her turquoise eyes burned holes through him, literally. He felt small burns start to appear all over his body as he made and kept eye contact with her, but no matter how much it hurt, he knew better than to show it. So, he bit the inside of his cheek and set his jaw. He refused to show this woman any fear. The last time he had done so was when he was 13, and his punishment was a lot worse than some burns. He was to never show fear or anger, and she was always a test he had to pass when he set foot in the building. I apologize, I got held up by my contact and couldn't make it in time. I am not interested in your excuses, I require answers. Tell me, have you made any headway in your mission since the last time we spoke? Good, he thought. This was the question he had prepared himself for. He knew how he wanted to answer this. Ma'am, I regret to inform you that I have not made as much headway as I would have liked to this past week, 'cause it's only been a few weeks since the last time she asked him about the mission. Even if he had spent every moment of every day working on his mission to infiltrate the League, it still had been only a week. Before she could threaten him for the lack of progress, Hawks continued. However, I have deepened my connection with my contact and he is preparing for me to meet with Shigaraki soon. Agent, I don't want to hear your hopeful nonsense. Give me facts to work with. In case you have forgotten, you are not actually joining them, you just need to get enough information out of them for our heroes to be able to win against them. Yes, I am aware, ma'am. Hawks wanted to yell at her. Tell her no effing way. Tell her that he would protect Dabi and Izuku with his life. Tell her that the chance at a family that had been offered to him was so tempting. Tell her he was just done. But he couldn't. He had to focus on self-preservation right now so that he could assure both Dabi and Izuku's protection. Roomie doesn't know everything, so he's the only one that can keep them safe. Then you must also be well aware of the fact that you are considered a failure right now. Agent, you are meant to be our pride and joy. We did not spend years raising and training you just for you to be a failure. You know what will happen if you cannot turn this into a success, correct? Ah. Gotta love thinly veiled threats to one's life. Yes, ma'am, I do. I will not fail you. This mission will be a success. Good, that confidence is important. Never lose your spunk, Agent. It's why you're so popular as a hero. The president smiled at him, causing Hawks to suddenly feel very uneasy. There was something fundamentally wrong with his abuser smiling at him after threatening his life. Since we're done here, you are dismissed. Now that made Hawks pause. He was dismissed? What? There was no way he had gotten by with a simple slap on the wrist. That's not how the commission worked. He knew better than that. Ma'am, if I may ask a question? He had to approach the situation carefully so that any punishment he was going to receive wouldn't be increased. Her nod in his direction gave him permission to continue talking, and as much as he wanted to run away and hide from the eyes glaring at him, he swallowed that fear and stared directly back, meeting her gaze. All Might approached me earlier today with a request. He paused to let that sink in and for her to interrupt him if she wanted to. She never did, her gaze unwavering against his. He continued. He told me that a child he was training is now missing. His father is apparently a villain and killed the boy's mother and then they disappeared. He wanted to see if we knew anything here. Agent, even if we knew something about the son of a villain, we wouldn't share that information with you. And if All Might wants to know something so badly, he can come here himself and ask. She pointed at Hawks. Her crooked finger sent a shiver down his spine because it's what he saw every time he was about to be taken away to be trained. Don't associate yourself with that man anymore. She ordered. Isn't he the number one though? Hawks asked before he could bite his tongue, immediately knowing he effed up. That man has never once associated with us here, and if he thinks he can ask our top agent to try and find out information that he is too cowardly to try and get himself, then he is not worthy of the information in the first place. Do not give him anything. Her anger was clear by the she spoke, but Hawks just couldn't understand why she was so against the man. Either way, works for him because now he's been ordered to not interact with All Beach at all. I understand, I will head out now. He tried to back out of the room, hoping her earlier declaration that he was dismissed still held up. Unfortunately, his luck really essex. Agent, I am now concerned that you will not know when to not meddle, so you will stay back for a while so that your trainer can see you. She called him back. She was clearly looking for a good excuse to train him without it being seen as a punishment. Hawks froze. Of course he couldn't make a clean getaway, that's just too much to ask for. Yes, ma'am. But there was no use arguing with her, doing so would only make the outcome that much more painful. What is it this time? Dabi asked once the door was closed behind them. I know you aren't happy with why I gave that phone to him, so just get it out now instead of taking it out on the others. Dabi only looked at him, his eyes wide. Shigaraki was giving him the opportunity to go off on him? Without the threat of consequences? He's never had that chance before. So he took it. He's just a kid, Tamura, one who's been hurt by a lot more people than he's been helped by. Why do you feel the need to use him? Why can't we be the people who help him instead? He trusts me and he likes everyone else here, you included. It's just so wrong to use that trust and twist it to further your agenda. I know I'm no saint and I don't know what I'd do in this situation if it was Endeavor instead of All Beach. I might be doing the same thing as you, but that's not happening, so I am just not okay with this. His words were all jumbled as he worked to get it all out before the other shoe dropped and Shigaraki punished him for speaking out of turn, but it still felt really good to go off on his leader. Are you done? Dabi flinched ever so slightly and backed away from the other man. He wanted to be as close to the door as possible in case he needed to make a quick getaway. Yeah, I'm done. Good, do you feel better now? Huh. Dabi's brain blanked. Does he feel better? What the F is that supposed to mean? Look, if you're messing with me right now, I'm not down to play along. I'm not messing with you. I put Izuku in your care, you got attached, and then I put it on you to find a way for him to leave safely. I understand why you're upset with me for saying I am planning on using him. Stop being understanding, it's really effing weird. Dabi muttered, earning a rare chuckle from Shigaraki. I know you and your hero are planning on taking care of him, I know he's planning on raising him. I need you to know the truth so you can relay it to your hero. Shigaraki sat down, no longer feeling like Dabi was a flight risk, and motioned for him to sit down as well. The truth? Dabi asked as he sat down on the other side of a desk Shigaraki had already claimed. Yes, he nodded. But for me to tell you my truth, I need you to tell me yours. I don't open up to people, and neither do you. Both of us have a good reason, but I need any ounce of truth you can tell me to make this easier on all of us. Look man, stop being cryptic. It's weirding me out. Just ask what you want to know. What is your connection to the hero Endeavor? Dabi stiffened in his seat, but Shigaraki didn't move or say anything. He was really pushing himself to make Dabi feel comfortable enough to share his trauma. It was gonna come out eventually. I suppose telling you a little ahead of schedule is fine. He shrugged and leaned back in the chair, still on edge but forcing himself to relax a bit. Endeavor is my father. I'm his oldest child, but all of us are the result of an illegal quirk marriage, and all of us were used and abused by the man. Shigaraki continued to just sit in his chair, completely motionless, waiting for Dabi to continue. You know how you asked for my real name when we first met? It's Tuya. Tuya Todoroki. Tuya died a decade ago though, so you won't really find much on him. As his oldest, he kept me home to train my quirk. He was aiming for a perfect combination of his and my mother's quirks. He wanted the perfect way to combat his overheating. I was a pretty sickly child and training did nothing but break down my body faster. He took a breath before continuing. The official report is that Tuya died in an accident during training, that his blue flames were too hot for the young boy's body and he burned himself to death. What's the real reason? Faking your death is not easy. I don't imagine even the number 2 hero could do that easily. Yeah, you're not wrong there. He didn't fake my death. The BSTRD probably thinks he did kill Tuya. Being the oldest, I was also the only one capable of protecting my younger siblings from that monster. Tuya died protecting his baby brother from a raging Enji. At the hospital I met a woman. I haven't seen her since I entered the underground, but her voice was really sweet and she was able to calm me down. I was hysterical, with me out of the picture who knew what he'd do to the other 3. The woman was able to make Tuya dead and I left. He finished trauma dumping and then just stared at Shigaraki, almost scared to see who'd make the first move. Dabi didn't know telling someone all of this would feel so liberating, but telling his boss, the leader of the League of Villains, was most definitely not his first choice of person to confide in. Truth for truth, Shigaraki finally said. He never acknowledged what he was just told, probably still processing all of it himself, but Dabi appreciated it either way. He didn't want to dwell on the past right now, he just needed to know what Shigaraki's plan for the kid was. I am giving up on taking down All Might. Or, All Beach as you so lovingly have called him. Dabi snorted but covered it up with a light cough. Giving up? Isn't taking him down the whole reason you've gathered all of us? You seem to not fully understand my motives. I hate All Might, that's no secret. He's like the final boss that I just can't beat no matter how much XP I have or what weapon I use. Killing him was also my master's original goal, but mine is to take down Hero Society. Taking down All Might was just what I thought was necessary to reach my goal. He paused for a moment, letting Dabi absorb the new information. But even I can recognize a flawed plan. What we need to do is take down the successor to his position. Endeavor. Dabi's eyes lit up ever so slightly. Exactly. I encouraged Izuku to keep training with the heroes and get into UA. Once there, I know for a fact at least one of those teachers will care about a quirkless kid and he can out All Might then. Taking the man down from inside his new job would certainly turn heads. Even the Twisted Commission wouldn't be able to keep All Beach as their number 1 when Izuku exposes him. New job? All Beach is going to be working as a teacher at UA? Dabi knew Shoto was aiming for the hero school and would probably get in on their father's recommendation. He couldn't protect his baby brother at a school swarming with heroes. Yes, keep up. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. Anyway, once he's taken down from the inside, they're going to replace him with Endeavor. He's loud, aggressive, and a perfect pawn for the HPSC. Taking him down is the best way to crumble society. 2 number 1s, 2 symbols, being taken down in succession would make anyone lose hope in the society they live in. Okay, we can discuss that whole shitshow later. Right now I'm still wondering why you lied to everyone and gave the kid that phone. Dabi couldn't fit one more major event in his head right now, he'd think about it later. Taking down his father is all he's ever wanted, but that plan needs to be flawless for it to have a chance of succeeding. For right now, he'd rather focus on a situation he could handle and control better. Izuku told me about his bullies, he told me in detail about his attempt. I'm not heartless, Dabi. How could I send him away without giving him a way to contact us if he needs us? And I lied to the others because I like them thinking I am heartless. He shrugged. So, you're just okay with me knowing you're a big ol' softy? but God forbid the others find out? Dude, your plan to take down Hero Society is FING awesome, but the way you handle everyday things is so lame. Dabi shook his head, suddenly feeling a lot lighter after knowing Shigaraki planned on taking down his abuser, and he set everything up so that Izuku would never feel alone again. Wait, sheet, you got the details? His excitement suddenly evaporated as what Shigaraki said finally hit him. Yes. But he told me in confidence, so I will not be sharing those details. Not even with you. Right, 'cause you're not heartless or whatever. Don't worry, I get it. I wouldn't want someone I trusted blabbing to others about my attempt. I just hope Feathers can get the kid to a good therapist. Therapy? Yeah, dude, therapy would be really good for him. It doesn't work for everyone, but it worked for my mom and my sister, so I just kinda hoped it'd work for him too. I started thinking about it right after you told us he tried before. So that's why you were so silent while I spouted that story. Okay, this is just turning into small talk. No offense, but I do not want to talk to you about my day or whatever. What happened to the guy who was ready to flee this room at the drop of a hat but then turned around and info dumped to me about his trauma? Shigaraki chuckled at Dabi's appalled face. He realized you're just a weirdo with an oddly large heart, not his father. Dabi rolled his eyes before freezing at his own words. Did he really just say that? To his face? You're right, I'm not your father. Shigaraki didn't miss a beat though. I know I'm short-tempered, but if you ever have a problem you can talk to me or Kurogiri. I'm still the boss, whether you all recognize that or not. Dabi stood up and quickly moved to the door. The openness between him and his leader was making him feel all weird inside. Okay, and this is where I really do dip. Just keep me in the loop? And let me know if the kid contacts you. He opened the door, ready to get the hell out of there. Yeah, I'll let you know. Hey, kid, it's nearing evening. Do you want anything to eat now? Roomie glanced into her living room from the kitchen and sighed when she saw Izuku curled up on the couch in the same spot and position he'd been in the last few hours. Hawks really wasn't lying when he said the kid didn't trust heroes. The two hadn't had a conversation longer than what was needed to introduce themselves before he refused to move from that spot until he saw Hawks. The way he continually clutched that red feather was only proof that he was serious. It didn't help that she was also getting more anxious the longer her best friend was out at his meeting. She didn't know if she could handle him stumbling to her apartment in the odd hours of early morning, bloodied and in need of food. Especially not when she had to take care of a traumatized child who was refusing to eat, damn it. Maruko, when do you think he'll come back? Izuku's sudden voice pulled her from her thoughts and she quickly hopped into the room, thankful for any kind of distraction from her worries. I don't know, Izuku. She hated not having solid answers for him. Not having answers about Hawk's whereabouts just stressed them both out. Did he leave? Izuku's voice was small as he asked this question. He didn't give any more context, but Roomie knew what he meant, and it's the one thing she was very sure about. No, Izuku, I swear he did not leave you. She promised. The image from earlier that day of Hawks holding a sleeping Izuku in his arms, completely unwilling to let him out of his sight but having to, and the way his gold eyes never left Izuku's face, even when he was talking to Roomie, flashed through her mind, and she was even more confident that Hawks would never even dream of leaving this kid behind. He wouldn't dare. Maruko, you really are his best friend, aren't you? Roomie smiled warmly at the kid and took the chance to move a bit closer to him on the couch. When he didn't flinch or move away, she took that as a win. I would like to think I'm his best friend considering I don't think he has any other friends, she laughed. But even if I wasn't his, he's definitely mine. What makes a good friend? Izuku finally made eye contact with her. His big green eyes were glistening with tears he stubbornly refused to let fall, and the dirt on his face was still covering up his cute freckles. I had a best friend who started to be mean to me, but he never hurt me like everyone else. It was like he was trying to protect me from the others by being mean. His tongue suddenly felt too large for his mouth as he started stumbling over his words, those pushed back tears threatening to fall. He really hurt me though, more than the others. But I still really care about him. Is that wrong? Roomie let him finish. A small smile offering comfort rested on her face the whole time. Hey, Izuku, I'm gonna say something you may not like, alright? His slow, hesitant nod made her question if telling him this was the best idea, but she had to go for it anyway. Best friends are those who love and support the other. Now, I don't know what your friend is like and I don't know what exactly he was trying to do by bullying you, but I do know that if he cared about you the same way you care about him, then he should have talked to you. She reached out her hand slowly, giving him time to pull away if he didn't like it. When he never moved, she placed her hand on his head, gently threading her fingers through his hair. And no, it is not wrong to still care about him. That just means you're a nice person. Izuku couldn't hold them back anymore. The tears finally broke free and he started sobbing as he continued to look up at the woman. I'm a nice person? His stuttering from earlier had all but gone away because he wasn't scared anymore, but the intense emotions he was suddenly feeling brought it back. Yes, Izuku, you're a nice person. I've seen a lot of bad, but I can say that you are part of the good ones. Her confidence seemed to leak from her fingertips into Izuku from where they were still connected. Did you think I could be a hero? He whispered out. Well, of course. Anyone with the drive can be a hero, kid. She was confused by the sudden change in topic, but her confidence never wavered. Even without, he looked at her meekly. Even without a quirk? He whispered, scared of what her reaction, her answer, would be. Roomie didn't waste another second before pulling Izuku into a tight hug. He stiffened against her at the sudden action, but slowly relaxed into the hug. It'll take more hard work and dedication, but yes, I do think you can be a hero. Even without a quirk. She muttered into his hair. The words sent him over the edge as he tightly wrapped his arms around her toned form. The muscles no longer felt intimidating, they felt safe. Can I really? Yes, of course. I don't lie. Especially not about hero work. But, he stiffened again, waiting for what followed that, but before you can do any kind of hero work, you need a bath. She scooped him up into her strong arms and started carrying him to the bathroom. The sudden action dragged a giggle out of the boy, and the way she did a weird hop run to the bathroom just made him full-on laugh. It was the first time he'd laughed freely in what felt like ages without getting reprimanded for the act. He felt so comfortable with the bunny hero. Thank you, Roomie. He managed to get out in between giggles. She paused for only a second at the use of her real name instead of hero name before cuddling the boy closer to her body, wanting him to soak all of her confidence and love right up. Of course, Izuku. She smiled brightly at him. Oh, Godfrey, damn it. Hawks hissed as he stumbled out of the HPSC building. There were too many burns on his body and his wings were in rough shape, confirming his earlier suspicion that he wouldn't be able to fly after the meeting. The worst part? He was pretty sure they were holding back. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing for him right now or if it meant he'd just get it worse later on when he was done with the mission. Either way, he was most likely FE'd later. He pulled out his phone and was about to hit call under Roomie's name before it hit him. Izuku is with her. He groaned as he pulled out a different phone, the one that had only one number saved, and hit call for that number. Hey, Feathers, wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. What happened? Hey, I don't suppose you guys have someone who can heal, do ya? Sheet, the commission? Dabi questioned but didn't give Hawks enough time to answer. He already knew. We don't have one as a member. Let me finish. They're not an official member, but we always use them when needed. Oh my God. Hawks let out a strangled laugh, relief flooding his body. Can you get somewhere or do you need a lift? Hawks looked back at his wings and sighed heavily. Well, I can't fly and I doubt it would be appreciated if I went on public transportation looking like this. Hey, Dabi's voice softened. Don't worry about it. We can have Kurogyri teleport you here. How would you feel about meeting everyone now? Wow, are we already at the introducing each other to our family stage? Should I call up Roomie? Hawks joked. He felt better talking and distracting himself with Dabi. Don't worry, Birdie, you can introduce me and the bunny whenever. I'll make sure to win her over with my charming smile and devilishly good looks. Now that made him full-on laugh, which was probably a bad idea as the burns on his body ached with every movement. Ah, sheet, don't make me laugh, you butt. Dabi just responded with his own hearty laugh, The mood was definitely a lot lighter now despite the circumstances. Text me your location and we'll send a portal. Aren't you worried I'll betray you and send a group of pros through instead? No matter how close they got, Hawks just couldn't get used to the blind faith Dabi seemed to have in him. Hell, he even knew that Hawks was ordered to infiltrate the League and he was still more than willing to give him direct access to the inner workings of his family. It just made Hawks worry that Dabi had no sense of self-preservation. Are you gonna? Dabi asked him. His tone wasn't accusatory, it was just genuinely curious. No, I wouldn't do that. Hawks muttered. That's what I thought. Now come on, let's get you taken care of, okay? Dabi didn't give him a chance to respond to that as he just hung up, trying to rush Hawks to send his location. He didn't know how injured the hero was, but he didn't want to risk making it worse by leaving it alone for too long. But let's do this. He took a deep breath and then hit send, giving his location to Dabi and the League of Villains. The one thing he'd been working towards for the last couple of months was now happening, but it was for a completely different reason. They were going to take care of him, and he wasn't going to turn on them. If someone had asked the Hawks from 3 months ago what his life would be like in 3 months, he definitely would never have said that he'd be turning on the commission to join the League and that he felt safe around one of the members. Plus, they now had a kid together. Kind of. Technically. His life was just not going the way he expected at all. Dabi, I thought you ran away from me earlier. Why are you back so soon? Shigaraki scoffed without looking up from his game console. How and when he got that, no one actually knew. Shut it, is Maharu available right now? Dabi brushed off his comment, not really wanting to think about their strangely NTMT and open moment from a few hours earlier. Now that made Shigaraki put down his game and he directed his attention towards Dabi. You look fine, so I'm assuming this is about your hero? It wasn't necessarily a question that needed answering because he pretty much already knew it, but he phrased it this way to get some more information out of the secretive man. Dabi wouldn't willingly give up information about Hawks. He didn't exactly tell me, but I know for a fact that he lied to the commission to protect us and Izuku. He's hurt and can't go home right now. He called me for help, Shigaraki. He wouldn't do that if he could help it. He tried to explain in a way that would convince Shigaraki to help. All right, I'll call for Maha. I'm assuming he needs Kurogyri to warp him here. Yeah, he hesitated, confused as to why his childish boss was being so compliant. I already got his location. Dabi held up his phone to show the map that he had pulled up with the location Hawks sent. Fine, just make sure he's not followed. I'll go make a call. Shigaraki stood up, fully abandoning his game to help Dabi. Why are you being so chill about this? It's kinda creepy. Dabi shivered as their conversation from earlier yet again flashed through his mind. Before Shigaraki could answer, he just waved him off. Never mind, I'm not curious enough for this to take precedence over what needs to be done right now. Don't worry about it. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know the answer anyway. Shigaraki just shrugged, he didn't mind sharing or not depending on what the others asked of him. You really care about the bird, don't you? He settled on saying. By the way the skin on Dabi's face not covered by burn scars turned a deep shade of red, he was absolutely right. You don't have to dash. Yeah, I do. Dabi cut him off. He'd never said the words out loud before, but at this point in time it just felt right to say. He did care about Hawks, a shit ton. He wasn't entirely sure just how far he'd go to take care of him, or Izuku now for that matter. Since he was a kid he's never had a good healthy relationship to look up to or learn from, but this feeling he had, the worry he felt every time Hawks didn't respond for a while, the way he'd willingly lay down his life to protect him and Izuku, that must be the love he never had the chance to know. He already knew what it felt like to be protective over his siblings, but Hawks was a different type of protectiveness. It had to go deeper than that. Good. Is all Shigaraki said before walking away, the ghost of a smile on his face. He never had a healthy relationship to look up to either, but it was just hitting him that he may have one now. Dabi, I am prepared to bring Hawks here. Do you have the location? Kurogyri asked him once Shigaraki had left, snapping him out of his own thoughts. How did you know who I was bringing here? I never told you or anyone for that matter. Dabi eyed him suspiciously. If Kurogyri knew, did everyone else? Do not worry, Tamura filled me in only earlier today. He thought it would be important for me to know where you were sending the child. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Dabi shook it off. He really could not be wasting time right now. Hawks was waiting for him and counting on him. I have his location that he sent, and he knows to be discreet about where to have you warp to. Understood, I will go get him now. Oh, and be gentle? He's injured, so. He trailed off, not entirely sure where he was trying to go or what he was trying to say. Kurogyari always put everyone's safety first, so he wasn't even sure why he was questioning the villain. He pretty much acted as the League's mother half the time anyway. That wouldn't change for Hawks. He may be a pro-hero, but he was still a potential member of the LOV and someone important to Dabi. If anything, he'd be even more careful transporting him. Do not worry, my extraction will be as careful as possible. I must be going now though. If he is injured and just standing around, other villains not associated with us may see him as an easy target. Sheet ya go. Dabi never even thought about that possibility. He'd been so busy the past few months working to win Hawks over that he never even thought about the danger he would be in by being on the cusp of the world of villainy while still being a full-time, limelight pro-hero. That definitely did not help the constant worry Dabi always felt concerning Hawks. It was going to be even more difficult to let him out of his sight now. It should only take a few moments, and I will warp him into your room so that the others do not see him yet. Kurogyari explained. That sounds great, thank you. Leave it to Kurogyari, the poor single mother of 8, to think ahead about these types of things. This is why everyone relied so heavily on him. Dabi quickly left the front room of the bar and headed for one of the side rooms that he had spent the last few hours converting into a makeshift bedroom. It wasn't anything fancy, he was too used to moving around to make it anything more than a temporary place to sleep, but it had the essentials. And a first aid kit which would be used a lot sooner than he thought. He was only waiting for a minute or two, just enough time to grab the first aid kit, before a mess of red feathers stumbled in from one of Kurogyari's portals. Just so you know, Hawks looked up from where he had fallen on the ground at Dabi's feet. I totally could have helped myself. Sure you could have, Birdie, that's why you called me. Dabi rolled his eyes and knelt down in front of him. Come on, up you go. He gently pulled Hawks to his feet so he could see the damage and sighed when the sight of his injured wings came into view. They were holding back, don't worry too much. Hawks said lowly. Telling me not to worry about you is like telling me not to hate my father. Dabi told him seriously, completely ignoring the way Hawks' eyes widened and the way some of his still intact feathers rustled slightly. If this is them holding back, I don't think I want to see them go all out. Yeah, no, trust me, you really don't. Hawks shook his head vigorously. He didn't even want to think about the commission going all out on him. He had to stop quickly though because the action made his head start to pound violently and he swayed, his knees buckling. Phew, he gasped, reaching out for anything to steady himself before he fell again. His hands met Dabi's quickly as the other man had reacted fast enough to catch him before he ended up sprawled across the floor of his room. We're gonna sit you down until Maharu gets here. Come on. He gently, but firmly, pulled Hawks over to his bed and forced him down, standing guard in front of him to keep any intruders away and to keep the bird on the bed. Maharu? Is that your healer? Hawks asked, his head now in his hands. Sheet, I think I have a concussion. He massaged at his temples and groaned as the pain spread once again. I didn't think they got my head. Yeah, they really fix us up when we need them too. Shigaraki's calling them right now, so they should be here soon. We'll make sure to have them look at your head too, Feathers. Oh yeah, speaking of those, how bad are my wings? I couldn't really see all the damage. Dabi looked back at the blood-red wings that were not in the best condition, and then back to Hawks. Let's just say, unless Maharu can fix them up, I don't think you'll be flying for a few days. Sheet, I can't let the kids see me like this. Hawks rubbed his face. I even stupidly put the commission on his trail. Why the F did I do that? I'm so stupid. His voice was muffled through his hands, but Dabi still heard him clearly. And if he saw a few tears slip out from under his hands, he'd never acknowledge them. Hey, we'll talk about that later. He needed to know just what the F Hawks had let slip to the commission, but he really had to take care of him first. Let's clean you up a little first. Maharu will fix you up when they get here, but I can make you more comfortable until they do. He grabbed the first aid kit and sat on the edge of the bed. Strip, Birdie. He commanded. Oh wow, I didn't think we were there yet, Dobby. But if you insist. Hawks wiped at his eyes and chuckled lightly as he worked to take off his jacket without further irritating his wings. But once he was clear of those, the burns he had almost forgotten about were scrapped by the coarse fabric, making him bite his tongue to keep the pained grunt from escaping. Here, this isn't gonna feel good, but it should help with the pain a little. Dabi moved closer and dabbed at the burns with a wet rag to clean them. Once he was pretty sure all the blood was off of his body, he moved on to using a disinfectant to stop the open wounds from getting infected. Doing that is what made Hawks sit straight up and clench his jaw tight. Dabi wasn't wrong, it really did not feel good. Lastly, he rubbed an ointment with pain reliever over each individual burn. He could only hope that it would make the pain bearable enough for Hawks to wait for Maharu to show up. It's not like Kurogiri couldn't just warp them to the bar, but they weren't the League's private doctor. They were literally a doctor in the underground, which meant they were busy with other people who needed help too. That's why Shigaraki went to call them first. He had to see if they were free. Thanks. Hawks hissed out through clenched teeth as Dabi finished putting ointment over the last burn. I should be able to move without them being uncomfortable now. He tried to stand up, only for Dabi to gently push him back down onto the bed. Look, hot stuff, you got me in your room and on your bed, but I don't think we have time for anything right now. He tried to push Dabi's hand off of his chest, only for him to find his strength almost completely depleted. Sheet, well that wasn't good. If I wanted you in my room shirtless so badly I could think of a lot of better ways to go about it. Dabi rolled his eyes. He knew Hawks was trying to get out of feeling like he owed him, but he couldn't live with himself if he let the man up only for him to pass out from his concussed head. I thought you wanted me to meet the family. Hawks' voice was groggy as the day's events finally caught up to him, plus his head injury making him exhausted. Hey, Hawks, you can't fall asleep right now. Okay. Dabi lightly slapped his cheek to keep him awake and alert. This isn't my first concussion, if off. Hawks tried and failed to push Dabi away. Look, you can meet the League once Maharu fixes you up. Alright? But you seriously cannot go to sleep until they get here. Shoo, it's fine. Hawks hushed him with a small smile, patting Dabi's face to supposedly soothe him. He stared at bright, clear blue eyes for a moment, just getting lost in them. You're really pretty, by the way. He whispered right before his hand dropped down to the bed, his eyes rolling back into his head and passing out. You fucker. Dabi groaned, a blush betraying the anger on his face. Izuku, I don't actually think Hawks is going to be coming back tonight. I'm so sorry. Roomie set a plate of food down in front of the now squeaky clean kid, his clean face and damp hair making him really look like the teenager he was. He does this often after meetings, so I don't want you worrying too much. But I promise that that he'll be back, right? Izuku finished her thought with a grimace on his face as he picked through the sandwich she gave him. Don't worry, I'm used to being left alone at night. But I believe you that he won't leave me. Hey now, who said anything about you being alone tonight? If he's not coming back tonight, I just assumed I'd leave? He pet his head to the side. Is that not what's happening? He lifted a piece of the bread that he tore off and stuck it in his mouth, seemingly checking it. After concluding it was safe to eat, he immediately dug in, scarfing it down in only a matter of seconds. He asked me to look after you for him. You're not going anywhere right now, kiddo. She ruffled his hair, the damp curls skewing even more at her touch. Could I ask you something? Izuku shook off her hand. He loved the warmth on his head, but the act reminded him too much of his mother. Of course, kiddo, what's up? She took the rejection in stride, not letting it bother her. If I asked about my house, what could you tell me? He was trying to be really choosy about his words, not entirely sure how much Roomie knew or how she would react to the truth. He definitely couldn't risk accidentally saying anything that could get Hawks or Dabi or the League in trouble. Well, Roomie sat down opposite from him at the table and sipped on a mug of hot tea. What I can tell you depends on what you can tell me. His confused face made her chuckle as she realized she didn't exactly phrase that in the best way. What I mean is, Hawks didn't tell me anything about you. I didn't even know your name, Izuku, until you introduced yourself to me. So I could most likely get a lot of information about your house for you if you would be willing to give me information on how to find it. Izuku took another bite of the sandwich and looked away from her. How much could he tell her? How much would be too much? How much would she accept on blind faith alone? If you don't want to tell me a whole lot, that's fine, she said after seeing his face. His eyes were darkened and his eyebrows were knit close together. He wasn't just thinking, he was overanalyzing. He was going to overthink himself into a panic if she didn't step in. As she planned, her words pulled him out of his own head long enough for her to get more out for him to latch onto. Just tell me the city, and since I know your name I can narrow it down myself. Just the city? He clarified, not really believing that's all she needed. Just the city, she confirmed with a sharp nod. But tell me whenever you're ready to, she said quickly, not wanting Izuku to feel like she was forcing him into telling her. I would imagine Hawks would like to know more about you too. Roomie figured that Hawks knew more than enough to not feel like he could take Izuku back to his house, but she'd also learned that the best way to get Izuku to comply and open up was by essentially using Hawks. Can I? Izuku finally looked up from the sandwich he had picked apart to hell and back. Can I think about it? He asked softly, obviously not used to his requests being listened to. Of course. Like I said, no rush. You tell me what you feel comfortable telling me when you feel comfortable telling me. She hesitated, thinking back over her oddly worded sentence before nodding. Yeah, that's what I meant. Izuku giggled at the odd woman. Her antics were similar to his mom from before his father came home, but her personality was more like his old friends. The combination of the two memories made him feel more and more comfortable with her by the second. Once he saw Hawks again and knew for a fact he was okay and talked to him about what they can safely tell Roomie, he figured telling her about his house would come a lot more naturally than he'd think. It was going to be an interesting and informative next couple of days. Holy F dash! Hawks screeched, sitting up hastily. He quickly regretted the action when he was met with searing, burning pain shooting from his back down his spine. He looked around wildly, the pain starting to clearing the fog from his mind. He was able to make out 3 bodies surrounding him, which, a word of advice, you should never surround someone with trauma and the ability to fight back. It pained him greatly to do so, but he was able to get one of his feathers that wasn't clipped to sharpen and aim at the throat of one of the people around him. Said person backed away, slowly to appear less threatening, but their movements still made Hawks flinch away. Doing so is what made him fully wake up as he realized the pain from earlier, from the burns on his body, wasn't there. Oh my God! He mumbled, absolutely appalled at the sight in front of him. The feather he had shot out was still aimed at the throat of one of the only people he never wanted it to be. Hey, it's okay. You're okay, Hawks. Dabi soothed, gently pushing the feather away from his neck and letting it fall to the ground completely before he moved. Hawks' heart broke as he watched Dabi eye all of the intact feathers sitting around the room, preparing to stop walking if they moved. I did that. He realized in horror. He had lashed out at Dabi, someone he knew would never hurt him, that was still weird to try and convince himself of, and made him scared of him. He was one of only a small handful of people who'd never hurt him and who never walked on eggshells around him, and Hawks had made him wary. He didn't realize he had zoned out until he felt warm and rough hands on his own that were picking at old scars on his arms. Hey, you're okay? Dabi gently pried Hawks' hands away from his raw skin and held them in his own. He heated up his already warm hands in an attempt to break Hawks from his mind. He realized it had worked once his eyes had cleared and he made and held eye contact. Dulled gold eyes melted into the striking blue ones that held his gaze. Welcome back. Dabi whispered to him in the softest voice he could muster in the moment, swallowing down the worry and panic that had made his tone rough. How long? Hawks asked, his voice cracking from having not used it in a while. You passed out about 3 hours ago. I tried to do your treatment while you were still unconscious, but it appears when I attempted to check your wings that woke you up. One of the other 2 people in the room, the shorter one standing in the corner, spoke up. Their voice was matter-of-fact, like they hadn't just watched a pro, their patient, almost kill someone who obviously meant a lot to them. I will give you the room for a moment to let the patient gather himself. Call me back in soon so I can finish the treatment. And I don't think I need to remind you that I am a busy person. They clicked their tongue in mild annoyance before leaving the Dobby. Who else is here? Hawks asked once, who he assumed was Mahar had left. Dobby eyed him suspiciously, like he thought moving out of his line of sight would make him go bats hit or something. He gently squeezed the other man's hands to let him know he was all right now. His lightly shaking body didn't exactly inspire confidence, but Dobby moved anyway, giving Hawks a clear view of the room. It was the same one he had dropped into supposedly 3 hours ago. It was what he had assumed was Dobby's room. There was only a single bed and a small fold-up wooden table that had the first aid kit Dobby had used on him earlier on it. It was bare, but it was familiar. It reminded Hawks of the room he had been stuffed into as a teenager when he outgrew the ratty old daycare that housed at least 20 other children. And it didn't remind him of anything pleasant, his breath hitching as he fully remembered what had happened earlier that day, and he squeezed his and Dobby's still-connected hands even tighter. He was trying to use the heat as a way to ward off the impending panic attack he could definitely feel coming. He didn't need to explain apparently as Dobby slowly heat up his hands, the warmth washing over Hawk's frigid body and thawing him out. The heat was able to shake him of the panic and his eyes wandered away from the eerily similar room setup to the other person standing by the door, but not in front of it. They weren't physically blocking the door, which made his breathing come a bit easier. Their muscular form and sunglasses made Hawks realize who he was looking at. "Hello, dear. I'm sorry I'm here without your permission, but I got concerned about you. I had to check and see you were fine with my own eyes." His heart fluttered ever so slightly at the words, and in that moment he both realized how starved for love he was and swore to himself to always give Izuku that love he never got. "It's all right. You're Magna, right?" he asked softly. He probably shouldn't have been okay with a member of the League of Villains witnessing him at his most vulnerable. No. Dobby doesn't count. It doesn't matter why. But he could already feel himself giving into the kind eyes she offered him. "Yep, that's right, dear. You can call me Big Sis Magna if you want." He froze. Oh, he really had to get those mommy issues under control because just that one warm smile from her and he was already thinking of every way possible to make this woman proud of him so that she would continue giving him that smile. His hesitance didn't seem to faze the woman, though, as her smile persisted. "It's all right, you don't have to call me that yet. Magna is just fine for now. We'll work our way up to that." There was an obvious teasing tone to her kind words. "You can call me Hawks." Her smile fell a little at that, but she quickly put it back on. He panicked a bit at the action. I don't share my real name with anyone." He suddenly felt the need to explain, not wanting this woman to be upset with him. "Don't worry, Hawks. If anyone knows what names can mean and hold over you, it's the two of us." She gestured to herself and Dobby, who was just watching the situation play out with soft eyes. He was obviously pleased they seemed to be getting along. "I'll get going now so that Mahar can come back in here and fix you up. You need to get home to that sweet boy, right?" Yes, that's right." Hawks really didn't want the woman to leave. Her presence was calming to him in a way he'd only ever gotten close to feeling with Roomie. It was a feeling like he had strong arms ready and willing to catch him when he falls, that they'll always be there to help and support him in whatever he does. The feeling he supposes a mother probably gives off. But he's had way too much experience being betrayed and quite literally stabbed in the back by the women in his life he had once felt this from. His mother sold him to the other woman in his life who is still using and abusing him to this day. Hawks isn't sure he could handle another woman hurting him. "Rest up, dear. We can talk more once you're better." Magna smiled at him again and then left the room, leaving Hawks with Dobby, who was still hovering over him. "So you've met the big sister of the family," Dobby chuckled. "She can be a bit much sometimes, but she genuinely means well and will not hesitate to kill someone for us. Who from the family am I meeting next?" Hawks shook off the weird feeling he had when Magna left and tried to get back to joking with Dobby. It seriously made him feel better. Probably the mom." "The mom? I have no idea who you could be referring to by that." "Don't worry, you've already met them actually." Dobby shrugged. Before Hawks could voice any questions in response to that, the door opened again and Maharu stepped back in the room. Look, kid, I am just telling you now that I'm gonna have to examine your wings. They were clipped, and even if I cannot heal them, I at least want to get them to the point where your body's natural healing can take over. Maharu got right back to business as usual, completely ignoring the fact that they just walked in on a potentially personal situation between their patient and his friend. They were clipped. Hawk's voice got small. He knew the president had ordered for his wings to be injured, but they hadn't been clipped since he was a kid. Clipping a bird's wings is to keep them from reaching full upward flight and to completely prevent escape. The process hadn't been done since the commission first started using him as a field agent, and it was concerning that he was so out of it during his training that he hadn't even realized it was being done. Hey, did you not know? Dabi's harsh words but soft voice pulled him back to the present. No, I didn't. He finally looked up at Maharu, meeting their eye for the first time since he woke up. How is that possible? He knew the likely answer, but he wanted to hear it from a medical professional first before he tried to speculate. The commission were harsh and never hesitated to harm him to keep him in line, but they had never gone as far as he feared they had. As part of the preliminary exam I do on all of my patients, I include a tox screen. I tend to treat those in the line of work that could place them in the way of some harmful drugs and toxins, so it's just a way to fully understand my patient's body before I begin treatment. Maharu paused as they grabbed a folder that was sitting on the one desk in Dabi's room and pulled out a paper. Unfortunately, I am not completely positive what drag was in your system because it was burned through your body rather quickly. They handed Hawks the paper, his hands shaking as he grabbed it. But I do know that there was at least some sort of concoction that included a dangerous amount of very strong antidepressants that caused temporary complacency and subsequent memory loss. The silence in the room after Maharu dropped that bomb was deafening. Hawks couldn't even dare to breathe after the terrifying suspicions he had were confirmed. Has this happened before? Dabi spoke, breaking that horrid silence. Is there a way to tell if he's been drugged like this before? Thank every god in the heavens for Dabi, because Hawks never would have thought to ask that. He was barely comprehending the fact that the commission had taken away his autonomy once. He couldn't handle asking if they've done it more than that. Maharu flipped to a different page from their folder and handed that to Dabi this time, quickly understanding that Hawks would not be able to look at it and properly absorb the information. Unfortunately, because it is a quickly digestible mixture, there is really no way to test for any lingering traces. However, because I was able to pinpoint the antidepressants I knew to check your internal organs, and I can tell you in absolute certainty that you have been drugged before. At least with an overwhelming, yet non-lethal, amount of over-the-counter antidepressants. Oh, that information really did not help Hawks, as he could suddenly feel every little thing. The hairs not singed off by the president were pricking every inch of skin, and he felt the urge to rake his nails up and down his arms roughly, wanting to scratch and peel the skin off so he couldn't feel the pinpricks. The feeling of phantom fingers that must have combed his body when he was out of it made every part of his body they touched light on fire. Is he in any danger from this? Dabi completely took over talking to Maharu, wanting to give Hawks the chance to understand what he was told and gather himself enough for Maharu to then complete their exam and treatment. The excessive amount of antidepressants has caused some liver damage, as any medication used in large amounts can do, but it is nothing irreversible, and I have already begun treatment on his liver from my earlier examination. They pointed to something on the paper Dabi was holding. He should be fine in a week or so as long as he does not take anything else. Because of this, I cannot supply any pain medication since I won't be able to monitor his body if I do, but with plenty of bed rest and that ointment you put on before I got here, it should be manageable. Manageable? Hawks could do that. He's lived with much worse for far longer PRDS of time. But the realization he had been out of control of his body more than once and then forgot about it? That would take a lot more than bed rest and ointment. Hawks. Dabi would not risk touching the panicking bird, so he could only increasingly raise his voice to get his attention. The flinch he got in response is what made Dabi realize that the two of them really had to have a long conversation about triggers. Are you back? Can you see me? He slowly waved a hand in front of Hawk's face. Do you know who I am? He felt his own rising panic drop as recognition made its way back into Hawk's golden eyes. Did I die and go to Dash? Heaven. Dobby smirked. Hell. Hawks deadpanned. Wow, rude. Dobby chuckled and held out his hand for Hawks to take. Can you get up? Hawks took a second to gather himself and allow his senses to take in everything around him before he reached for Dobby's outstretched hand. So, did I pass out or something? That doesn't normally happen to me. No, you didn't pass out, Feathers. Maharu had to put you to sleep so they could examine your wings. He gently pulled Hawks up from the bed and helped stabilize him as he stood for the first time in hours. Do you remember what happened? Hawks thought about it for a moment, letting the memories from earlier wash over him and freeze the blood in his veins. So that actually happened? They've been drugging me. His voice quivered ever so slightly and Dobby could feel his heart crack at the sound. Hawks had never sounded so weak, so pathetic to him before. So in need of help. Yeah, Hawks, they have been. Dobby lowered his voice, almost hoping Hawks just wouldn't hear the confirmation he gave to news that could potentially ruin his life. The tight grip Dobby felt on his hand was a dead giveaway that he unfortunately did hear him. Oh God, I put people who have been drugging me for probably most of my life on Izuku's trail? He pulled his hand away from Dobby's, not feeling like he deserved the comfort it provided and preferring to use his hand to pick at the burns that had already begun to scar thanks to Maharu's rapid healing. Hawks, you said something similar earlier. What the hell did you tell them about the kid? Dobby worked extra hard to keep his voice even. Hawks was panicking more than enough for the both of them. Not much, I swear. I told them about All Beach approaching me about finding a kid he'd been training that had a villain for a father who killed his mother. I told her that the two were on the run and that All Beach wanted me to find them. Hawks, Dobby could feel himself breathing again. That wasn't nearly as bad as he had feared. Hawks, that's not too bad. You didn't even give them his name. Hey, he pried Hawks' hands away from his arms again, trying to protect the fragile, thin skin covering the burns he had only hours earlier. We can work with this. You hear me? He'll be okay. They'll find him. It's what they do. Dobby, if Izuku gets hurt because of me and my big mouth, I swear I will not see another day. Hawks, I promise it'll be okay. Dobby cooed, surprising both of them at the soft tone his voice had taken. He cleared his throat before continuing. You were trying to protect the kid from All Beach, right? By putting the commission on his butt? He only got a nod as his answer. You didn't know just how vile they are when you did that. So, believe me when I tell you that it is okay and we will make sure nothing happens to Izuku. Dobby, I will kill whoever tries to hurt him. Hawks lowered his voice and leaned in a bit. He didn't want anyone to hear him, but he apparently forgot he was surrounded by a group of people who also wouldn't hesitate to kill someone who harms their family. Hey me Dash. That includes me. Dobby. Hawks narrowed his eyes. He was still on the verges of hysterics and you could see it hiding right below the surface, but he had enough practice at pushing his own emotions down that his statement didn't feel like what an emotional person would say. It was a promise. He was promising Dobby right then and there that if he puts Izuku in harm's way or if he gets hurt because of him, he will not hesitate to take care of himself. The words froze Dobby, right down to his core. He could understand where the man was coming from and he could probably make the exact same promise, but there was something about hearing those words coming from the mouth of someone so important to him that made him pause. I understand. Dobby finally forced out. He couldn't handle looking into those enthralling golden eyes that were so resigned to death anymore. They had to leave that room. Well, he cleared his throat, attempting to clear the heavy air that was pressing down on them as well. Are you feeling up to meeting the family finally? Hawks let the thick air around them fade before he shoved a smile on his face and grabbed Dobby's hand again. Yeah, let's go introduce me to your family. They'll love you, Birdie. I can only hope, 'cause I'm assuming if they didn't I wouldn't make it back home. Wow, do you have no faith in us? I'll have you know that everyone on the other side of that door is a good person who was pushed to where they are by the society we live in. Dobby's features creased as he frowned deeply at the bird. Whoa, I'm sorry man, I was joking. Hawks put up his free hand as a show of surrender. But Demon, I figured before, but now that is some solid confirmation that you are quite the protective type. As long as you don't say something like that and mean it, you can consider yourself a part of the family I'm so protective over. Dobby's voice had a cool edge to it, still said about Hawk's choice of joke, but he meant every word he said. He would not hesitate to protect Hawks anymore. Especially from the commission. Are you for real? Hawks felt a blush creeping up his neck. It only deepened when Dobby nodded and squeezed his hand. I'd protect you too. He muttered. What was that, birdie? Dobby pet an eyebrow and glanced down at him with a quickly growing sheet-eating grin. Shut the F up, you heard me. Hawks looked away, which pulled a laugh from the man pulling him by his hand. Okay, let's go. We really gotta get you home to the kid. He's been alone with the bunny for too long. Dobby chuckled and opened the door from his room that led out to the front room of the bar. She's a lot better than you give her credit for, you beach. Sure. I'll believe that when I see the kid smiling with no reservations. Hawks let a soft smile stretch across his face. Hearing Dobby so concerned for Izuku made him feel something he definitely did not want to explore just yet. Not in this situation. Once he got home, saw his kid, and got some well-needed rest, he might just think on that feeling some more. He'd have to eventually. Roomie, I know you said he does this, but it's morning and he's still not here. Izuku rubbed his arms to try and give himself comfort and sank further into the couch he was still sitting on. Are you sure he's coming back? Hey, I promise. Roomie sat next to him, the couch sinking down and pulling Izuku's body closer to hers. Did you sleep at all? She reached out and rubbed his cheeks with her thumbs, gently brushing over the dark circles that had gotten ever so slightly darker. When he shook his head, she just sighed. Are you hungry? Another shake of his head. Izuku, do you want to go see your house today? The question threw Izuku for a bit of a loop. He was not expecting that at 5 a.m., his lack of sleep making it only that much worse to wrap his head around. My house. He eyed her suspiciously. Didn't you say I had to tell you the city before you could find out where I lived? He used the past tense. Just because he was suddenly saved from that gross bar, which wasn't as gross to him anymore when he thought about who was there now, and away from his father didn't mean the house he grew up in felt any more like home. His mom's absence only worsened that feeling of alienation. He didn't have a home anymore, it was just a ratty old apartment with far too many memories. If Roomie picked up on the phrasing, and she didn't say anything about it. Izuku appreciated her willingness to give him privacy. He wouldn't blame her if she had interrogated him the minute he woke up the day earlier, demanding answers about who he was and where he came from and why her best friend dropped him in her home. But she hadn't pushed him about anything so far, excluding basic needs like food and water and a shower, which he could admit he really needed after being in a dirty abandoned bar for who knows how long. She was being too nice, and even if he knew somewhere in the back of his mind that she wouldn't do anything to him, it still put him on edge. When the other shoe drops in situations like this, it drops hard. Okay, I did say I needed you to tell me the city you lived in so I could find your house. And I totally was gonna wait for you to open up. The but hung in the air. She didn't want to ruin the little trust she had gotten from the boy by being a hypocrite already. He stared at her silently. He could at least understand why she was hesitating. He figured she would do a background check on him the second he gave her his name. And if she didn't do something as detailed as that, then he assumed she'd at least do some research. His name had been in the local newspaper the day he had saved his friend from a sludge villain, not for saving him, of course. No one would ever accept that a quirkless kid had been the only one except him to even give a shit and try to help. He was only ridiculed by everyone for his actions, but he still thought of what he did as heroic, and so did his mom. That's all that mattered to him in the long run. Roomie, I assumed you'd look into me anyways. Even if I didn't give you anything more than my name. Oh, how he hated his goddamn stutter. It made him feel weak and only gave his bullies more fuel when they found out he would react to their taunts about it. Izuku gave up a long time ago on reacting to those who'd tell him he could never be a hero or that he was useless because he was quirkless, but his stutter? He hated it too. Oh, she chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of her neck. So I'm not slick, huh? Izuku shaking his head ever so slightly made her laugh a bit harder. Well, I didn't get too invasive with my research into you. You're still a kid and I want your permission before I try anything like a full background check. Oh, he really liked her. But I ran your name and found you fairly quickly. Not only are you an unrecognized local hero is Mizudafu, but there are actually some people looking for you. Izuku's mouth hung open at that. He wasn't even quite sure which bit of news he was more shocked by. The fact Roomie saw the newspaper article about him jumping into the middle of a villain attack, risking not only his own life but the life of the hostage the villain had taken, and thought he should be seen as a hero? Or the fact that there is someone looking for him. He brushed the former off as her just trying to make him feel better after their talk the previous night, so he focused on the latter. Who the hell would be looking for him? His mom was, she was gone, and his father ran off after dumping him in that bar. He didn't have any other family and he didn't have any friends. Kid? Hey, Izuku, you with me? Roomie waved a hand in front of his face, slowly bringing him back down to earth. He'd spaced off again. That's a really bad habit he had to get control of. Yeah, sorry, he took a shaky breath. Maybe it was his father? No one associated his name as a villain yet. He would refuse to go back if it was. Who is looking for me? Well, Roomie glanced over him, her gaze obviously worried about his reaction to hearing he was being looked for. She didn't know the full situation but she assumed the kid was abandoned or an orphan if Hawks had brought him home. The knowledge that someone cared enough to be looking for him is what she thought was good news. According to the missing persons report, someone named Bakugo Mitsuki and Bakugo Masaru filed it. Do you know them? What? His voice was so small in that moment that Roomie had trouble thinking of him as a young teenager. He was suddenly so small and it felt so wrong. Sure, he wasn't super self-confident and he had trust issues, but he hadn't given her a reason to see him as anything but a strong kid dealt a bad hand. Victim didn't even feel right for him, at least it didn't until she watched his hands start to tremble and his knuckles turn white with how hard he gripped the hem of one of Hawk's shirts she gave him to wear after his shower. It helped him calm down enough to sleep last night, but now it seemed to be the only thing grounding the kid. They wouldn't. They were so nice to me, but they gave up on me and Mom when Kaken started to. He trailed off. Kaken was a name Roomie quickly filed away in her head, marking it as who she assumed was the best friend that had hurt him. It's true, Izuku. And apparently they did so after their son, Katsuki Bakugo, started making a scene at school about how no one was looking for you. The police aren't officially involved yet, but they've raised enough noise for the news to get a hold of it. Izuku looked at her, his pupils were dilated and he looked on the verge of a full-on panic attack, but he let out a dry laugh. See, now I know you have to be wrong. Kaken would never look for me like that. He'd be happy I was out of his life finally. There was a calm to his tone when he said this, which was concerning enough. Roomie didn't like how Izuku seemed to already have accepted that fact a long time ago. The name Kaken made more sense when she knew it was Katsuki. Apart from best friends, the two must have grown up together and been childhood friends. This little sheet was not going to get away easy with hurting Izuku like this. Izuku, I'm going to ask again, do you want to go visit your house? His panic subsided a bit. She was asking him if he wanted to go, not forcing him to go. He could say no. He didn't have to see Kaken. He should probably see Mitsuki and Masaru if they filed a missing persons report, but seeing their son was not necessary. And he didn't need to go back. Hawks wouldn't let him go back. And even if he tried, he'd find a way out. Okay, sure. He gripped the phone he had gotten from Shigaraki, already planning a few different escape plans if needed. He'd never let himself forget that Dabi and Shigaraki were numbers 1 and 2 on speed dial respectively. He'd be okay. Oh my it's morning? Hawks could feel the warmth from the sun seeping in from one of the few windows not covered before he could actually see it. Dabi, I've got to get home to the kid. I can't believe I left him for so long. All the work Dabi had put into calming the bird down was completely out the window, literally, as he looked into Hawk's panicked eyes. Calm down. He's with the bunny, right? A sharp nod is all he got. Then he's fine. He'll understand. You were literally just hating on her. He glared daggers at the scarred villain who backed away slowly. He knew that look in his eye, he'd have the same one back when Natsuo would tell him that one of their siblings were hurt, and he knew better than to be in the range of Hawk's injured, but still semi-functional feathers. He'd had 1 centimeter from his throat already, and once was enough for him. Dabi, are you working up a patient who's supposed to be on bed rest? Magna walked over to the two and scolded Dabi with a light slap on his arm. She saw the two exit the room and was going to go ask about Izuku because she too noticed it was morning and was worried. But when she overheard Hawks panicking about leaving him for so long, she decided the best course of action would be to not bring him up. So she decided on getting in between the two young adults to keep one from accidentally hurting the other and try to lighten the mood. It may be at Dabi's expense, but oh well, he'd understand. Magna. Hawks barely whispered out the name. He wanted the warm comfort he felt from the older woman, but he refused to ask for it. She was still a villain. No, that doesn't sound right. Hey Han, how are the wings? She'd been worrying herself sick ever since leaving Dabi's room earlier. Not knowing what was happening to one of her own, yet she already adopted the emotionally stunted bird, was agonizing. There, Hawks had to almost physically stop himself from telling her truth. It just about rolled right off his tongue. Apparently that feeling he had around her from earlier wasn't just from delirium. They'll be fine. He finally settled on, completely swallowing his worry and panic and putting on that normal look of optimistic indifference. It was so obviously fake that Dabi was about to call him out on it before Magna interrupted. Well, that's good. Obviously Hawks didn't want to share whatever news he had gotten from Maharu, and she wouldn't push him out of his comfort zone to be vulnerable with her. That would come in time. Well, since you have to leave soon, how about some breakfast? Breakfast? And you too, Dabi. He hasn't left your side since MX. Mahar left some time ago. She smiled brightly when both Hawks and Dabi's faces turned red. Not pushing Hawks out of his comfort zone didn't include teasing him, which she was pleased with. These two boys were way too easy to mess with. And you can meet the rest of us while we're eating. An informal meeting would be more comfortable, right? Sure. Yeah, I can do breakfast before I leave. That should be fine. Hey, birdie, breathe. Dabi snaked in around Hawk's waist. He didn't want to push his luck, but over the last day he's had much better luck than he's had in the past. Hawk's minor flinch but overall acceptance of the closeness between them only gave him more reason to believe his luck had somehow flipped for the better. That kid was a godsend for him as a person, and for his relationship with the pro-hero, he suddenly felt serious about courting. It was weird. Oh my God, finally! A voice greeted them as soon as they walked through into the main room of the bar. Apparently there was some kind of kitchen behind the bar that Hawks assumed Magna had found and took advantage of because he could smell some sort of food being cooked. He couldn't really see any of the others using it. You're finally letting us meet the mysterious dude that even you turned soft for? Dabi. Kinda thought it'd take longer. The voice finally connected with a face as the three walked further into the room. The man who was speaking had lizard-like features and his tail was wrapped around his left leg so no one would accidentally step on it. Hey, Spinner. Yeah, what's up, man? He titled his head and eyed Dabi. Shut the F dash. Dabi smiled sweetly at him, obviously trying to get under his skin. Which worked, seeing as how someone else had to physically step in between the two so that one wouldn't launch himself at the other. Settle down, boys. We have a guest. The one who stepped in between them soothed. His voice was deep, but not so deep that he felt like an old man. If Hawks didn't know what to really be expecting when meeting the other members of the league, he probably would have thought this man was not a person at all. His head, or where it was supposed to be, was replaced by wisps of purple and black smoke. Kurojiri, the man who was in charge of evacuations and relocations, the man who warped him to Dabi's room the night before. It is a pleasure to officially meet you, Hawks, and I am pleased to see you up and moving around this morning. Thanks. Maharu is very good at what they do. He bowed a bit at Hawks before turning back to the lizard man and practically dragging him away, not trusting him to keep himself under control. Oh my God, I see it. Hawks leaned further in and whispered in Dabi's ear. The perplexed look on his face making him chuckle. The mom of the league. It's gotta be him, right? Dobby hadn't really expected him to remember the fact he had said that Hawks would probably be meeting the mom of the group next, but the fact he did and figured out that it was Kurogiri after only one interaction solidified his need to make Hawks his. Regardless of official status, he was just his type of person. The laugh he attempted to cover up with a cough was all the confirmation Hawks needed, and he relished in the fact that he had caused Dobby to laugh like that, and not for the first time. "You're pretty when you laugh," slipped out before he could bite his tongue. As soon as he realized what he had accidentally said out loud, he slipped out of from Dobby's hold around his waist and backed away with a bright blush resting on his face and the tips of his ears and wide eyes. "Whoa, whoa, watch where you step there." Another pair of hands found their way onto Hawk's shoulders to steady him before he fell. He looked up into the hazel eyes of a man with curly brown hair to match. He was gorgeous to say the least. "Based off of those beautiful wings you've got there, I'm assuming you are Hawks. Am I correct?" The man held eye contact with Hawks, his looks and air of infallible confidence making him even more flustered after his already deming situation with Dabi. "Are you flirting with me?" Even if he was incredibly flustered and looked like a sunburnt tomato, he was still that cocky little sheet that could flirt and talk himself out of almost any situation. It had worked with Dabi, even if that did go a bit further than he had initially planned. "Oh." The man pet an eyebrow and a playful smirk found its way onto his face. "Have I been found out so soon? I must work on my subtlety. My apologies for being so obvious, pretty bird." He helped Hawks to fully turn to face him and reached out to slide one of his feathers. He obviously knew they had been injured only hours earlier because he went for one that didn't look too harmed and was very gentle in the way he held it. "The name you probably know me by is Mr. Compress, but you can call me Seiko." Hawks was surprisingly at a loss for words as this beautiful man kept and held his gaze. The only one who had been capable of keeping up with his antics had been Dabi, and given the fact he had already flustered and embarrassed himself in front of said Dabi, he was having a fairly difficult time holding himself together under the gaze of Mr. Compress, of Seiko. "Compress, what the F dash?" Dabi sighed defeatedly and gently pushed the man away from the bird. "I know I learned a lot from you growing up, but demonstrating the master's skills on such an unsuspecting, innocent hero is just le man." He smirked down at Hawks. "You doin' all right there, Feathers?" "Dabi. Shove off." Hawks shook his head and pulled away from the two men mercilessly teasing him. He took the moment of peace to gather himself and swallowed down the blush that had persisted and grown through the interactions. How about we make a night of it and you F me yourself?" He winked at him and then turned to walk away with a loud, hearty laugh following him as he managed to put that blush right back on Hawk's face. Oh geez. They got you really good." A teenage girl with blonde hair bounded up towards him. She was swinging a very intricately detailed knife in her hand, and Hawks wouldn't deny that he took a small step back from her. As far as he knew, Toga was very stab-happy, and even he could admit he was a bit stab-worthy. "Oh, don't worry, pretty bird," she waved off his concern, adopting Seiko's nickname for him in stride. "You're cute but not cute enough. I want to see your blood." "Oh, okay. Well, that's a bummer." He forced out a chuckle. "Guess that's why I'm okay with Dabi liking you." She smiled wide, showing off her fangs. "Oh, but if you ever want to bring that cutie, Izuku, around again, I would love to see him bleed. Now he's cute," she said, suddenly very giddy as she talked about the boy she had adopted as hers the day earlier. Hawks froze at that. He didn't know this girl the way the other members of the league knew her, but he did know she was dangerous. Dangerous for Izuku to be around. It's not like he wanted to control the kid's life like the commission had his, but one thing he wanted to be aware of is Izuku's friends. He knew better than anyone that daddy issues can lead to some pretty questionable relationship choices. He had just gotten lucky with Roomie that she was such a good person. Before he could say anything though, Dabi was suddenly back by his side, a lot more serious than he was only a moment ago. "Toga, shut it," he warned, his eyes narrowing at her. He knew she would never hurt Izuku, but that wasn't what he was worried about. He saw the look in Hawk's eyes and wanted to protect Toga from him. "Aw, Dabi, you're so overprotective." She smirked, but he could tell that she was fully aware of what he was trying to do. She wasn't able to really control the urges that came with her quirk, but she at least knew to tone down a bit around new people. She had assumed Hawks would be okay with it because she'd been spoiled recently by the League and Izuku being okay with her being herself, but she had briefly forgotten that he was a pro-hero who grew up thinking certain things about people like her. Even if he didn't think so, he did still have his own prejudices. To be fair, he was trying to break them, but they still existed. I see you all are getting along. I didn't need to worry apparently. Like you ever worry about us in the first place, boss. Spinner rolled his eyes but smiled at his gaming buddy. Oh yeah, we're all getting along just fine. I hate you all. Twice piped up from his spot at the bar, already digging into what looked like pancakes that Magna had managed to make. Either she had found a mix in one of the cabinets behind the bar, or more likely, she had stolen a mix from some large grocery store chain. You, Shigaraki pointed a slightly crooked finger at Hawks, meeting and keeping eye contact with him. Dull red eyes bore into soft gold ones, seemingly fighting for some sort of dominance. Hawks quickly relented, much to Shigaraki's delight, because even he knew when to back down from an unwinnable fight. The only reason I am allowing you here with everyone before I could speak with you is because you were injured and you are the one providing a safe home for Izuku. If it weren't for those two things, I would have made sure you were trustworthy long before you ever saw this room. Hawks shivered under his unwavering gaze. The man-child may be younger than him, but he was leading a group of well-known and feared villains. It took more than guts and a strong quirk to get them all to cooperate. He knew a lot better than to go against an authority figure that could retaliate in the worst ways possible. Shigaraki, calm down. I brought him in, I'll take responsibility for him. Dabi put a comforting hand on Hawk's shoulder. He fully trusted his boss to make the right decisions when it came to adding members, but he was prepared to step in if needed in this situation. Don't tell me to calm down, Dabi. This is my operation and I take responsibility for everything that happens under me. Shigaraki, Hawk stepped closer to the man. He didn't want to seem like a coward who had to hide behind Dabi, but he made sure to make himself appear as non-threatening as possible. If I may call you Shigaraki? Said man reached up to his neck and started to scratch before Kurogiri appeared behind him and pulled the hand away. Whatever. He waved off both Hawks and Kurogiri at the same time, already getting annoyed. I am aware that my appearance is not ideal, Shigaraki glared at him. Oh. And I am sure you already know everything about me, which explains your wariness. But I will prove to you how valuable of an asset I can be. Information about pros? Their patrol schedules? The commission? I can give you just about anything for you all to be able to move around most of Japan without resistance. Proving his usefulness was the only way he was taught to gain the favor of anyone. He grew up working to prove he could be a useful agent for the president, and he thought doing the same would be the best approach with the leader of the League of Villains. You seem to not fully understand your position here, Hawks. Said man froze. Oh God, was Shigaraki already planning to dispose of him once Izuku was settled? Would he be fine leaving Izuku with Roomie and Roomie alone? Was he even going to make it home? There are certain personal matters that I wanted to discuss with you before letting you meet everyone, and I wanted to establish rapport with you on a personal level. But now that you are here, I am taking it onto myself to make sure the commission does not harm you in the same way. Hawk's look of disbelief only spurred him on further. He hated to be misunderstood. You were injured last night because you covered for us and Izuku, correct? A nod. Then I already consider you a valuable part of our team. You don't have to work to earn our favor because you already have it. I don't dash. But if you betray us or cause direct harm to any of my members, I will not hesitate to decay your friend as you watch and then you. Understand? Hawks was at a loss for words, again. It was really becoming something he should get used to with the League. They didn't expect him to work to gain their favor? No, that didn't seem right. Sure, they all knew his reputation as a pro, but he had to prove his usefulness for the League? He could be a spy. He is a spy. They are all either really stupid or way too trusting. Neither is a very good thing. Now then, you have to leave, right? Shigaraki stopped using his deep, authoritarian voice and just let his usual raspy voice take over. Proof he was comfortable with Hawks being around and didn't mind him knowing he wasn't a big bad leader all the time. Have some pancakes that Magna made for us before heading out. Come here, hon, I've got a stack with your name on them just waiting for ya. Said woman waved Hawks over to the bar. He was still slightly out of it as he attempted to process what he had just been told, but he somehow made it across the room and sat down on a stool. Dabi's constant presence by his side making him believe the man had led him there so he'd go. Once you've gotten your strength back you can leave. Shigaraki told him through mouthfuls of his own stack of pancakes. His statement was directed towards Hawks, but his full attention was on those fluffy, sweet round cakes on his paper plate. I can just leave? Well, of course, pretty bird. Seiko slid into the empty seat on Hawks' left, his right side already taken by Dabi. We're not holding you hostage. Not unless you are into that, of course. He winked before cutting into his own small stack of pancakes. As long as you keep in contact with Dabi and make time so you and Tamura can have that one-on-one meeting sometime soon, yes, you may leave. Izuku is waiting for you as well, correct? Kurogiri sat behind the bar, somehow sipping on a cup of hot tea instead of eating like the others. Yeah, I probably shouldn't leave him alone with her for too long. Hawks thought out loud. It's not that he didn't trust Roomie, he trusted her with a kid a whole lot more than he trusts himself with a kid. His concern is that she'll manage to steal him away and make it that much more difficult to fully protect him as well as somehow get him out to the abandoned bar occupied by villains so the child can see said villains. Yeah, he's gonna have to have a serious talk with Roomie at some point. I'm telling ya, those two together? Bad idea. Dabi waved a plastic fork with a piece of pancake on the end through the air. And I told you, Hawks leaned over and ate the piece, smirking at Dabi as he did. She's better than you give her credit for. All right, kid, you ready for this? Roomie and Izuku had spent the last half hour traveling from her apartment to Mizudafu. And Hawks. Like I said, he texted me earlier and said he was fine. He'll meet us here in just a bit. She repeated the same words she had told Izuku only shortly before. It wasn't the whole truth. He had told her that he had to seek treatment, which is why he was out all night, but he refused to share any major details that she would actually care to know over text. Once she had informed him that she and Izuku were going to visit his house though, he immediately said he would be there as fast as he could be and then went offline. For now, let's just get going. I, for one, am excited to meet these Bakugas that actually cared about you. I still think you made a mistake. Izuku muttered under his breath. Roomie wasn't exactly meant to hear it, but she did, and it just made her concern grow. Just who was this family to Izuku? Who were they to his mom? Izuku, before we get to their house I just need to ask. Mostly as a formality. She waited until he had directed his full attention to her and then spoke again. Do you want to go back to your school? The way his innocent face twisted into one of malice was all the answer she really needed. You don't have to, of course. There's only a few months left of school anyway, so I'm sure Hawks and I could transfer you or even help you test out early. Test out? What does that mean? It's when you can take the final exam early and graduate before your class does. You're very smart and good at school, so if you want to do that I have full confidence you'd pass. She gave a wide smile before it dropped at his frown. Roomie, how do you know I'm good at school? I thought you only went looking for where I live and nothing more. He raised an eyebrow at her before giggling. I'm not too sure about my academic performance anymore though. I was pulled out of school a while back and haven't had the chance to make anything up yet. They might not even let me try. It's just an option to think about and discuss with Hawks later, okay? Don't stress about that right now. She waved off his worry before he could fully spiral thinking about it and continued on her way towards the Bakugu's house. Meeting these people was going to be interesting as hell. Thankfully, Hawks was on his way and knew the address, so it would be insanely stupid for this Katsuki kid to try anything with such a well-known hero around. She's well-known, of course, she has to be in the top 10, but his wings would stand out more and are more intimidating than her ears. Roomie, this is it. Izuku froze in place at the bottom of a set of stairs that led to a nice-looking house. You're sure? If there's one thing I could never forget from childhood, it would be this home. I was over here more often than my own house. He glanced up at the house again and a soft, small smile spread across his face. That feeling of familiarity and love that he never really got at home worked its way up through his body, overtaking his previous anxiety. He wanted to be here. He had to be here. All right, do you want to knock or should I? He eyed her before putting his focus back on the house. I will. Kaken should be at school and I want to see Auntie and Uncle before I face him. Okay then. She put a comforting hand on his shoulder before pushing him towards the door. You got this, kiddo. She could only hope and pray Hawks showed up before this kid showed up. She could handle the parents, but the bully? He's a different story. At the very least she'll need Hawks to keep her from murdering a child. Izuku slowly made his way up the steps and then was face to face with a large black front door. The sight of it and the knowledge that Mitsuki and Masaru were right behind it made him lose some of his nerve, but he steeled himself enough to raise a little fist and knock. It wasn't loud, but the two adults were there opening the door in no time, almost like they'd been waiting to hear a knock. When their eyes met Izuku's, all three pairs were quickly leaking. No one moved for a moment, just looking at each other and crying, but finally Mitsuki made the first move. She gently grabbed Izuku's shoulder and pulled him to her chest in a tight hug. Izuku! She whispered out, like he wasn't actually there, like he would disappear if she spoke any louder. Auntie! He cried out and clutched her shirt, sobbing into her chest. Masaru took that as the right moment to also wrap his arms around the boy, enveloping his wife and Izuku in a protective group hug. In that moment, he looked exactly like Izuku's dad, like he'd kill anyone that hurt his kid. You're here. Roomie could barely hear the woman's voice, but the big smile on her face and the way Izuku continued to clutch at her shirt gave her full confidence that she wasn't saying anything wrong. I'm home. Izuku's strangled half-cry half-laugh brought Roomie to tears. It was the first time she'd heard him say that word. A place he could belong. A place he had felt loved. A home. So then, you're the one who is taking care of little Izuku? Mitsuki eyed Roomie from where she sat on the couch with Izuku still wrapped tightly in her arms. Yes, ma'am. I am Roomie Usajiyama. You probably know me better by my hero name, Miruko. Roomie squirmed a bit in her seat, the judging glare from this older woman making her immediately self-conscious, which does not happen. The way she had kept Izuku away from her made her worried that she would not approve of the hero taking care of him. That Roomie's motherly instincts were not fine-tuned enough for the experienced mother to hand over a kid she obviously cared about a lot. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Usajiyama. We appreciate you taking care of Izuku when we could not. Masaru spoke up this time. I believe I speak for the both of us when I say we would be more than willing to take him off your hands so that we can raise him. We've always thought of him as another son and we would love to be able to give him the love of parents. Roomie froze, her worst fears were just voiced. Looking at the frozen terror in Izuku's eyes was proof that he felt the same way as her. He obviously loved these people, and they were the closest thing to a family he's ever really had, but they are not where he wants to be. Not anymore. Before she could force anything out though, protest at all to his words, the front door swung open and two figures stepped in. I caught a brat. I caught a creep. Both statements were said at the same time, the voices clashed making it difficult to discern just who said what. Hawks, you got here. Roomie took the distraction to her advantage and stood up to greet her friend. The two of them could talk to the parents about Izuku's living situation instead of just her. She worriedly glanced up and down his body, checking for injuries, when her eyes landed on his wings. Oh God, those beautiful red wings were drooping and it looked like some feathers were cut off, and the way he moved proved that they were uncomfortable to maneuver right now. Other than his wings he looked a little tired, but overall he looked fine. Physically at least. I am not a brat, you creep. A child, that Roomie assumed was Katsuki, crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the older hero. Well, I'm not a creep, you brat. Hawks mimicked his stance, also crossing his arms and glaring down at Katsuki. Hawks, take a chill pill, man. Roomie tugged him over to her gently, leading him to the room where Izuku still sat now in Masaru's arms. Hey kid. Hawks waved sheepishly at the boy, his guilt quickly coming back full force as his eyes met green ones he didn't realize he missed so much. He wasn't really expecting much of a reaction, maybe anger, but definitely not what happened. Izuku took one look at him and without missing a beat he was peeling himself off of Masaru and limping his way toward Hawks. He wrapped his arms around Hawks' torso and had to really hold the tears back or else the dam would have just burst open right then and there. Oof. He ran into the hero with a force Hawks was not expecting and pushed him back a step. "You didn't come back." Izuku whispered just loud enough for Hawks to hear him but not loud enough that anyone else would. "I know, I'm sorry Izuku." Hawks slowly wrapped his arms around the small body and pet his hair softly. A shower somehow made that green puff of hair even softer. And was that his shirt? "Are you okay?" Izuku looked up at him with tears brimming his eyes. He refused to let them fall but they were just sitting there, very obviously showing his strong emotions in that moment. "Yeah, kid, I'm alright." It wasn't exactly the truth. No way would he be alright for a long time after learning just how his meetings with the president tend to go, but no way would he get into it at a stranger's house and no way would he tell Izuku and worry him. The kid had more than enough to deal with, too much was already on his plate. Hawks wanted him to worry about and take care of himself instead of others. What? Did the creep lose a fight or something? Izuku froze in Hawks' grasp, tightening his arms around him even more if that was even possible. Hawks noticed this right away and pulled Izuku further into his chest. That dull ache he felt from arms wrapped around his still healing body bedmed. "Kaken." Izuku's small voice reached the ears of everybody present in the small room. Roomies in particular perked up at the name Izuku muttered out. She finally glanced behind her best friend to eye the child he had walked in with only moments earlier. Katsuki wasn't necessarily a tall kid, but for a young teenager he had already started to fill out. His body was lean and his upper body had enough muscle to provide support for his explosion quirk that Izuku had told her about on the way over that morning. His posture was atrocious though and was probably masking a bit more height. His eyebrows seemed like they were permanently drawn together in a scowl and his eyes seemed to glare at every person he made eye contact with. All in all, he looked like a junior high bully stereotype. At least she thought so. "Izuku." When red met green eyes, they both started glistening. Katsuki seemed at a loss for words, completely caught off guard by the presence of his childhood best friend turned victim. He was very serious about looking for Izuku and his mother after they had gone missing. He didn't want his friend to die before he could have a good old-fashioned conversation with him and apologize, but that didn't mean he was ready. Not now. Izuku, on the other hand, was overcome with different emotions. Not only was he finally reunited with the only adults in his life who had been able to freely give him love and take care of him, but Hawks had finally showed back up, and now he was faced with Katsuki once again. Finally. And the boy hadn't called him the horrible mocking nickname, Deku-like. Was expected, he called him by his first name in what felt like forever. "Katsuki, he's home." Mitsuki roughly pulled her son to her chest, fresh tears rolling down her cheeks. "You got him back, son." Masaru was barely containing his own tears by this point as he wrapped his arms around his wife and son. The three of them had been trying for weeks now for someone to care enough to look for the Midoriyas. Katsuki was especially a key player in this endeavor. But for their efforts to finally have paid off, it was just a little too much. Of course IFNG did. Katsuki maneuvered his way out of his parents' grasp. His face twisted to what looked like his normal look of irritation. The shine around his eyes gave him away though. He wasn't cocky nor confident. He was just a child overwhelmed by too many emotions he didn't know how to handle. "Of course I did," he repeated, this time trying to convince himself of this fact. "So you're Kaken, huh?" Roomie swiftly made her way closer to him. "I've heard a lot about you." She still wasn't sure what exactly to make of this kid. She wanted to like him, wanted him in Izuku's life especially because he is the only person Izuku has willingly offered her information about, but she just was not sure what his deal was. Was he just acting? And if so, what was the act? The bully or the worried friend? Izuku needed someone in his life right now, Hawks would agree, but she had to see if Katsuki was worth the extra effort he would require. "And who the F are you?" He met her scrutinizing glare with one of his own. Clearly she was a friend of Hawks, and Izuku didn't show up with said hero so she must have brought him, but that didn't mean he had to like or trust her. Not yet at least. "Katsuki." Mitsuki gasped at the rude remark and slapped her son upside the head. This is Roomie, pro hero Miruko. She's the one who brought Izuku home. Don't be rude. Another slap. Before Katsuki could get anything out in retaliation, Hawks spoke up. You know what? I think the four of us should have a talk, so how about we let the kids catch up? He gently pried Izuku's arms from around his waist and physically moved his small body towards the blonde. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about yourselves anyway. He gave the Bakugas one of those smiles reserved for fans and official events, one that was supposed to convince others that he was a laid-back, trustworthy guy. It worked on these adults as normal just like he planned, and they nodded. Mitsuki pushed her son closer to the green-haired kid. Hawks. Izuku didn't want to be separated from the hero again. The last time he didn't see him for almost a full day. And that was just today. And not just Hawks, he hadn't left Roomie since he first woke up yesterday. Leaving them, even if only for a short while, made him increasingly anxious. Hey, don't worry, kid. Hawks rubbed his arms up and down comfortingly. It'll just be for a little bit, and then we can go back to Roomie's place. Okay? His faux smile turned more genuine, real emotion slipping into it, as he looked at Izuku. God, how he just wanted to get home with his kid and best friend and watch movies and eat ice cream. After the last 2 days he's had, he deserves at least that much. The only thing that could make his daydream even better would be if Dabi and Magna were there too. You'll still be here, right? Yes, we will both still be here when you come back out. Don't worry. Izuku still looked slightly hesitant, despite Hawk's words, so Katsuki roughly grabbed his arm. Oh my god, stop with the sappy sheet. He growled, pulling Izuku down the hallway towards his room. SCK it up already. The usual bite that would lace Katsuki's tone when he spoke to Izuku wasn't there. He was softer. Even the rough tug on his arm was more gentle than it could have been. The act caused warmth to spread through Izuku's chest, and he finally felt okay enough to let himself be dragged away. He would be okay. He'd see Hawks and Roomie soon. He'd be safe with Katsuki. Once the two kids were upstairs and behind the closed door of Katsuki's bedroom, Hawks finally turned to the Bakugas. His smile fading as he made and held their gaze. Now that we have the chance, Hawks, it is Yush. Masaru tried to reach out for a handshake, but instead he was met with the harsh words of the younger male in front of him. You are not taking him from us. Hawk's voice dropped, his tone now threatening. This was his kid, this was his and Dabi's kid. Even if Izuku did know and like these people, they were not taking him away. Hawks! Roomie hissed. She felt the same exact way, but there was a certain order these things had to go in. She had failed to remember the fact that her best friend suffered from absolutely no tact. If him and his demed mouth cost them this kid, she would not hesitate to kill him. Hawks, I assure you, we are not trying to take anyone from you. Masaru recovered faster than his wife at the uncharacteristic outburst. We just feel that it would be in Izuku's best interest to be raised by two married adults who have parenting experience. He tried to explain gently. That is your opinion, sir. Roomie tried to step in to remedy the situation before Hawks and Mitsuki, the two hotheads, recovered enough to get into it with each other. And I appreciate you trying to think in Izuku's best interest. But have you thought about what he wants? Masaru's stunned silence prompted her to continue. He has gone through a very traumatic situation, and I do believe that he wants to try and move forward from the parts of his life still connected too closely to the past that hurt him. Izuku needed to move forward. He needed to grow in a way that the Bakugas just cannot provide him with. Not at this stage. He was just rescued, and he didn't even believe that this family would care enough to look for him in the first place. It doesn't matter that they did, what matters is that he thought they wouldn't. Could he stay with people he couldn't put his faith in like that? Izuku is a child. Mitsuki finally calmed down enough to speak. Of course we want to help him make the best decisions for himself, but this is just one that he cannot make by himself. Her way of explaining was a little less gentle than her husband, but the willingness to talk this out was still clear. Izuku may be young, but he is in no way a child. Not anymore. Hawk's voice was laced with emotion. He knew exactly what it was like to be forced to grow up too quickly. To become the adult for yourself, the only person you could rely on. He knew the strength it takes to look at your situation and make the conscious decision to take care of yourself. And if there is one thing he knows about this kid, it's that he is so strong. Stronger than Hawks could say he was at the same age. Roomie, Mitsuki turned to face the other woman, feeling a conversation with Hawks wouldn't lead anywhere. You spent the night with him. You bathed him. You fed him. Can you honestly tell us that he is not a child that needs the love and care of parents? Her voice was strong, determined that she was right, but her eyes were soft. She was starting to doubt her own resolve. Was forcing this really the best thing for him? Mrs. Bakugu, I will be the first to say that yes, Izuku does need love and care. I got that much from last night. But I still think who he receives that from should be his choice. He never had a say in who his parents were. While Roomie didn't know exactly what happened, she could infer enough to have some semblance of a picture, and that picture isn't pretty. Giving Yuku the ability to freely make decisions about his own life without fear of reprimand is the best way she knows to help him right now. So, if he were to choose to stay with me and my wife, you would allow that? Masaru asked hopefully. Unlike his wife, he still hadn't let doubt creep into his mind. He still firmly believed that they would be the best choice to take care of Izuku. No. Why would Yes. But only if it is his choice. Roomie slapped her hand over Hawk's mouth. She understood his frustrations and the want that he had to raise Izuku, but he would end up causing this situation to get out of hand. A legal battle that the two pros would probably lose, in all actuality, just wasn't worth it. It wouldn't be worth the pain it would cause Izuku. He's been through more than enough pain for 2 lifetimes. Let's give the boys a little more time to talk, and then we can ask him. Is that okay with you both? Mitsuki asked. Her voice was back to that gentle tone she had when she was talking with Izuku. This change made Roomie smile and Hawks breath out a sigh of relief. She genuinely just cared about Izuku's well-being. Yes, of course. He needs friends again. Roomie sat down on the same chair she had earlier, but her posture was more relaxed this time. Instead of feeling that these parents were going to try and steal Izuku out from under her, now she felt that they had reached a compromise of letting Izuku decide. And his decisions are something she can live with. Lonely without your boyfriend? Toga, I swear I will kill you. Dabi brushed off her comment, the 10th in the last 2 hours. He'll admit that since Hawks had left the bar that he was feeling more sluggish than usual. But it was probably just the adrenaline of taking care of him wearing off. Not loneliness. I love you too. She smiled sweetly, showing off her fangs. An outsider would probably think this display was one of intimidation, but everyone in the league knew she would do this subconsciously as a show of her comfort around the person. Oh, but Dabi, I am also missing your pretty bird. You can admit to your loneliness. Compress said in passing, ducking out of the way of a blue fireball aimed at his head. I have a bone to pick with you. Dabi threw another fireball at the still trying to escape Mr. Compress. What the F was that about earlier? I haven't done anything. He shrugged, gracefully dodging the fire. Unless, of course, you're referring to my tete-a-tete with him. That wasn't a private thing, Compress. Don't openly flirt with him. Dabi finally gave up on burning the man who was still dancing away from the flames. We're trying to actually recruit him, and you made that harder by making him uncomfortable. Dabi, you wound me. Compress clutched his heart. I do not believe I misread signals and made anyone uncomfortable, other than maybe you. I probably made your job easier. You didn't make me uncomfortable, you beach. And what job did you make easier? 'Cause it sure as hell wasn't recruiting him. You probably scared him away. Oh, don't worry, my dear Dabi. Compress decided to press his luck and walked back over to the flame user. I promise I didn't scare him away. With how obvious his feelings are, I highly doubt just about anything could scare him away. His feelings. Dabi knew asking this would end up embarrassing him, but he was curious. If Compress, of all people, confirmed his own suspicions, then that must mean there's hope. Right. Mr. Compress leaned in close to Dabi's face. Why, his feelings for you, of course. He purred in his ear. When he pulled back, he had to keep himself from doubling over in laughter at the look of pure shock on Dabi's every feature. Okay, Seiko, that's just about enough there. Magna placed herself in between the two men and put a comforting hand on Dabi's shoulder. She knew that both Dobby and Hawks had deep feelings for each other and that they were mutual feelings that went well beyond enemies, rivals, partners, or even co-parents now. But she also knew that neither young man had ever felt this before and would need a little nudge towards the other that she was more than willing to offer. That nudge should never come from someone who was content with teasing Dobby for the rest of his life. That's enough, all of you. There are important matters to discuss. Shigaraki entered the room before Compress could start in on Dobby again. Dobby, come here. The rest of you shut up and sit down, he ordered. It wasn't often that Shigaraki would give the League orders outside of missions, and even then it was mostly up to their own judgment, so they definitely all listened on the rare occasion he did. Sheet, boss, already? Dobby asked as he walked towards the man. He knew this had to come eventually, probably sooner rather than later, but he just didn't realize it would be now. Yeah, we should fill the rest of them in so that we can start coming up with plans. Shigaraki gave him the closest thing to a sympathetic smile that he could muster. Fill us in on what? Toga was bouncing on the couch now, twice sitting on her left side and Spinner on her right. When you say plans, are we going to be using the hero they get at the commission? Spinner piped up. 'Cause if that's what we're doing, I think you're doing a pretty good job so far, boss. And Dobby, could have fooled me with your acting. Don't assume what is happening here. Shigaraki attempted to cover for the lizard before Dobby could go off on him. Just one glance at the villain-hero duo is proof enough that neither of them is acting with the other. Their feelings are more than genuine, and Dobby is very serious about the pro. He won't accept anyone speaking ill about Hawks. My bad, I just thought that's where this was headed. Spinner put up his hands, obviously aware of the murderous twitch of Dobby's own. Sorry man, I know you're serious about him. It's fine, whatever. Dobby shook out his body, preparing himself for what comes next. That's not what's important right now anyway. He glanced at Shigaraki's face and sighed. I have something to share with you all. Go ahead, dear. Whatever it is, we are all here for you. Magna sat down now. The chair she chose was still close enough to Dobby that she could console him if needed. Speak your truth, Dobby. Mr. Compress didn't sit down, he opted to stay standing. Dobby never completely shared his past with him, but he could tell that's where this was headed. He knew his father was a corrupt pro-hero, so Compress assumed that these plans they had to figure out would involve taking this pro down. And he was so down to destroy whatever pro thought it was okay to hurt his kids. Our original plan is to take down Hero Society, right? Dobby waited for them all to nod their heads. This was a complicated matter that he needed to make sure everyone was on the same page throughout 4. Well, with certain information that has come to light about All Beach, the League snickered at the nickname. The boss and I don't think society will crumble the way we want it to once that information gets out. So, we're planning on taking down his next in line for number 1 too. Do you mean Endeavor? Toga raised her hand. Yes, exactly. Dobby nodded. When his gaze met the pale face of Mr. Compress, he knew he had to continue before Compress opened his big mouth. And there's a good reason for wanting to take Endeavor down too. He took a breath. Endeavor is my father. Everyone froze and the room went silent. It suddenly felt like all the air in the room was gone as everyone took a collective gasp at the same exact time. It was one thing for their lives to be turned upside down by learning All Might was manipulating and essentially abusing a child, but to learn the number 2 hero was also a child abuser, and he had a whole family he was probably hurting, was just a bit too much at the moment. Compress was the first to regain his composure. His flamboyant and teasing air was replaced by a calm and threatening one. He was said, Dobby, I know I've known you the longest of anyone here, but even I do not know your real name. I was under the impression that the hero Endeavor only had 3 children. Are you saying he was hiding you from the public? He had to keep himself calm, figure out more information, so that he didn't take off right then and there and go murder a pro. Mr. Compress wasn't really known for being a killer, more like a thief and a minor nuisance, but for Dobby? For his family in the League? He'd kill whole armies to protect them. My name, it's Tuya. I was his oldest. He has a child older than his daughter, but no one knows? What the F did he do to get away with that? Everyone froze once again at the sound of Magna swearing. She wasn't exactly known for her colorful language, so this was a pretty rare occurrence. Proof just how upset she was by the news. He thinks he killed me. Well, I suppose he did kill Tuya. But he has friends in a lot of high places and was able to cover up everything about me. I'm assuming he probably beat my family into SBMs and so no one blabbed about me to the media. His youngest is Izuku's age, correct? Kurogiri asked. Shigaraki would tell the man everything, but even he wouldn't spill Dabi's deepest secrets to someone he didn't want to know just yet. Yeah, Shoto is starting at UA at the start of the school year. If All Beach tries anything with my little brother, I don't give two sheets about your plan, Tomura. I will storm that goddamn school. Dabi formed a small ball of bright blue fire in his left hand to further back up his statement. He's hurt enough kids, and Shoto has been hurt more than enough. More than he ever should have been. Look, I get it, Dabi. But just so you know, if that man lays one finger on your brother, Izuku, or any other kid, we will back you up. You won't go in alone. Shigaraki told him strongly. There was no doubt in his mind that they would be able to support Dabi in his quest to murder All Might if he tries anything. He hurt you, didn't he? Toga asked, steering the conversation back to the original topic. She was eerily calm. Dabi only nodded in response. She practically flew out of her seat and quickly had her arms wrapped around his torso. Parents who hurt their kids deserve to rot in hell. She muttered into his shirt. Toga was from a family where her parents tried to forcefully control her quirk. They thought of her quirk that required her to drink blood as horrendous and that it's something she should never use. Even after finding out that she needed to ingest at least a small amount of blood per day or else she would end up starving, her parents still willingly put her through a detox. She was almost dead by the time Dabi found her. When he took her with him to meet the League, she finally found out what a family was supposed to be like. If he ever touches your siblings again, I'll drain him of his blood. It wasn't a threat, she was making a promise. And I'll let you. Dabi wrapped his arms around her to pull her in closer. Just so long as I get a few good burns in there before you do. Of course. It's only right. She nodded, closed eyes and a blinding fong-filled grin looking up at him. Okay, I'm on board with taking down Endeavor, but how would we go about doing that? And when? Spinner stood up from his spot on the couch next and joined the group. That is why we wanted to tell you all now. If you have any ideas, I'm taking input. Shigaraki told them. He didn't want to admit that a plan hadn't been formed just yet. He's got a vague idea that includes having to wait until a teacher takes notice of what All Might has done to Izuku and outs him, but they've got time. Okay, so Dabi. Twice was the last to join the group. What do we call you now? His other half didn't chime in that time, not having anything to contradict the question. Now that Twice had asked it, everyone was suddenly very curious themselves. You said that Tuya is dead, but he never really had any choice in the matter, did he? Compress asked. Would he like the chance to come back? Dabi's breath hitched in his throat. Could Tuya come back? NG killed him a decade ago. Everyone who ever knew him thinks he's gone for good. His family thinks he's gone for good. But his new family is going to help him take down the father that killed Tuya. That little boy was kind-hearted and soft-spoken, but he was a powerhouse that never got the chance to be trained properly. Combining the Tuya of the past with the Dabi of the present could produce one kick-ass villain. And thinking about NG's face as he watched Tuya and his new family drain the life out of him was just too tempting to pass up. But before he could give them his answer, Kurogiri was suddenly disappearing and Shigaraki's almost smile had fallen. Something just went wrong. Do you hear them arguing? Izuku asked anxiously, leaning closer to the closed door to try and hear what was going on downstairs. After Mitsuki had said something about the Bakugas taking him in and raising him instead of Roomie and Hawks, he had been very worried that they would try and forcefully push the matter with the pros. And Izuku knew enough about the legal system that if they tried to go to court with this case, Mitsuki and Masaru would most likely win. They won't take you away. Katsuki busied himself with stripping off his uniform and replacing it with comfier house clothes. We just wanted you home. They'll give up once they see the bunny and the creep won't hurt you. His tone was nonchalant but his words were so soft and kind. He was really thinking through what to say to Izuku to make him feel safe again in the only house he ever did before. "Kaken, were you really looking for me?" Izuku tried. His voice shook with uncertainty, but he had to ask. He needed to know if the boy he still cared for despite everything had any semblance of care for him. Katsuki paced his bedroom. He didn't know what the hell to say or do in this situation. Okay, he knew what he had to say, he just didn't know where the F to start. So, he started with a different topic. "You were training with All Might, right? Before? Is he the one who found you?" Katsuki finally settled to sit on his desk chair, swiveling around on the floor to try and keep his body occupied. "But, if he did, then why the hell are you here with two other pros that even I don't know all that much about?" At Izuku's flinch, Katsuki took a deep breath to settle down. He couldn't risk losing Izuku, not again, not after he just got him back. "No, Kaken, All Might isn't the one who found me." Saying the man's name felt like acid was poured on his tongue. Telling Shigaraki what he did to him made it so much more real. And so much worse. But he couldn't say anything. He couldn't ruin Katsuki's hero like that. "Wow, was the man even looking for you? 'Cause I swear to F, I will rock his sheet if I'm the only one who's been doing any sheet around here." "You'd fight All Might?" Izuku chuckled in disbelief. "Demon right, I'd fight All Might. And I'd win too," he said confidently. "I know you would." Izuku had full faith in Katsuki. Even if he knew that he himself could never beat All Might, he'd learned that the hard way the last 2 months. If anyone could, it would be Katsuki. Especially if he's as determined as he appears. A Katsuki with a goal clear in his mind was an unbeatable Katsuki. An awkward silence overtook the two as they both sat almost deathly still, only inches from each other. F-. Katsuki suddenly stood back up and marched over to Izuku. He bent down to face him. "Okay, listen here and listen good, 'cause I'm not saying this again," he huffed before settling down on the floor. "Look," he started roughly, not quite sure how to get out what he wanted to say, but he knew he'd completely lose Izuku if he didn't at least try. "Ever since you," he paused trying to think of the right way to phrase this, "disappeared, I've done a lot of reflecting, I guess? I don't know. All I do know is that you not being here was like a hole opened up. Kakanadash. Let me finish. I felt effing empty, okay?" He yelled at him, the confusion on his face pissing him off. "I never meant to hurt you like that." Katsuki's words brought back memories and feelings neither of them really wanted to think about right then. "I just wanted you to realize that being a hero was dangerous, even more so 'cause you don't have a quirk. You'd never be able to be a hero if you kept letting all those shitty extras walk all over you, but then you let me walk all over you instead and it just," he took a breath. "It just became my norm." Sheet, he really was not explaining this as well as he wanted to. He needed Izuku to understand just how FNG sorry he is. "The day you disappeared was extra annoying, and then my old hag told me that Auntie Inko was." He looked at Izuku's face and quickly changed the wording. "Gone, and I knew that feeling wasn't annoyance, it was worry." Izuku didn't say anything this time, he just let Katsuki pause to gather his thoughts and his nerve. An apology isn't what he was expecting, and such a heartfelt one was kind of throwing him off. "I got my parents to put me in therapy after that. I thought you had died too. Izuku, I thought I killed you. I couldn't live with myself after thinking that." He roughly rubbed the tears from his eyes. "I don't deserve it, and I sure as hell wouldn't blame you if you never give me the time of day after this, but I'm really FNG sorry. I never meant for what happened to happen. But I'm relieved as shit that you're not dead, Izuku." Once he was happy with his words and the look of astonishment on Izuku's face let him know that they were translated across properly, he stopped. There was more he could apologize for not stepping in when the others would bully him, but he really had to stop anyway before the tears started to flow freely and he'd die before he let that happen. "Kaken, thank you. For apologizing, thank you." Izuku started. "I never stopped caring about you, even when I wanted to rip your head off, I never stopped." Katsuki swallowed roughly, yeah, he probably should have expected that. "I forgive you." What? Isn't that what you wanted? Damn it, Izuku. I don't need your forgiveness, I just wanted you to hear my apology. Like I said, I can live with it if you never forgive me. I was in butt and it hasn't been that long since I started therapy, so I'll probably still be in butt. So, if I say I'll need more time, that would be okay? Izuku chewed his bottom lip. He really wanted to forgive Katsuki, but he needed to talk with Hawks and Roomie first. He wasn't entirely sure if he was so willing to accept his apology because he genuinely wanted to, or if he wanted to cling to whoever he could after what he just went through. The two of them should be able to tell him which it is, and if forgiving Katsuki would even be the smart thing to do. Of FING course you can take more time. And just because I know but I will say that you can tell your heroes what happened between us. I know you'll want to talk it out with them. Katsuki pulled himself up off the floor and held out his hand for Izuku to grab. Now let's go back down. You look like you need to sleep or something. He had no idea when Izuku had been saved, how soon it had happened, but he did know that Izuku looked like he was about to fall over and sleep on the bedroom floor, and Katsuki would be dead if he'd let Izuku sleep in such an uncomfortable place like that. Okay. Thanks. Izuku hesitantly reached up and grabbed Katsuki's outstretched hand. He was promptly pulled to his feet, which made his body ache and his foot throb, but he'd never tell the blonde-haired boy that. The two of them walked hand in hand out of the room and down the stairs. Izuku couldn't bring himself to fully forgive Katsuki yet, but with said boy beside him it felt like a hole in his heart had been filled. Like something he didn't even know that was missing from his life was now back. Shigaraki, what the F just happened? Dabi growled as he followed said man out of the room. Someone infiltrated our base, he said shortly before hurrying off towards where Kurogiri must have teleported to. What? Someone got in here? We shouldn't have all been gathered together. Sheet. The League was, rightfully, starting to freak out. It was a new base that they had just moved into, and with everything that has happened since they first got there hasn't been a whole lot of time to properly check the place out and check for places where someone could enter from. Guys, calm the F down. We're a dangerous group of wanted villains, why are you all freaking out? Dabi rolled his eyes. He was attempting to keep his own cool so the rest of them would calm down, but their conversation that was just interrupted had already thrown him for a loop. He wasn't entirely sure he could properly fight someone in this condition. And if they were a pro hero, he would have almost zero chance of winning. It's hard to believe, but his mentality plays a huge part into how well he can fight in any given moment. Who the F are you? Shigaraki's raspy voice was back in the main room, but he didn't come empty-handed. Someone with a dark-colored hood over their head was being held tightly by Shigaraki's hand. Only his pinky was lifted off of their neck. He was clearly threatening their life if they tried anything stupid. Come on, man, I'm not gonna try anything. I swear. The person had his hands raised and out in front of him. I couldn't even if I wanted to. His voice sounded young, and he almost sounded like he was whining. No way. Dabi said in a sharp breath before he took a tentative step forward. Shigaraki, let the kid go, he said gently, attempting to coax his boss to listen. Dabi, are you actually stupid? Why should I? Shigaraki tightened his grip around the person's neck, causing them to start coughing in retaliation. Tamura, let him go, Dabi said more forcefully. He was no longer willing to negotiate this, he was ordering it. Shigaraki looked at him for a minute before scoffing but complying nonetheless. Come here, he ordered again, this time directed towards the person Shigaraki had just let go. Ah, so sweet, you're still willing to save me from danger. Ivy knew it, you little sheet, what are you doing here? Dabi hissed. Wow, it's good to see you too, Tuya. The person pulled down his hood to reveal snow-white hair and soft gray eyes. Damn it, Natsuo, how did you find me? The League were sitting in silence watching as Dabi and the young adult he called Natsuo were staring daggers at each other. Natsuo as in Todoroki? As in your younger brother? Spinner finally broke the deafening silence, he couldn't take it anymore. Dabi, what the F is your brother doing here? Shigaraki eyed the two men. What was he supposed to do? Kick the younger out? After a member of his League just opened up to them all about his abusive father and his home life? Dabi may have snapped at his brother when he first showed up, but by the way he stood protectively next to him it was clear that he hadn't seen him in a long time. That Dabi would give anything in this moment to break down and squeeze his brother tight. But there is just no way in hell he'd ever do that with everyone else present. They've seen him vulnerable because of Hawks and Izuku way too much in the last 2 days. Seriously, how the actual F are you here? He hissed. Actually no, don't bother with that right now. Why you here, Natsu? Did he do something to you? No, Tuya, I'm fine. Did he hurt Yumi or Sho? Tuya, we are all fine. Well, right now at least. NG has a meeting out of the area for 2 days. Natsuo told him softly. Then you've got to give me something to work with here. It's been a decade, Natsu. You wouldn't figure out a villain is your dead brother and just go after him. I at least know you're smarter than that. Dabi was finally able to calm down a bit after knowing his siblings were at least safe for the time being, so he sat down next to Mr. Compress, who put his hand on the small of Dabi's back as a show of support and a sign of comfort. Look, I was gonna give it a bit longer before I tried to contact you, but then I saw that pro here and I panicked. Are you all okay? He's not playing you, is he? Natsuo glanced around the room at everyone just staring at him. Natsu, what? Dabi asked incredulously. He couldn't wrap his brain around what his brother was trying to say. Is he insinuating that he knew about Dabi being his older brother and he knew the league's new base? Tuya, I'm not dumb. If anyone was gonna figure out who you are, it'd be me. Now, is Hawks playing you? 'Cause if he's putting you guys in danger, then I can do something about it. Natsuo pretty much ignored his brother's concern. He felt it was misplaced and that he had bigger things to worry about. What would you do if he was? Toga walked closer and got right in Natsuo's face. Would you turn him in? Maim him? Kill him? This was Dabi's brother, so she already had some level of trust in him, but if he threatened the newest member of her family, she wouldn't hesitate to take him out. I know better than to get involved directly. My girlfriend works at the HPSC and she has built up a level of trust with Hawks. She could handle him if he did anything wrong. Oh, that got Dabi going. Natsu, if you let anyone from the Hero Commission even look his way, I will disown you. He threatened. Natsuo was obviously very capable of handling himself, which meant Dabi could put the safety of Hawks before him in this instance. He needed to protect Hawks from the Commission as much as possible. Tuya, just what is his role here? The League of Villains willingly working with a Limelight Pro hero sounds insane. And for Dabi, the murderous blue fire user, to then fall for said pro is just crazy talk. Please tell me I'm wrong. You haven't fallen for him, have you? Dabi shut his mouth, which was all the confirmation Natsuo needed. God damn it, Tuya. You've never had an intact sense of self-preservation, have you? You've got to kick this habit at some point. He ran a hand through his white hair and sighed. What habit does he have? Magnast. He's never been able to turn away from someone or something in need. He used to take in so many stray animals, and even a kid once, even though he'd get beat each and every time. Well, that explains Izum. Spinner tried to speak, but Dabi quickly moved a hand over his mouth. He loved and trusted his brother so much, he'd kill for him, but telling him about the kid he was now kind of co-parenting with the same hero he was just hating on was not the best idea right then. I do not think that is as bad a habit as you make it out to be, younger Todoroki. Mr. Compress resumed his earlier hand movement on Dabi's back. Despite the teasing and the flirting he did with Hawks, Compress fully supported the relationship the hero and villain had managed to start. They found something that those in either line of business tend to have trouble finding. He would do anything to help them establish an even stronger relationship. When I was taking care of Dabi, as a teenager before he was Dabi, he actually helped so many young children in horrible situations. Our dear Toga here is a prime example of his big heart. Toga smirked and crossed her arms. If it wasn't for your brother, my egg and sperm donor would have managed to kill me. All for something I couldn't control. What you call a bad habit, I call a good habit that just didn't have a place in your house. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry for assuming shit here. I just want you to be safe, you know that right, Tuya? He put his hands up in defeat. I know Netsu. But Dabi froze as he realized what he was just about to say. Could he say that? Is that something he felt was right? Was he there yet? I love Hawks. I'm not with him just because I want to save him. I felt like this before I even knew he needed help. Yeah, he was there. Seeing Hawks injured like that and the emptiness in his eyes when he found out just how badly he's been treated was really just proof that Tuya more than casually liked him. The league collectively essayed in a breath. They all knew Dabi had strong feelings towards the bird, but they didn't realize they were deep like that. Magna had an idea that he was in love, Toga wanted to believe he was, and Compress assumed he was, but there was never any actual hard proof to base it on. Oh my god. Okay, if you're this serious about him, I think you should meet my girlfriend. Natsuo rubbed his face. This was not how he had planned the first meeting with his older brother to go after 12 years. Like I said, she knows him and I think it would be a good idea for you two to, I don't know, pool information about him? Natsuo, you can't bring her here. Especially not if she works for the commission. God, I know that, Tuya. I meant you should come with me and you can meet her in a separate secluded area. Shigaraki? Dabi turned towards his boss. Even if he really wanted to have this meeting, he couldn't just leave to meet someone that could potentially put them in danger. Not even if she is Natsuo's girlfriend. It's fine, this could be useful for us as a whole, so I'll allow it. But not now. Dabi, this meeting will have to wait at least a week or so. We just got here and if your brother saw your hero then there's no telling who else did. We've got to let things cool down around here. I understand. In the meantime, Natsu, you gotta go, man. What? No. Natsuo frowned and crossed his arms. I'm not going anywhere. If I let you out of my line of sight you'll probably fake your death again or something. I'm not going anywhere, but Dad will be home soon, right? I need you to continue protecting Yumi and Sho while I can't. Can you do that for me? Like I haven't already been doing that. Natsuo muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes. He loved his brother, he loved his siblings, but he'd be lying if he said it had been easy the last so many years since Tuya died. Fuyumi did the best she could. She pretty much took over the mom role after Rei was hospitalized, but she wasn't capable of ever hating their father. Which put it on Natsuo's shoulders to protect the three of them from Enji when he would get out of control. Dabi flinched ever so slightly at the words. He knew Tuya's death would be hard on the Todoroki siblings, but he never thought about just who would take his place. Shoto obviously replaced Enji's obsession and Fuyumi must have taken over Rei's role in the family. But Natsuo? As the older brother now, he must have taken it on himself to protect the other two in Tuya's place. Which meant putting himself in harm's way. Natsu. No, it's fine. I wanted to be their savior when you couldn't. That's on me. He squeezed past Toga and grabbed his hoodie from Kurogiri. I'll head home now, but if you don't contact me I will show back up here in a week. I'm serious. I know you are, brother. You're stubborn, you learned from the best. Dabi fondly rolled his eyes. I'll take him out the back way. I'll be right back, Tamura. Just hurry it up, we've still got shit to plan. Shigaraki waved the two of them off, giving his permission. As he watched the two brothers walk away it hit him that he was a very lenient boss. Okay, Tuya, I'm serious that I'll just show oof. Natsuo tried to speak but he was suddenly in a tight, bone-crushing hug. Tuya? His body moved on its own as he wrapped his own arms around his brother's slightly smaller body. I am so sorry, Natsu. Sorry that I left you guys with him. Sorry I couldn't be there when Mom was sent away. Sorry you had to put yourself in harm's way to protect yourselves. I hurt you and Fuyumi and Shoto so much that I don't even think I'm all that different from Dad anymore. Dabi had to consciously push the sob he so desperately needed to let out aside. He couldn't cry anymore anyway, no matter how much he wanted to. It was hell as the stinging in his eyes worsened and he clenched his jaw tightly. Not being able to cry since he was 12 was suffering enough, but to not be able to show his little brother just how sorry he was just immensely dreadful. Hey, why are you apologizing? We never once blamed you, I never once blamed you. Okay? Natsuo gently pat his back. If you had told little 7-year-old Natsuo that he would be comforting his older brother after finding out he wasn't dead after 12 years, he would have laughed in your face. He never thought he would be able to comfort Tuya, not with how much Tuya protected and comforted him. But I'm the big brother, I was responsible for you guys. I'm sorry I was never good at it. Stop it. Shut up. Clearly Tuya didn't want to be comforted, he wanted to be hated, He wanted to be blamed for the years of hurt and fear under Enji's thumb. I'm serious when I say that none of us blame you. So if you keep blaming yourself, then you're still treating the three of us like we need our big brother to rescue us from every little bad thing in the world. But he just couldn't do that. Blaming Tuya just felt so wrong. Natsuo never once blamed his brother for dying and leaving them alone. And you never should have had to be responsible for us. That was on Enji, that was on Mom. Natsu, how is Mom? He paused. She's not doing well. Fuyumi and I go visit her sometimes, but so does Enji. She's not healing in that place where he has full access to her. Well, there's another reason the League has got to take down Endeavor. Dabi needs to save his family, that includes his mom. He knows Natsuo blames her for some of what happened, but he was too young to watch her downward spiral. He and Fuyumi watched her decline in real time. He can understand why Natsuo and even Shoto probably will never be able to forgive her, but her trauma was in full display for the two oldest. Enji hurt all of them in irreparable ways. Okay, I should get going. I don't know if Fuyu is going to be okay there alone with Shoto. The two of them have trouble talking to each other. Natsuo paused. Well, actually, I also have trouble talking with him. I just don't know what to say. He still blames himself for your death. But I do act as a buffer between them so things don't get too awkward. He shrugged. Wait, Sho blames himself for my death? No, I never wanted that. I stepped in knowing what could happen. That's on me. Tuya roughly rubbed his face, the staples on his hand lightly catching on the ones in his face and pulling ever so slightly. Had he really left both of his little brothers with such painful lingering guilt? He really was a failure of a big brother. Shoo, no, he's fine. Tuya, calm the F down before you go back inside. You don't want to lose your credibility, do you? Natsuo forced out a laugh. It was so clearly fake, but Tuya took it anyways. He really missed his siblings. And he did need to calm the F down. There's no use getting all worked up over the consequences of a situation that can't be changed now. His siblings learned how to cope despite their awful living conditions, so he would need to buck up and try to accept their situation too. It's the least he could do for them now. Wanting to save them would probably feel so condescending. Okay, go ahead. Go home. But be careful, Netsu. If any villains see you around us, they might go after you. And I mean this in the nicest way possible, but without a Kadash. Without a quirk, it would be hard to protect myself, right? I know, Tuya. I've been taking self-defense classes since I could afford them myself, but even I know when something is too much for me to handle with my own two hands. Don't worry, I've come this far without dying by some quirk to be. I'm proud of you, you know that, right? Natsuo gagged. And that's my cue to actually leave. Don't get mushy on me, Tuya. At least not now. Just wait till we have more time together to get all sentimental. Yeah, shut up. Tuya tousled Natsuo's hair affectionately and then pushed him gently towards the back alley that leads to the bar. I'll leave a burner phone with my burner's number in it on your windowsill. Was the last thing he told his brother before he headed back inside. Even after such a heavy conversation he had been having with the League, seeing his brother made him feel light. He felt like something in his life had slid back into place. Are you sure about this? Mitsuki was currently petting Izuku's hair, trying to keep him in the house and away from the open front door. Yes, Andy, I'm sure. Being with Roomie and Hawks makes me happy. Mitsuki had to stop herself from gaping at the statement. It kind of shocked Izuku himself just how easily he was able to say that. Happiness had been something he'd come across few and far between, but being with the two heroes and knowing he had Dabi and the League only a phone call away did genuinely make him feel happy. That was something he could seriously get used to. Okay, if you're sure. Now, Roomie has our numbers and you have Katsuki's for when you get a new phone, so just remember that we are only a phone call away, dear. She pulled him into a bone-crushing hug, which would have been fine if he didn't already have a few broken and bruised bones to begin with. It took everything in him to not whimper. She sighed heavily when she pulled away and just looked down into Izuku's eyes. You look so much like Inko, she rubbed his cheek softly. Okay, we should be heading back now. Hawks pulled Izuku out of her grasp and into his chest. He had seen the quiver of his lips and the deep crease in his features. Mitsuki's words about his mom had upset him more than he'd ever let on, and Hawks would not have his kid getting upset, not when he is within arm's reach. Yes, of course. He does look very tired. Get back safely. Masaru pulled his wife back from the doorway before she could reach out and pull Izuku back to her. And please do try to visit us every once in a while, Izuku. The man smiled down at Izuku. We will get him here to see you as often as possible. Roomie promised, and she meant it too. Izuku needed good people in his life, people to set good examples for him. It may have just been a brief meeting, but she felt the Bakugas were going to be important in Izuku's healing. Even if he couldn't see the adults often, his relationship with Katsuki would be vital to maintain. Almost all of her lingering anger towards the blonde brat had disappeared as she watched him walk down the stairs with Izuku's hand in his own. He was walking slowly, to match the pace of the injured boy following behind him, and both of their faces were completely serene. The look sent a wave of relief rushing through her body. I'll see you later. Izuku smiled at the two adults with tears in his eyes. He was seriously worried that they would take him away from Hawks and Roomie, and subsequently the League, but now that he was actually leaving them, it felt like something he had been looking for cracked just ever so slightly. He'd been working hard since way before the League found him to put his past behind him. He had wanted a fresh start for years now, but the fact that fresh start needed to start with leaving the Bakugas really hurt. It felt right, but it felt wrong at the same time. The one thing keeping him from running back into Mitsuki and Masaru's safe arms were the warm and safe arms already holding him. Hawks wouldn't let anything bad happen to him, he'd promised that. And Izuku, despite knowing he couldn't promise something like that, wanted to believe him so badly. Yeah, you better. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but if you looked closely enough you could see that they were glistening with tears he refused to shed as well. He would die before he admitted that Izuku walking out of his house with two people Katsuki didn't know made his heart race with panic. Panic he had to swallow. Panic he knew was misplaced because of Izuku's bright eyes when he's with them, but a panic he couldn't ignore. The last time Izuku had walked away from Katsuki, his mother was killed and he disappeared. It was a bit hard to not think about that now as he followed Izuku's small back as it receded from his home. He was gone in only a matter of seconds. Katsuki, come back inside now. Katsuki blinked his eyes and finally noticed that he was, indeed, outside. At some point he must have started to follow the three figures before they had completely disappeared from his line of sight. Coming. Izuku, you decide where we go now. Hawks looked down at the boy still in his arms. We can head back to Roomie's apartment or we can go see your house. Izuku froze at his words and Hawks quickly backed up. We don't have to, of course. You never have to go back there if you don't want to, but I want you to know it's an option. And not just for now, for whenever you're ready. I don't know. Izuku looked pathetically up at Hawks and Roomie. He had been trying to act so tough since he was found. He wanted Dabi and Hawks and Shigaraki and Roomie to know that he wasn't a complete basket case who needed everyone's pity, but here he stood after pretty much abandoning the only real parents he's ever known and leaving his only friendship on a rocky hold. He needed to go to his house, he wanted to go to his house, but he just couldn't. He couldn't make this decision for himself, he needed them to. He needed that familiar feeling when he wasn't given a choice. He needed an order. Izuku. Hawks wasn't quite sure what he should be doing right now. Obviously Izuku needed something from them that he couldn't voice, his trembling body gave that away, but Hawks was an FNG mind reader. He was really wishing Dabi was with him right now. He was an FING mind reader either, but the man always seemed to know what someone needed before they even knew it themselves. Izu, look at me. Roomie's voice was firm. She didn't know what exactly to do either, but she felt more confident in trying anyways compared to Hawks. Look at Roomie. In order. He could do that. Izuku took a deep breath and, still in Hawks' arms where he didn't really want to move from, he looked up at her. Good, just keep breathing. Once you're ready to move, we are heading back to my apartment. Is that okay with you? She had made an executive decision. Even if Izuku decided to act tough and wanted to go see his house, she wouldn't let him. It was clear he wasn't ready for that just yet, but he did need to feel as though he were making the decision anyway. Izuku felt something tight in his chest loosen. One choice, he only had to make this one decision. He can do that. Okay. He nodded sharply, almost mechanically. It still felt weird to make his own decisions, but it was an order too, so he felt it was okay to answer. You're doing very good, Izuku. He cringed at her words. Praise. Praise was foreign, he didn't deserve it. He wasn't good, and they had to know that too. I'm not good. Not good. He didn't attempt to move away from Hawk's embrace. It was too warm, but he did curl into himself. It was warm and he loved it so much, but he wasn't allowed to love it. He'd received too much comfort in the last 2 days. He was being bad by accepting it. Hey kid, why aren't you good? Hawks squeezed his arms around him tighter. The burn in his back at the strain was nothing but a dull ache, as his head was only filled with concern for Izuku right now. I'm not. I don't deserve to be. Hawks frowned. He hadn't known very well how to help Izuku as of yet. His main focus has been on protecting him, but this was something he was intimately familiar with. That empty feeling you'd get when someone would praise you. That longing for more but holding yourself back. Hawks being uncomfortable with praise had come from years and years of only being put down, being scolded for every little thing, and only earning any kind of praise when he would do something to the president's orders exactly. If Izuku had experienced anything similar, then this path they were all on together just got a bit longer. Well, I'll tell ya that you aren't bad. That I do know. Hawks spoke in the most casual tone he could muster. He had come to his own realization that he wasn't bad, that he didn't mess up everything he touched, that praise wasn't fake. He could provide Izuku with a little nudge, but it would only change that view of himself if he realized it on his own. Roomie quickly caught onto what he was doing. She was the one who had to help Hawks understand that he wasn't a bad person, so she went along with his plan. Hey, Izuku, let's head back. Yeah. You've already said you want to go back to my apartment, so let's get going. She gave him a soft smile. The boy just needed someone to help him along. Okay, yeah. Izuku nodded, probably a bit quicker than was needed. He just really needed to get out of that area. He needed to not think about what happened to him, and that street, that house only made him think about it. Let's go back. Alright, you need to tell me what you're hiding already. Roomie firmly sat Hawks down on the couch. I don't know what you mean. Lie. It's been a week now since you brought Aizu to me, but you still haven't told me the whole story. She'd learned about his parents, that his dad was a villain and killed his mom, and that Hawks found him and took him in after hearing his story, but there's no way in hell that's all that went down. She knew her best friend, she knew when he was hiding something, and it was very clear that he was hiding something major. Even before Izuku came into the picture, he seemed like he was hiding something. There was a shift in the way he interacted with her that started 6 months ago and has only gotten worse. It was really pissing her off. And now you're trying to sneak off early in the morning. Just what the hell has been going on with you for the last half year? Roomie And don't spout any bullshit like you can't tell me or it's to keep me safe or anything like that. You know very well I am capable of protecting myself. She crossed her arms and glared at him. If she was going to be in Izuku's life, if she was going to parent this child, then she deserved to be privy to all the little details that surround him. She loved him already, so it's not like she'd ever decide he was too much to handle or something like that, so she just couldn't figure out why the hell Hawks was being so secretive with her. Of all people. Fine, I will tell you. But you can't tell anyone. Obviously I would No. I mean it. If this gets out there I will be in danger, Izuku will be in danger, and some really great people would be in danger. Hawks would tell her about Dabi, he'd been wanting to anyway, but he had to know that Dabi and Izuku wouldn't be put in any danger because of his loose lips. He trusted her with his life, but at this point in time he'd put Izuku's well-being above her. Okay, I get it. I promise that whatever you tell me won't leave this room. And she meant it too. If this could potentially put the two most important people in her life in harm's way, then she would do everything in her power to keep this secret from getting out. Okay, Roomie, Hawks took a deep breath. I think I've found someone. Like someone I could see a future with. Maybe. Possibly. A wide grin stretched out on his face as he finally said the words out loud. He could see some kind of future with Dabi and Izuku. He could be happy in this future. Roomie, on the other hand, wasn't anywhere near happy. What the F dash Hawks? So, you found someone you love, hoop-de-fucking-do. Why would you say that could harm you or Izuku? I wouldn't tell anyone, damn it. No, Roomie, I didn't mean it like that. This person he's not. I mean he's a. Now that he was here, Hawks wasn't quite sure how to continue. How does one tell his pro-hero best friend that the person he likes is a well-known villain and that he's helping to raise the kid that he pretty much dropped in said pro-hero best friend's lap? It's not an easy thing. Hawks, Roomie was now concerned. Again, she knew him, which meant she could pretty much read his mind in that weird best friend way. My love, this guy, he's not a good person, is he? He is a good person. Hawks didn't miss a beat, his expression falling. If there was one thing he knew, if there was thing he was absolutely certain about, it's that Dabi is a good person. There was no doubt in his mind about that. If he's such a good person, then why are you hesitating to tell me about him? Roomie recrossed her arms, doubt clearly creasing her brows. He's a villain, okay? He's a good person, but he's a goddamn villain. His words were pouring out of his mouth before his brain could catch up. By the time it finally did and Roomie's clearly shocked expression registered, it was way too late to backtrack, so he just kept going. Before you say anything, before you FING lecture me, I would just like to say I didn't plan this. I'm not stupid enough to plan something like this. I'm not so sure you're not. A villain? Hawks. She hissed, not wanting Izuku to hear them fight over this. I know. But I swear he is not what everyone thinks he is. He is a villain in title only. You get that, right? I mean, I'm technically only a hero in title. He shrugged. It's pretty true though, with what the commission has ordered him to do during his life as a pro-hero, one wouldn't really think of hero as the right term for him at first. He and Dabi were that sort of gray area between hero and villain that most people don't tend to see very well, preferring to sort them into one category or the other. Don't sell yourself short, you are a hero for a lot of people. Roomie said almost instinctively. Wait, no, I'm mad at you. Comforting him wasn't part of the plan right now. Can you at least tell me which villain managed to draw your eye? 'Cause he must be pretty special for you to end up catching feelings. I swear I've never even seen you with a crush before, and now you're talking about a future with a villain. Roomie. Open mind. My mind is open, just tell me. No freaking out. Just tell me, you chicken. It's Dabi. There was a beat of silence. Then another. And another. Hawks was starting to get concerned that he just broke his best friend, and the sound of her laughter didn't help that thought. Dabi. Her laughter was turning hysterical as her brain tried to wrap around this new information. You fell for the homicidal pyromaniac member of the League of Villains and tried to convince me he's a good person? Oh my God, Hawks, did you abandon your League infiltration mission because of this guy? You didn't, right? 'Cause if you did and you've put yourself in danger with the commission for him, I'm seriously gonna kick your butt. She threatened. In all truth, she was ecstatic that Hawks was able to find someone he could love and feel comfortable enough loving that he told her, even if he was a villain, but the reality they lived in didn't allow her the luxury of expressing that happiness. Ever since he showed up on her doorstep beaten and bloody that one day so many years ago, his safety from the commission was a top priority. I didn't plan this, his voice came out small. He knew she wouldn't exactly give her blessing when he first told her, but bringing up the commission was a low blow. All he wanted was to keep his loved ones safe, but for Roomie his safety was all that could bring her any peace of mind. Hawks had been very careful over the years to just toe that line to make sure Roomie wouldn't worry over him as much. Yes, he was putting himself in harm's way for Dabi, but it wasn't just because of his feelings for the man. The League were good people, even just a brief meeting told him that much. He was putting himself in danger to protect them as well as Izuku, who was family to the League, and they were his family. Hawks, my love, did you join the League? What? He whipped his head up to meet her eyes. Sure, he did, kind of, but he wasn't at the point it felt real yet. At least, not real enough to inform his pro-hero best friend. Open mind, right? I know you've gone through hell under the commission's thumb, under her thumb, so I wouldn't exactly blame you if you decided to work with them. Roomie dash. Can they keep you safe? She asked. This is really the only thing she cared about when it comes to Hawks. If the League of Villains, good people apparently, could keep Hawks safer than she could, then she would be willing to accept this. If that grin from earlier said anything, Dabi obviously made him happy too. Yeah, Hawks remembered Shigaraki's words from the last week. I am taking it onto myself to make sure the commission does not harm you in the same way. They can. He had no evidence to the contrary. Shigaraki's words combined with the action Hawks knew he could take was more than enough for him to just feel safe knowing they were out there. Then I can live with this. I love you, I just want the best for you. If this is the best for you, then I support it. She gave Hawks a soft smile and pulled him into a tight hug. You're gonna have to fill me in on what the hell pushed you to them though. Roomie, I can't. Not yet. He couldn't even think about telling her that the commission has been drugging and torturing him for years without his knowledge, without feeling like he'd throw up. She pushed him back and looked at his pale face. That was all the convincing she needed. It's cool. Tell me when you can. Does Dobby know? Hawks nodded in response. Good, I'm glad someone you trust knows so he can help you. She gave him one last quick hug before pulling away completely. Now go. You and Izuku can continue sneaking out to see them. Just make sure you're back for dinner. Oh God, I sound like effing old mom. She cringed at herself. You knew. Hawks couldn't appreciate the chance to make fun of her as his brain worked double time. I assumed based off our talk, but I guess I know now, don't I? How did you ever manage to make undercover spy work your main profession? She sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Just go. Go before I say something that'll make me sound even older. You're the best, Roomie. I mean it. Yeah, I know. She smirked. Now just go. And get back safe, okay? We will. Tuya, stop trying to kick me out. Tuya. Natsuo planted his feet firmly on the ground, effectively stopping his smaller older brother from pushing him any further. I gave you 1 week, like I said. You didn't meet with me and my girlfriend, so I came to you. You can't be mad when I warned you. I didn't think you meant literally in 1 exact week. Hawks and Izuku are coming over. Right now. You need to leave. Tuya went back to trying to push his brother out. Izuku? Who's that? Oh, I may have taken in a kid. Tuya hesitated as he spoke. You have a FNG kid? Tuya, oh my God. When can I meet him? Natsuo was on the verge of tears as the realization that he was an uncle hit him like a goddamn truck. His earlier mission of staying put completely leaving his mind. He's 14 and has a boatload of trauma. His dad was a villain who killed his mom and dumped him at the bar we claimed. But yes, I consider him my own, and he's coming here right now, so probably sooner than I would want. Tuya sighed, giving up on trying to make his brother leave. Oh, you're so sappy. I told you that you had a habit. Natsuo chuckled. But he's your kid, so that means he's family. If I find out anyone tries to hurt him, I will handle it. You will? Absolutely. You can't, 'cause it'll just give you guys heat that you don't need right now, but I can, and I can make it look like an accident. He grinned and rubbed his hands together, trying his best to look the part of an evil villain. Okay, but he's not coming alone, Natsu. Hawks is bringing him. He's coming here with the hero? Tuya, did this but take this kid from you? Take him? Tuya laughed. No. Natsuo huffed and crossed his arms. Then why does he have your kid? Why isn't Izuku here with you and the League? He asked, completely serious. He's not legally my kid. When has legalities ever stopped you before, you runaway villain? Shut up. I put Izuku in Hawk's care 'cause he can take care of him better than we could here right now. Natsuo didn't say anything to that. He knew his brother was right. Trying to raise an already traumatized young teenager in an old bar run by a group of feared villains isn't exactly ideal. But he's not taking him from you, right? No, Izuku has gotten attached to both of us by now. If he tried to keep the kid away from me, which he'd never do, I'm pretty sure Izuku would manage to find his own way here. Tuya had almost no doubt that Izuku could sneak away from Hawks and Bunny and wind up at the League's base if he really wanted or needed to. He's a resourceful kid. If that bird does ever try anything, you just tell me. Natsuo's frown deepened. He didn't know this kid yet, he didn't even know what he looked like, but he was family to Tuya, which meant he was his family too. His brother may love Hawks, but Natsuo doesn't trust him. Not yet. He knows what pros at the top of the rankings can be like, especially if they have connections with the Hero Commission. He would make sure that Bird works his feathers off to earn his trust. You, my dear brother, need to calm the F down. Tuya chuckled. Hawks is good people, I trust him, and he's taking care of Izuku since I can't. You trust me, so trust that I trust him. Oh my god, stop talking. Your words are giving me a headache. Started this. Tuya crossed his arms, but laughed again as Natsuo puffed out his cheeks and ignored him. God, he forgot that feeling of being an older brother. He'd purposefully blocked out the ache he felt at the loss of the relationship with his brother, but with him back there was nothing stopping those feelings from surging back through his body. Tuya. Toga bounced over to the two brothers, her eyes sparkling and a wide grin on her face. Toga what? Zuku is here. Her excited bouncing didn't stop. Natsu, are you gonna meet him? Oh, I think you should. He'd love you. She latched onto Natsuo's arm and attempted to drag him out to the main room of the bar, presumably where Izuku and Hawks were currently residing. Natsuo looked at his brother with hopeful eyes, but Tuya just shook his head. Sorry, Toga, I can't meet him right now. You should at least meet Hawks. She paused a moment before suddenly shaking her head. Never mind, maybe not. He wasn't super cool about my quirk when I met him. She tapped her pointer finger to her lips, thinking. I mean, Zuku is quirkless, so I wouldn't think he'd be weird with you too, but you never know. Better safe than sorry. What did he say about your quirk? Natsuo suddenly got very serious. It shocked everyone involved when Natsuo and Toga bonded so quickly after their initial rough meeting, but they really got along like a house on fire, and this bond was very real to Natsuo. He'd go after anyone who hurt her, unlikely, or insulted her in any way, more likely. He was just weird about it, that's all. She promised him with a small smile. God, okay, Natsuo rubbed his face. Tuya, you call me as soon as you have time to meet with me and my girlfriend. And Toga, you call me if that bird says anything rude. He gently pried his arm out of Toga's very strong grip. I will leave, but only because I have shit to do today. Swear you do, I totally believe you. Tuya rolled his eyes. No, I actually do. NG demanded we have a family lunch, or something. We're going out in public, so there shouldn't be any yelling, burning, or threats, but it must be something serious for him to demand my presence. Tuya's body turned rigid. Just be careful. If you need us to, I'm sure the League of Villains can just so happen to have some business in the area and accidentally cause a disruption. Yeah. Or I could take some of your blood and go in your place. Toga, what would you do in my place? That is not important. Natsuo chuckled and ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I can handle myself when it comes to him. I've learned how to over the years. He told his brother, his gray eyes shining with both determination and mischief. Natsuo would never put anyone in danger, but butting heads with NG in a place where the man can't lose his cool was very tempting. Fine. I'll see you soon. Bye. Natsuo waved before ducking out a back window. Apparently it was the way he used to get in that day the prior week. They only found out when they noticed him using it to leave. Tuya took a second to compose himself. The excitement from seeing his brother and now going to see Izuku and Hawks made him appear more giddy than he would like others to be aware of. Once he was sure the giddiness was almost non-detectable, he grinned at Toga. Let's go see them, shall we? Dabi! The excited voice of Izuku carried through the noisy bar and easily reached Tuya's ears. Hey kid, I see Hawks got you here in one piece. Tuya stretched his arms open, warm and inviting. He almost dropped me once. Izuku giggled and gently placed himself inside of Tuya's arms. He was quickly enveloped in that embrace he missed. Hawks and Roomie were great, but they just could never come close to how Dabi made him feel so safe and loved. He's the one who saved him after all. He what? Tuya glared at Hawks from over Izuku's mop of green curls. In his defense, he got a text from you. Izuku smirked up at the man who was starting to turn pink as he realized what Izuku was implying. Since when are you so sly, you little sheet? Tuya ruffled Izuku's hair. And you, he pointed at Hawks, who was also fairly pink. No texting and flying, dumbass. Shut up. Hawk's wings ruffled and he glared at the two of them. I feel betrayed, Izu. I thought we agreed to not say anything. Izuku didn't do anything but laugh. Oh, I forgot, Roomie must be rubbing off on you. Relishing in my pain. Ha, lay off the kid. I told you she's a bad influence. Tuya shrugged nonchalantly. Now Shu, you've had him all to yourself this past week. My turn. I'm not a toy. Izuku tried to say seriously, but his giggles weaved through his words gave him away. You are not a quiet kid anymore, are you? Tuya laughed. And what are those two feeding you over there? Have you filled out so much in a week? And don't even get me started on this hair. Tuya knew he was acting like a cheesy uncle or something, but his previous talk with Natsuo made him realize just how little influence he really has in Izuku's life right now. He wants to know this kid more deeply than what's on the surface for everyone to see if they look closely enough. I'm gonna go see if Magna has any food. You cool with him? Hawks smiled at the two. Oh, they are perfectly fine. You just come with me and I'll take care of you. Compress purred, slowly slipping his arm around Hawk's shoulders. Wait, Seiko, I dash. You called me Seiko, pretty bird. Now you are definitely stuck with me for the day. Compress guided Hawks towards the kitchen where Magna was currently working on a lunch. He wanted to give Tuya the time to bond with Izuku, and even if the man would be set at his methods, he also knew Tuya would appreciate it nonetheless. Are you okay without him? Tuya looked down at Izuku nervously. He wanted to spend time alone with the kid, but he didn't want to do it if it made Izuku uncomfortable or nervous. Talking on the phone without Hawks or Roomie present was different from talking in person without them. Yeah, I'm okay. Izuku smiled up at him. And he really was. Being with Dabi is all he's wanted for the past week, so there was no anxiety about being alone with him. Good. Well then, come over here and tell me about this last week. Tuya led Izuku over to the couch and the two sat down. How are you doing? I'm assuming they're treating you well, but do you feel like you're being treated okay? Yeah, they're really nice. Izuku smiled softly. Roomie cooks sometimes. They both aren't very good at it, so we tend to get takeout, but she at least tries. They both are helping me to train for UA. Roomie told me I could be a hero even without a quirk. He whispered, like he wanted to keep her words a secret only between them. They meant so much to him that he probably didn't want anyone else to know anyway. They're training you now? Tuya wasn't a big fan of Izuku being trained right now, not with his body and mind still healing from the last person who helped him train. Okay, well, technically they're helping me study so I can test out of my junior high early, and then they promised to help train me. And you're okay with that? Tuya really wanted to make sure that this was Izuku's decision and it wasn't dictated by All Beach or the Wonder Twins. Izuku hesitated, and that hesitation made Tuya nervous. You know, if you want to hold off on training for a bit, I'm sure they'd understand. No, when I test out I need something to do to prepare for UA. Izuku shook his head. Do you like studying? Yeah, I do. How about I figure out a way for your training to be studying techniques and maneuvers for a while. Once you feel like you've learned them well enough, then you can go to those two on your own to start practicing them. Izuku making this decision for himself and being comfortable with it was the most important thing right now. Tuya can't talk him out of going to that goddamn hero school that All Beach is gonna teach at, but he can at least make sure Izuku is prepared enough emotionally, mentally, and physically. You can do that? Izuku asked in disbelief. He never let me study techniques beforehand and he'd always come to me. Tuya had to swallow his anger at the realization that All Beach never let Izuku make one decision for himself. He lived order to order. Yeah, kid, you can choose what to do with your training. Hawks and the bunny are there for you to use as tools. They're not the ones who are supposed to use you like a tool. And if they ever push you to do something you don't want to do or don't listen to you, then you call me and I'll handle them. Got that? Yeah, I got it. A small smile graced Izuku's face. The sight of it pulled one from Tuya as well. It was the first genuine smile he'd seen from the kid that day. Do you have a crush on him? The sudden question wiped that smile right off his face though. Crush on who? He choked out. Do you like him? 'Cause I know Roomie does, but the way you treat him seems different than how she does. I mean, you both pick on him, but the way you do it is different. Izuku looked at Tuya anxiously and started to pull on his fingers. Sorry, was that too personal? I'm sorry, you really don't have to tell me that. Hey, Izuku, you can always ask me any questions you have. Even if they are about he cleared his throat awkwardly. Love life. I'm sorry, it's just, I've only ever read about being in love. I'm sure my mom was at some point, but I never saw it. You and Hawks are the first people I've seen in love outside of Auntie and Uncle. I'm not too sure about Hawks, but yes, I'm in love with him. Tuya smiled fondly. I've never gotten to see people in love either, kiddo. Let me tell ya, it is weird to feel an emotion you've never seen before. Your parents weren't in love with each other either? Izuku tilted his head in confusion. He never once thought about other parents not having that love between them that everyone else seemed to have. Tuya's smile turned bitter. No, Izuku, no they weren't. I didn't have a good childhood. I was pretty much parenting my 3 younger siblings. You have siblings? Yep, but I had to leave them about 12 years ago. I had to leave them with our dad. Dad? Izuku looked down. My dad isn't a good person. Is yours? No, he's really not. Tuya gently grabbed one of Izuku's hands and squeezed it. Kid, if you want to talk about what you went through, I can listen. I've only recently told people what happened to me and it felt really good to get that off my chest. I'm not saying you have to, but I'm letting you know that if you want to, I'm here. Izuku squeezed back and his eyes started to water. I'm quirkless. He said simply. I know. I was bullied a lot. I figured. Dabi. He leaned forward and cupped his hands around his mouth. Tuya leaned down to lend his ear. I almost jumped off a roof a few months ago. He whispered. Tuya pulled back with concern written all over his features. Have you told Hawks or Roomie? Izuku really needed to be in therapy? No, Izuku shook his head. But I did tell Shigaraki. He said I should get into UA and show everyone what I can do. Is that really what you want to do? Tuya trusted his boss with a lot, but giving proper advice to a teenager with suicidal tendencies wasn't one of those. Getting into UA with Kaken has always been my dream, but then he started to bully me too, and now I don't know. I think I'm scared. Is that okay? Yes, Izuku. You are allowed to be scared. You have every right to be scared. He wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders and gently rubbed up and down his arm. Dad said I'm selfish. That what I want isn't important compared to what needs to happen. All Might got really mad when I told him. Said I was being selfish too. Alright kid, I'm gonna tell you something you've never heard before and might not believe, but I promise every word I say is the truth. Tuya rested his chin on top of Izuku's messy hair. Your dad and All Might both are wrong. They were wrong in how they treated you and everything they told you was a lie. You are not selfish. You are brave and strong. You have the right to choose your own future. Tuya told him the words he, himself, really needed to hear when he was a kid and being put through rigorous training. How do you know that? You can't know that. I need someone to tell me what to do. Izuku, from one kid who tried to kill himself to another, I promise you that what our fathers told us was not the truth. You tried dash. I was constantly put down because my body and my quirk aren't very compatible. He told me that if I wasn't going to be perfect then I had no right to live. That he made me to be the perfect weapon for him and if I couldn't do that then he had no use for me. But as you can see, I'm still here. Tuya lifted his head in favor of running his fingers through Izuku's hair now. I left him and now I've found a family who cares about me, and I've even found someone to love. All because I didn't listen to him. Anymore. All you need to do is tell that little voice in the back of your mind that sounds like those people in your life that put you down to F off. Izuku giggled. You've gone through some really hard shit in your short lifetime, but you've come out the other side. Not a lot of people can say that. Do you really think I'm strong? In more ways than one. Izuku went quiet after that. He couldn't believe what this man he actually trusted told him, but he really wanted to. His mind was battling with itself trying to figure out if what he's been told his whole life is actually as wrong as Dabi made it out to seem. You don't have to have a concrete answer right now, so while you think on that I'm gonna see if this TV spinner found actually works. You cool with that? The only answer he got was an absent-minded nod. Alrighty then. Hawks, how've you been, dear? Magna put down the spoon she was using to stir something in a pot, probably some sort of soup, and gave him her full attention. Oh, Astahiro, stop messing with the poor boy. She swatted away Compress, who was still pressed tight up against Hawk's side. I'm not messing with him, I am very serious. If he's making you uncomfortable, feel free to push him away and tell him off. Hawks laughed. Nah, this is actually pretty nice. He keeps grooming my wings for me. Hawks gestured over to where Compress had, once again, busied himself with straightening out the red feathers. So you like them to be groomed by other people? Magna hummed. Only some people. The only one I've let touch them before is my best friend, but she kept accidentally tugging on them too hard, so I had her stop. Shall we inform Dobby of this new information? His hands may look rough, but his touches are very gentle. Compress winked, making Hawk's face burn yet again. I said stop that. Magna smacked him. But I do think Dobby would appreciate knowing this. Especially if there is a next time that you're injured, it may help you feel a bit better. He can know. It's fine. It's not like I'm keeping it a secret. It's just a bird thing and I can't reach them right. He shrugged, appearing to not care, but just the thought of Dobby being the one whose hands rake through his feathers made him feel like melting. He's swooning. Why the F is he swooning? What did you two do? Spinner asked, disgust clear in his tone. Probably talking about him and our resident pyro. Shigaraki strolled by right behind Spinner, the twist of his face showing his own disgust. Oh, gross, I just wanted my soup. Spinner gagged. Just, if this escalates to your SEC life, please take it away from the food. You'll spoil it. SEC dash. What? Hawk squeaked. He's never even imagined that kind of relationship with Dobby. Sure, they've joked about it, but Hawks has always wanted the soft moments. Hand-holding, soft kisses, that sort of thing. It's very natural to think about and engage in at your age. Kurogyri pipped up from his seat. When did you get there? Hawk's voice was still high-pitched. He did not want to think about this, and he definitely did not want to discuss it casually with people he was starting to consider important. Stop making him squawk, we can hear from the other room. Dobby! Hawk's previously pink cheeks heated up to an almost concerning level of red. Did you hear all of that? God, how he hoped he didn't. I couldn't make out words over your loud as F voice. He rubbed his face roughly. Just calm down. Izuku's gotta leave soon and I'd rather our last moments together not be interrupted by you lot. It's not like you're never gonna see him again. Hawks rolled his eyes, having finally gotten his blush under control. Demonstrate it's not. And the next time, maybe I can work on grooming your wings. He winked and then strolled out of the kitchen, completely missing the way Hawk's face exploded. Wow, he really did his damage and just left, huh? Spinner chuckled from his seat where he was finally feasting on his soup. God, Hawks groaned and shoved his face in his hands. Izuku, you need to get back to the bunny now. Dabi gave the kid a sad smile. It's not like he wanted Izuku to go. In fact, if he could get away with it and thought it was safe, he'd totally keep Izuku there with him and League. He could share a room with Toga and obviously Hawks would move in with them and the two of them would share a room. Izuku could learn how to cook from Magna and Compress, Kurogyri and Spinner could help teach him school things, and Hawks would be safe with them and never have to worry about the commission ever again and Dabi, do I have to? Izuku's words pulled him out of his head. Bad to ya, it's not safe for either of them here. He mentally scolded himself. Disillusioning himself would only cause him to end up with heartache when it couldn't happen. Sorry kid, yeah you do. Hawks took over for him. We can't risk having anyone seeing you here. Or me. He explained with a sad smile of his own. It's not like he wanted to leave either. He felt safe and comfortable here, and he's never felt that before. The only thing missing would be Roomie. If his best friend was added to the mix, he probably would never be able to talk himself into leaving, no matter how dangerous it was. But I don't want to. Izuku latched onto Dabi's arm. It had only been a week since he was saved, but he was already getting a bit better at voicing his wants and needs. Despite Hawks having been working to fulfill each of Izuku's requests of him so he'd learn it was okay to continue asking them, he just couldn't with this one. And it hurt his heart that he couldn't keep Izuku with the rest of his new family for more than a few hours at the most. Not being able to see them probably hurt more than Hawks could ever imagine. "I'm sorry, kiddo, but you really need to leave now. I'll make sure to call you before you go to sleep though. You promise, right?" Izuku looked up at Dabi with those goddamn doe eyes that the man had always been weak to. Fuyumi and Natsuo had mastered that look when they were younger and wanted something from him. He'd never once been able to say no to them. "Yes, I promise. You'll hear from me tonight and as many nights as I can safely manage to call you. I will be the last thing you hear before you go to sleep." His siblings didn't sleep very well after Shoto's birth once Enji had gotten even worse, so he would often talk to them until they'd fall asleep. It didn't always help, but some mornings they'd say they slept better with his voice, being the last thing they heard before slipping into their dream worlds. Dabi hoped he could provide at least a bit of that comfort to Izuku over the phone. He wanted to be able to cuddle the boy and scrape his fingers gently along his scalp until he could feel his breathing slow. But again, wishful thinking. It took another minute or so for Izuku to release his hold on Dabi's arm, but he did eventually. Already missing the warmth of his body, Izuku backed up into Hawk's chest seeking any other source of safe warmth. Hawks wrapped his arms around the small boy without missing a beat. "Let's head out now. Did you say bye to Toga and Shigaraki?" Hawks nuzzled Izuku's hair so his voice came out a bit muffled. He knew Izuku was the closest to those two and that he'd never forgive himself if he didn't get the chance to say bye to them for who knows how long. He had a chance now and Hawks wanted to make sure he took it. "Yeah, I did. Twice is out though, so I couldn't with him." Izuku almost looked on the verge of tears. Hawks didn't know his kid had gotten that close with the villain and he wasn't quite sure what to do about Izuku's current dilemma. "Oh man, well how about when you call Dabi tonight he puts twice on the phone for a bit and you can talk then?" He offered up. If it were him, just talking with someone wouldn't cut it when he loved them like family. It certainly never did when he had to travel and all he could do was call Roomie sometimes, but it was the best he could do for now. "Okay." Izuku was clearly disappointed with that suggestion, but he was a smart boy and knew none of them could do any better. He certainly couldn't stick around and wait for twice to get back. "Hey, kid, how would you feel about meeting someone new?" Dabi suddenly spoke up, drawing the two's attention. He had his phone out and his one eyebrow was quirked upwards and he had an odd kind of grin on his face. He was happy about something. "Dabi, we really don't dash. I need you to stay behind for a bit longer anyway. This person has my fullest faith and if it's cool with you, he can take Izuku back to the bunny too." "Dabi, I dash." Hawks wasn't super comfortable with that arrangement. He wanted to trust Dabi's judgment, especially if it's someone he thought so highly of, but Hawks himself didn't know this person. It was just risky. "I'll let you track the kid's phone the whole way and he can even meet the bunny if you want him to." Hawks was at a loss for words. Dabi had never been this pushy about anything. Ever. It was almost endearing. Fine, but only if Izuku is okay with this too. He finally decided. Dabi beckoned the kid back over to him and then bent down to whisper in his ear. "This person is my younger brother. You want to meet some of my blood family?" He whispered, that smile starting to form again. The thought of his younger brother meeting this boy, he already considered his kid, was making his excitement almost roll off his body like electricity. Izuku's slack-jawed surprise only furthered his excitement. "You're Br dash." Dabi put a hand over Izuku's mouth, gently of course. He didn't want to risk causing any flashbacks after learning about the sludge villain. "Shoo." He hushed him. "It's another secret just between us, okay?" Oh, how he desperately wanted to introduce Hawks and Natsuo to each other, but Natsuo was still wary of the hero and Hawks. Well, he was about to find out anyway, but he still didn't know about Dabi being Tuya Todoroki. "Our secret," Izuku promised, holding out his pinky, which Dabi quickly met with his own, sealing their secret. "He's on board." Dabi turned his smile to face Hawks, who was watching the two with thinly veiled curiosity. "Fine, when is your mystery person getting here?" "He's actually already here. That's why I suggested this." Dabi waved his phone, referring to when he was on it when initially offering. God, okay. Hawks rubbed his face. He couldn't normally say no to either Dabi or Izuku, but put them together and he was really between a rock and a hard place. Izuku, if anything happens you run toward people and scream, okay? Yell about a fire, that'll get an adult or hero's attention and they'll help you. Izuku's look of doubt made Hawks doubt himself. He'd heard parents on TV shows give their young kids this advice, but he didn't actually know how useful it was in the real world. He never got a chance to try it out as a kid. And anyway, Izuku may be a bit small for his age, but he was still a teenager. This probably felt a bit condescending. Okay, Daddy, Dabi snorted as Hawk's cheeks puffed up in indignation. I trust this person with my life. If I didn't, I would never suggest this happening. If anything were to happen, he wouldn't hesitate to put his life on the line for Izuku. Natsuo was actually more likely to kill anyone who tried to touch Izuku, but Hawks didn't need to know that right now. This is okay. Izu, don't wait up for me tonight, alright? You're going over to hang out with Katsuki later, so just have fun. I'll pick you up in the morning. He and Roomie decided to try testing how long Izuku could go without them before he would need them back. They both agreed that the best way to test this would be to have him be with people they trusted and who loved Izuku, so he's having a sleepover with Katsuki tonight. Katsuki? Dabi hadn't heard about their rekindled friendship, so all he knew about the boy was that he was the bully that pushed Izuku to attempt suicide that day a few months ago. And he did not approve of leaving them together unsupervised. I'm working things out with him. It's okay. Izuku tugged on Dabi's hand. He wanted his family to be okay with Katsuki. He was getting there. But how about introducing this little sheet to my little sheet? If Natsuo met Katsuki and approved of him, then Dabi supposed he could live with this relationship being a thing. Izuku's eyes lit up at that and his smile grew wide. Can I really? The thought of Dabi's brother meeting both Roomie and Katsuki made him very excited. Yeah, of course. Tuya smiled and held out his hand. He's outside, so I'll take you there and introduce you. How does that sound? Yes. Izuku's excitement died down a bit as he looked back at Hawks. Can I? He asked meekly. Of course you can. I left it up to you anyways. If you wanted to go, I'd let you, and if you didn't, then we'd head home right now. Thank you. Izuku hugged Hawks tightly and then grabbed Tuya's outstretched hand. I'll be right back. Tuya promised before leading Izuku through the building and out the back way. Oh my God, is this him? This has got to be him. An excited voice met the two before they even stopped walking. Yep, this is Izuku. Izuku, this is my brother, Natsuo. Tuya introduced them with a constant smile never leaving his face. What's your quirk? Izuku questioned right away. He was unable to contain the question after learning Dabi had 3 siblings. He had to know if their quirks were as powerful as his. Sorry, Natsu, he's a bit of a quirk nerd. Tuya chuckled and ruffled Izuku's hair. No, it's fine. He's so cute I can't even be mad. Natsuo crouched in front of the nervous teen and held out his hand. It's nice to finally meet you, Izuku. My name is Natsuo, and to answer your question, I'm actually quirkless. Izuku's wide eyes sparkled as the words processed. I am too. He stumbled over his own words trying to get them out. He had never met someone else who didn't have a quirk. Tuya, you didn't tell me your kid is perfect. Natsuo gushed. You could practically see hearts surrounding him. Tuya? Izuku asked, finally calming down a bit. Oh my God, Tuya face-bombed. I meant to tell you that today. My real name, it's Tuya, but you can call me that or Dabi, whichever you're comfortable with. Tuya. Izuku tried out the name. Once the word had passed from his lips, a satisfied smile settled on his face. He's done a lot of that today. Okay, as much as I would love for the 3 of us to stay and chat, you gotta get back to the bunny, and I stole Natsu from a family lunch, so he's gotta get back too. Yeah, no. If I see Enji's face right now, I might just punch him. But I'm not going back. Fuyu and Sho are gonna have to finish it alone. Natsuo shrugged off his anger so he wouldn't scare Izuku. I'll tell you about it later, though. Let's just get you back home now, okay? Okay. Be careful. If anything happens, we can be there in seconds. Tuya kissed the top of Izuku's head and then hugged his brother before letting them go. He had other matters to attend to anyway. Hawks, I have something to tell you. Well, to talk to you about. Dabi, that phrasing freaks me out. What's up? Hawks chuckled nervously. Seriously, the phrase, we need to talk, really did freak him out. He'd heard it so many times from the president right before he was punished for something. Usually that thing tended to be out of his control, but he was still reprimanded for it. And thinking about that now, he couldn't fully remember what would happen during those times, which just meant that they were most likely drugging him at a fairly young age. Dabi grimaced. I'll start there. My name. It's Tuya. Hawks froze. Dabi, well, Tuya just told him his name? The F dash? This talk was obviously going to be something heavy. Tuya technically died a long time ago, but I've been able to come to terms with who I am now. Why did Tuya have to die? How? Hawks was lost. What did he mean Tuya died a long time ago? Hawks understood, probably better than anyone, that sometimes certain situations will require you to leave behind who you are. But Dabi seemed so comfortable with his past name, it was confusing. Plus, the name Tuya felt so FING familiar that his whole body felt weird now, like static. That is not a very complicated answer. Just tell me what you're comfortable telling me. I'm not gonna force anything out of you. Hawks forced a laugh. He didn't know what else to do. I'll tell you everything. But I'm just not sure you'll stick around long enough to hear it all. Tuya chuckled nervously. Hawks' eyes widened, but before he could refute that at all, he started. Okay, to preface this, I'm not trying to pressure you or anything, but I do want you to know that I like you. I like you romantically. Sexually. Yeah, I'm gonna stop there. Hawks' thoughts were racing a mile a minute. He froze up on the spot, and by the time he realized Tuya was silent and probably waiting for a response, his brain had stopped working. Like I said, I'm not trying to pressure you or anything. If it's not mutual, that's fine, I'll live. But I just had to tell you that first before I tell you the other thing. Ditch the other thing? Hawks finally found his voice. Yeah, Tuya started to pick at the staples on his hands anxiously. I know you and I know about your big fat hero crush on Endeavor. Not the best way to start this, but if it works? Hawks' already flushed cheeks heating up more in embarrassment was proof that the sentiment was at least getting across so far. I don't know how to tell you this, but he's not a good person. Hawks recovered from his shock enough to process the statement. Look, if you're trying to warn me about heroes now that I'm cooperating with you guys, then that's sweet but really not necessary. I know heroes, I know Endeavor. I can handle him. No, I know you handle yourself when it comes to other pros. But that's not what I'm trying to say here. Sheet. Tuya ran a hand through his hair and sighed. I'm sorry, Hawks, but Endeavor is a child abuser. He finally got out. Better to just rip off the band-aid, they say. What the F dash? Dabi, I don't care how much you hate heroes. Accusing someone of something like that is serious. Maybe this specific band-aid should have been run under warm water and gently peeled off. I don't hate all heroes, jackass. Tuya huffed. Annoyed Hawks would insinuate that after he had just got done confessing to his butt. And I'm not accusing, I'm telling you. Endeavor has been abusing his family for years now. You can't say this sheet without proof. Hawks folded his arms and glared at the fire user. Even if he did want to believe that Dabi would only tell him the truth, his own personal feelings regarding Endeavor just wouldn't let him accept this supposed truth without something to back it up. Dabi's word just wasn't enough this time. Goddammit, I'm the proof. I am. Hawks looked him up and down, clearly confused. You are. The pieces just were not clicking yet. Yes, I am. I'm Tuya Todoroki, his oldest kid. I'm pretty sure I would know if he was abusing my family. Hawks paled. Oh. What was he supposed to say now? When it came to something like this, Hawks wanted to believe Tuya above all else. He didn't even want to entertain the idea that he was lying about this. But it's Endeavor they're talking about. The hero that saved Hawks when he was only 7, the hero who helped train him on the job when he was just a rookie, the hero who he'll go on patrol with from time to time. Oh God. The hero that he could feel Dabi never once liked. The hero with 3 kids that the public knows about and a wife in a psychiatric hospital. The hero with the shortest temper he's ever seen. Hawks, I know how you feel about the hero Endeavor. I know that he was your own personal hero. But please hear me out about my father, NG. He is a terrible person. Dobby dash. Please, if there is anyone I want to call me to ya, it'd be you. Will you? Hawks only nodded, his words failing him. Okay, so, to start I guess I should say that NG didn't used to be a bad father. He was always a bad person. I mean, he illegally bought my mom to essentially breed her for the perfect quirk combination. But when it was just the three of us, and even when after Fuyumi came along, he wasn't horrible. He was the hard but dad who was serious about training me. I could tell he was disappointed in my body because I had the perfect quirk in theory, but my body could never live up to the potential he thought I had. Yumi had an ice quirk which was not at all what he was looking for. But I never saw him as a bad person until my mom made a mistake. She had started to get really depressed around the time Dad was pushing for another kid and would almost never leave her room. Yumi and I were practically taking care of the housework. Well, I went to check on her one day. I had made her some of her favorite tea. It was a special blend from her family that always calmed her down and made her feel better. But when I went into that room and she saw me with my god-awful red hair, she freaked out and threw the hot tea on me. She had thought I was him. That was the first time I realized my dad would do more than just yell at me specifically. After Natsu was born, even with his white hair, his build as he got older started to look more and more like our dad. She couldn't even look at the two of us. Fuyumi was the only one who could see her and take care of her. With Sho's birth she was already almost gone, but Dad had her admitted after she had a breakdown and accidentally burned his left eye. He used his fire quirk in front of her and it caused such major flashbacks of Dad probably threatening her and burning her with his own that she kind of lost it. He sent her away after that. Hawks was frozen. What the f was he supposed to say, or do for that matter, in this situation? He had never gotten the chance to meet Rei Todoroki, but the stories he'd heard offhand was that she had just had some kind of nervous breakdown and Endeavor loved her but she was a danger to his kids and he was busy so he had to put her in a place that could take care of her properly. Supposedly he visited her almost every day. You still with me? Hawks swallowed thickly and nodded. Yeah Tia, I'm with you. Tia felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth at the sound of his name in Hawk's voice. God, he had it so bad. But he had to swallow the love he felt because the next thing he says would probably be the thing to make or break their relationship. I know a little about your father, and it's clear we both want to be good father figures for Izuku, so I do not say this lightly when I tell you that my dad was, and is, the most abusive man I've ever known. Hawks froze. That is the exact opposite of what he wanted to hear about the man whose mere presence is what got him through the last decade and a half of abuse at the hands of his parents and the commission. Oh God, had he been supporting the man who so severely hurt the person he fell for? Hawks, you asked me why Tuya had to die? Well, it's because my dad killed him. He was crazy that day and I didn't know what to do, so I huddled Natsu and Yumi in their room to protect them and then I had to go save Sho. He was hurting him, he was hitting him. God, he was burning him. Tuya couldn't help the raw emotion that slipped into his tone. That day will forever haunt him. I didn't know what to do. He'd never been that bad with Shoto before. Sure, but I learned how to handle it. But Shoto? He was only 5. He was just a baby. Hawks blinked tears back. He felt for Shoto, of course he did, but the way Tuya, even now, still accepted the abuse he faced was heartbreaking. Even the hatred he held for Endeavor now wasn't enough to hate the way he was treated as a child. I got in the way, I stepped between them. I pushed Shoto out of the way. God, I probably hurt him when I did that. Tuya blinked the tears that would never be able to fall out his eyes. Dad, he was just so mad and all he saw was red. I didn't even have the chance to fight back before he was burning my body. 'Cause of my quirk I can handle a really high degree of heat, up to like 3000 Celsius, but I was just tired. I was so exhausted from the last 7 years that my body just kinda stopped. I shut down. Tuya. Hawks reached out and tried to put a comforting hand on Tuya's shoulder, but the man stepped out of the way. He was getting dangerously close to a full-blown flashback upon reliving this to Hawks and didn't want to hurt him. I woke up alone in the hospital morgue. A woman was there, she had the softest voice I'd ever heard. It made me feel like from before Mom couldn't stand to see me. She told me that Dad had hired someone to drop me, my body, outside of the hospital and then left. He thought he just killed his oldest son and all he did was try to dispose of me. His hands burned blue as he clenched them tightly. He was trying really hard to not go back to that place and risk accidentally hurting Hawks in the process. She helped me run away. I met Seiko not long after and he's the one who essentially raised me during my teen years. I couldn't go home. God, I couldn't save my siblings. I left them there. Why are you telling me this? Why now? Hawks worked really hard to hold back the tears. He knew Tuya couldn't cry, so it felt wrong to be the only one who could in this situation. Tuya upped the heat in his hands, the burns hurt like a beach, but he was able to pull himself back from that ledge in the process. This may sound selfish, but I really do like you. He gave Hawks a watery smile. If I ever wanted to start anything with you, if I ever wanted to try anything with you, I knew I had to tell you this. A relationship should be built on honesty, right? His voice wobbled, overwhelmed by emotions. I don't know, Hawks stuttered before he was interrupted by a loud screeching outside the bar. Tia, we need to leave. Mr. Compress called out from somewhere else in the building. Get your butt out here, burnt boy. Spinner yelled. Oh my God, this cannot be happening now. Tuya roughly pulled on the staples in his cheeks. Hawks, you need to leave. Wasp. No. You need to leave now. If whoever that is sees you here you'll be done for. Tuya grabbed the sides of Hawk's face and held him close. And be careful, Feathers. He gave him a genuine closed-eye smile before releasing his hold and running out of the room towards wherever Spinner and Compress's voices were coming from. He briefly glanced back only to see the room empty. Hawks had left already. When he had originally planned on telling Hawks about himself, being run off before the hero could even respond was not a part of the plan. And now, Tuya wasn't sure he'd ever actually hear that response. He shook off the initial panic and then ran out to where the League were fleeing through Kurojiri. What the F is happening? He hissed out to Compress as the two ducked behind a dumpster, a wave of heat keeping them locked in place. Is that? He shuddered against the familiar feeling that sizzled against his skin. I am sorry we had to cut your talk with Hawks short. Did he get to respond? Compress, shut up. Tuya hushed him. He does believe you, no? Seiko, shut the F up right now. Tuya felt time slow down when he looked up right into icy blue eyes that matched his own. He shuddered under the cold gaze of the large man staring at him. He couldn't handle seeing this man face to face right now, not after just reliving everything. It was still fresh. Hey, Endeavor. Kinda rude you didn't let me know you were gonna be here today. Tuya's eyes widened at the sound of Hawk's voice getting closer to where the three of them were currently having a stare down. I was in town, you coulda called me. Tuya could tell Hawk's voice was strained. He didn't want to be around the hero either, but he was, and he was giving the two villains the distraction they needed to slip away. Hopefully. Hawks, grab your quirk suppressant cuffs, I only have one pair. Endeavor's deep, gruff voice reverberated against the metal dumpster. Oh, who'd you catch? Hawks finally reached the dumpster and his eyes widened. He was expecting a League member, but Tuya himself wasn't who he thought it'd be. I didn't think we'd be catching League members today. Just hurry up, we don't have time for you to goof off this time. Rude Shut up, Hawks, and hurry up. His dad yelling at Hawks seemed to wake Tuya up. He briefly made eye contact with Hawks, and both of them softened just a bit before Tuya steeled his expression and moved his head ever so slightly to the side. His warning seemed to get across, seeing as how just as Tuya let out a burst of bright blue flames, Hawks backed away to a semi-safe distance. He couldn't end up too far away in case Endeavor gets suspicious. He came out of that sneak attack unscathed, which meant Hawks purposely let Tuya's flames burn his arms. He'd been burned by the president plenty of times in the past, but the wave of freezing cold that washed over him before the actual burns started to form was completely new. He would have to remember never to PSS off Tuya in the future. Dabi, we're leaving. Now. Mr. Compress wasted no time using the fire distraction to drag himself and Tuya away from there. Wait, no, ha dash. Sure, he'll be okay, but your father cannot know about you too. It'd put Hawks in greater danger. Compress gently squeezed Tuya's hand. It hurt his heart to see Tuya's face scrunch in clear agony at the thought of leaving an injured Hawks alone with his father, but Compress also knew Tuya would thank him for being level-headed in this moment. He wasn't sure Tuya would ever be able to forgive himself if Hawks got hurt because of him, more so than just some minor burns. He'll be okay, Compress promised as he threw their bodies through the portal that Kurogyari immediately closed behind them. I hurt him, Tuya muttered, his eyes never leaving the place he last met Hawks. I burned him, the one thing Tuya swore to himself he would never do, become his father and hurt someone he cared about, and he just did. He hurt the man he loved. How could Hawks ever forgive him for that? How could Tuya ever forgive himself? So, you're Tuya's brother? Izuku asked from the passenger seat of Natsuo's car. Yep. And you're his kid? Izuku flushed at his words. I don't know if he wants me like that. He wouldn't exactly complain if Tuya did indeed see him as his kid, but Izuku hasn't exactly had the best experience with parents in the past, so he wasn't too confident Tuya or Hawks or Roomie would ever see him in a way that is better than his past. He joked about it during his first meeting with Hawks, but he was also kind of freaking out about meeting a pro hero and having to leave Tuya. Oh, wait, could he talk about Hawks with Natsuo? Izuku, you're panicking. Just take some deep breaths, okay? Natsuo's deep calming voice broke through his overwhelming thoughts. Just take a minute, and then you can tell me what you're panicking about. If it has to do with what I said, I'm sorry. I know what it's like to have shitty parents, but I promise you that Tuya sees you as his and he would never hurt you. Natsuo was debating pulling over the car to help calm Izuku down, but as color slowly made its way back into the kid's face he decided against it, and just kept driving. It would probably help both of them to keep moving. He does. Izuku's voice was small. It was hard for him to believe someone would want him. Want him. Roomie and Hawks had spent the last week assuring him that they wanted him there with them, that they wouldn't kick him out, but wanting Izuku as a person was different than simply wanting his presence. For all he knows, they could just be lonely. He doesn't know much, but he does know that a hero profession is an isolating one. He totally does. Natsuo smiled. And I do too, just FYI. Why you do? Izuku whipped his head to the side to look at Natsuo's completely serious face and genuine smile. You're family to Tuya, which means you're my family too. And I want you as a part of my family. Is that okay? Do you want me as a part of your family too? Yeah, that's okay, but I don't dash. Don't worry, you don't have to answer that now. We just met. Natsuo chuckled. But by the time you meet our younger brother and our sister, I want to know your answer, okay? How old is your sister? Izuku decided to talk about a different topic. She's a year younger than Tuya. I'm 19, and our younger brother is actually your age. He is. Other than Katsuki, Izuku had never met and gotten along with anyone his own age, but if Tuya and Natsuo's brother is his age, that could mean they'd probably get along. Right? He's starting at UA at the beginning of the next school year. I'm planning to on. Izuku scratched his head in frustration. His excitement made his words get stuck in his throat and come out messed up. You're going to go to UA too? Natsuo asked, understanding what Izuku was trying to say. Izuku froze for a moment. I know it's nothing but a dream, but I really want to try. Even if it's impossible. Izuku, I'm quirkless too. I never had access to pros as good mentors and I gave up on a hero career by the time I was your age. I say you go out there, prove everyone wrong about us and give them hell. Prove them wrong? Well, yeah, we're a lot stronger than they like to give us credit for. Don't you think? Yeah. At least you are. Izuku gave a weak chuckle. I've never considered myself strong, but you're different than me. You don't take anyone's shit. Despite himself, Natsuo couldn't keep the bubbling laugh inside. You're right, I don't take anyone's shit. But you want to know something? Izuku hesitated before nodding. I didn't used to be like this. I had to really grow, and I did it completely by myself, which took longer. But you, without taking his eyes off the road, he gently squeezed Izuku's shoulder with one hand. You have loads of people willing to help you along. That means you'll get to where I am now faster than I did. Really? Yep. With all the people helping you, I wouldn't be surprised if you grew to the person you were meant to be by the time you finish up high school. He smiled softly. But that's so far. It seems like it, sure, and even I'm still growing. It just takes patience and work. I can already tell you're willing to put in the work, but are you willing to have the patience too? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. I can wait, I've waited this long. He shrugged. His father had pushed him so far behind his peers that it's become his normal to work harder than the rest and to have to learn to watch and wait for the right moment to do something. Growing into a good and strong person, the opposite of his father and all might, would take time. That he could accept. For now. Don't worry, you'll get there. Natsuo smiled. He had no doubts at all that this kid would be someone great, someone who makes change mean something. He just needs some help, that's all. Oh, this is her apartment, right? He snapped out of his thoughts and realized that he had finally reached their destination. When they got there, who actually knows? Time flies when you're talking about something meaningful. Yeah, it is. He wasn't gone for long, and he was right where he wanted to be with Tuya, but Izuku didn't realize how much he'd missed Roomie. Even just a few hours is too long right now. Guess that's why they're doing the experiment of his sleepover with Katsuki tonight. He's got to eventually grow out of this codependency, gotta start somewhere. Natsuo let Izuku sit in his car for a moment longer, letting him gather himself, before parking in front of the apartment complex. Let me guess, she's on the top floor? He sighed when Izuku nodded. Even if most pros don't have fancy traditional houses like his father decided they needed to live in, they still have nice places normal people wouldn't be able to even think about affording. Tuya lived from place to place, and now in a run-down shitty bar, but he's with his family so it always feels like home no matter where he is. Pro heroes tend to have houses that feel more like an ad than a home. I'm home. Izuku called out into the apartment once he opened the door for himself and his guest. Natsuo was pleased to see that the kid seemed a lot more comfortable here than he initially thought. I have a guest, is that okay? Izuku asked when a woman with snow-white hair and bunny ears hopped, pun intended, over to crush the kid in a tight hug. A guest? She backed up enough to look over Izuku's curly mop of hair and met Natsuo's gray eyes. Who are you and where is Hawks? She kept Izuku in her arms, but her gaze narrowed, just daring this newcomer to try anything. Ah, wait Roomie, he's a good person. Izuku tried to placate the protective anger rolling off of her. Hawks is still with Dabi, so Natsuo brought me back. He explained with a persistent small smile tugging at his lips. I'm Natsuo, it's a pleasure to meet the person taking care of such a good kid. Natsu held out his hand expectantly with his professional smile that he used to gain the trust of people in the hero industry plastered on his face. It's come in handy in more than one situation. You're Endeavor's middle kid, right? It wasn't a question meant to be answered. No offense, but I don't want any Todorokis around Izuku. You say no offense, but you don't really mean that. Natsuo chuckled. Maruko was well known. She's a strong hero who debuted right out of high school. She never lets the other older men in the hero industry put her down or downplay her accomplishments. While Natsuo may highly respect her for this, he can only imagine what kind of situations she's gotten into with his father. The same man who barely let his daughter go to school and who never let his wife pursue anything other than a housewife role. Maruko has a reputation for being volatile, so he can only imagine, but his imagination is probably more accurate than not. Roomie, why would you say that? Bright green eyes dulled as he looked between the two. If she really tried to keep any and all Todorokis out of his life, that would mean Tuya too, and he wasn't so sure he could live without Tuya in his life. No, it's fine, Izuku. It's not the first time I've heard that from someone. The parents of Fuyu's students aren't big fans either. He rubbed the back of his neck. Was Enji abusive, misogynistic, or just a plain a-hole to you? He really cannot blame her for the apprehension. If he were anything but a Todoroki, he'd be wary too. Hell, he's still wary anyway, and he is a Todoroki. Rumi was slightly taken aback. She wasn't expecting to meet Natsuo Todoroki, let alone dredge up what his father has done to her in the past. Misogynistic, so you can see. Why I wouldn't want his son in Izuku's life. Ah, I see. Natsuo nodded, completely understanding of her position. If he were in her shoes, he'd most definitely feel the exact same way. But, would it change anything if you knew I despise Enji? He hates his father with every ounce of his being. After finally getting Tuya back in his life, that hatred has only managed to grow. Obviously Rumi doesn't know that her best friend is in a semi-relationship with a Todoroki, and he'd be mad if their father kept them from being in Izuku's life. You hate him for what? If this was a kid who goes around saying he hates his dad for petty things teenagers tend to hold over their parents, but then SCKS up to him and accepts the benefits that come with being his kid, then Rumi really did not want him anywhere near Izuku. For more than you'd want to know. Before she could yell at him for such a basic and vague answer that could be interpreted in so many different ways, the cold and vacant look in his eyes stopped her. This kid has lived through something that forced him to perfect a poker face in public, but the eyes can never hide the truth. He truly hated his father, that is a sure thing. Come in and sit down. She sighed. Do you want something to drink? To eat? I can't cook, but we've got some snacks. She turned around and headed back into the apartment. Her attitude seems cold, but Natsuo understood that her turning her back on him with Izuku was the highest form of trust he could earn for right now. And he appreciated every drop it. Hawks and I can't cook for sheet, but Izuku is pretty handy in the kitchen. If you want something warm, I'm sure he'd be more than willing to make something for you. Yeah, I would. How about cookies? Izuku bounced towards the living room, the shine back in his eyes. Actually you have to get going to the Bakuga's house soon. I don't think there's enough time for you to bake cookies. Rumi put her hand on her chin thoughtfully. We still have some of those cupcakes from the other day left over that we can have as a snack, so how about you cook for him next time? Next time? Izuku looked at her with excitement, making his eyes sparkle, a large grin covering half of his face. Of course, I want to get to know your new friend, Aizu. Sure, she wanted to get to know this Natsuo Todoroki, but what she really wanted to do is to make sure he's trustworthy. That kind of information is not easily obtained in a first meeting. I'm sorry for suddenly intruding like this. Natsuo apologized from where he stood in the arch separating the living room and kitchen. If you have somewhere to be, I can get going now that I've gotten him home safely. He offered up. It's not like he especially wanted to leave, but he really did not want to impose. The kid has my number, so you can call or text anytime you guys are free. Nonsense. Rumi waved him off. Sit. Have a cupcake. She wasn't offering so much as demanding he does as she says, but Natsuo didn't mind listening to her. The way she orders is soft, almost pliable, compared to the way his father orders him around, hard and fast with no room to question. Sure. He smiled lightly. It was the most real smile a stranger has pulled out of him in a long time. Natsuo hasn't known Izuku for as long as his brother, and he doesn't have the same kind of relationship with him, but watching this pro-hero interact with a hurt kid in such a soft and caring, such a motherly way, made him understand why Tuya trusted her. She is every bit a hero where it matters, unlike Enji. Hey, Rumi, Natsuo started as he joined the other two at a small table in the kitchen to dig into their cupcakes. She didn't stop eating, but her ears were pointed in his direction, signaling he had her attention. Why are you a hero? It's such a basic question in this day and age filled to the brim with heroes and hero wannabes, but his question wasn't for light conversation. He wanted to know, he needs to know the true drive behind her career. Enji is a hero for his own personal gain, but the cop-out answer is to save people without any real meaning behind it. Her answer could probably affect the way he views her for the rest of their time knowing each other. Izuku nibbled on his own cupcake, looking between the two with very clear curiosity painted on his face. He wanted to know her answer as well. He'd been way too nervous to ask her outright at any point in the last week. Well, she started. I wanted to be strong. She took another bite of her cupcake, but didn't speak again. Wait, that's it? Natsuo looked at her incredulously. What other reason did you want from me? She raised an eyebrow. I'm not gonna lie and say I wanted to be a hero solely so I could consistently put my life on the line to save people, or that I wanted to always be called to the scene of a petty situation that could have been handled by themselves. Natsuo had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from letting the laugh he was desperately trying to swallow down from escaping past his lips. Her reason was FING amazing. Sure, his father wants to always be the top. He wants to be in a position where others fear his strength and power, but he wanted this because he already always assumed he was strong. Roomie, all she wanted was to be strong. That's it. She doesn't want others to fear her, she didn't want to flaunt her strength. All she wanted was to hone it instead. If she happened to be able to save and protect people along the way, then so be it. It was almost hilarious in a way. Izuku choked on his cupcake, frosting getting on his nose. Do a lot of people become heroes for goals like that? His eyes were wide, almost in disbelief. He'd spent 14 years believing that to be a hero you had to be selfless, and that saving others was your main priority. It's what his father tried to force him to believe before he gave up entirely and went down a much darker path, and what All Might tried to beat into him. There were varying degrees of success between the two approaches, but that didn't change the fact that Izuku genuinely believed that every hero thought the same. Izuku, you want to be a hero for those of us that are quirkless, right? Those that are at the bottom of society. Natsuo was finally able to keep his laugh under control. The goals of heroes are always selfish in some way. Selfish, Izuku repeated. He didn't like that word. His dad always yelled it at his mom, and All Might would always call him that when he brought up the doubts he had about being a hero. Oh, but don't think of selfish as a bad thing in this case, Izu. Roomie added as she quickly picked up on his stress. She didn't know why the word made him panic, but by this point she'd picked up on a lot of different things that would make him panic. It was best to just reassure him and wait for Izuku to bring up the negative connotation he associates with them. I became a hero for me, but I stayed for a lot of people. I'm sure a lot of pros have similar stories. Really? He looked up at her. If that's what she said, then he really wanted to believe her. He noticed that trusting the words of Roomie and Hawks was becoming a lot easier to do the longer he stayed with them. Of course, trust is something earned, so Izuku still wasn't entirely sure why the two adults seemed to trust him as well. Really? Roomie nodded, sincerity and finality gracing her tone. But enough about me. If you brought Izuku back, that must mean you're working with the League, right? She turned her attention back to the semi-stranger lounging in her apartment. I know he kinda really kiss, but how exactly did Endeavor's kid end up with a dangerous group of villains? Oh well, Natsuo trailed off. Clearly she didn't know about Dabi actually being Tuya, which makes sense considering Hawks didn't know yet either, but it was somewhat of an annoyance to have to come up with an excuse she'd buy. They're more of a means to an end. He'd rather supply her with vague half-truths than risk this pro-hero turning on what little loyalty she had to people he could see as a new family. And if Izuku looked at him with sadness in his eyes, well, they'd just have to clear the air later. A means to an end, she repeated, something heavy seemingly dropped on her shoulders. Now, Roomie is smart, she has to have gotten to her position and to keep it, so with these vague nonsensical words quickly piling up from not one, not two, but now 3 people, her brain was starting to connect things that didn't seem to have a connection. She refused to allow herself to acknowledge any type of conclusion based off of her assumptions, but they were getting harder and harder to ignore. There is one person at the heart of everything going on with these 3, and it wasn't Shigaraki Tamura, the leader of the League of Villains. Okay. She huffed softly and nodded, relenting. Even if she asked more pointed question, Natsuo appeared to know better than to give her any information that he didn't want her knowing. His carefully aloof yet calculating gaze was proof enough just how aware he is. Izuku wasn't sure just what transpired between the two, and to be honest he wasn't sure he ever would, but they seemed to be in a better place than when Natsuo first showed up. That's something, right? I'll interrogate you at a later date, son of Endeavor. She promised. But Izu, we really need to get you to the Bakugas. Her attention quickly reverted back to the green-haired child she really didn't want to think she was ignoring. If you still want to go, that is. She offered him the chance to backtrack his previous decision, an easy out, just in case he's changed his mind since visiting Dabi. Yes. Please, I still want to go. Izuku saw the league, he saw Tuya, met Natsuo, all that's missing in seeing Katsuki. There was almost no apprehension about still going to this sleepover. In fact, he was kind of excited. He hasn't had a sleepover with Katsuki since they were 5 years old, before their parents knew about the rift forming between the two and accidentally forced them to still hang out. It wasn't the best last memory to have of such an event, but he was hoping that this new one will be able to override it. As long as it goes well, that is. He's gotta get over that hurdle first and foremost. Can I go with you? Natsuo asked politely. Tuya had texted him, filling him in on just who Katsuki Bakugo is. They agreed that Tuya wouldn't have to risk anything to meet this kid in person himself just yet as long as Natsuo can manage to meet him instead. Tuya trusts Hawk's judgment, but hearing from his brother too that Izuku putting in the extra effort to reform and salvage a relationship with Katsuki, despite their past, was worth it would be even more convincing. Roomie looked between the two, noticing Izuku nodding lightly, granting his permission for Natsuo to join them, and sighed. Sure, let's get going then. She couldn't the small smile that tugged at her lips despite herself. They just met and already Natsuo and Izuku had such a sibling bond that it was almost insane to watch unfold. How could she deprive Izuku of that? Hawks, we need to get you to the commission. Hawks flinched despite himself. No way was he going to let himself be cornered by the president and Endeavor while he was injured. He let himself get hurt, he could take care of a few little burns by himself. Nah, I'm fine. It's just a small burn. I might get a cool scar out of it. He smirked, hoping it covered up how uncomfortable he is. He has to get out of this situation. Like, yesterday. Don't be irresponsible with your health. Burns can be more serious than they appear. That's ironic. You weren't sane then when you roasted your son alive. Hawks thought bitterly. I'll get it treated, don't worry about me. He laughed it off instead of saying what he really wanted to say. Whatever I tried. You're just at that arrogant age. Endeavor shook his head, obviously very annoyed that this child wasn't listening to him. Is that what you would say to your son? Hawks said before he could bite his tongue. He couldn't help it, knowing exactly what goes down in the Todoroki household seriously pisses him off. He didn't have the best childhood growing up, but at least he never had siblings to worry over like Tuya did, and still does apparently. The glare he received in return made chills run up and down his spine and his feathers ruffle. He regret his words only slightly. What did you say? Endeavor seethed. The fire he had put out on his body sparked back to life. A threat for Hawks to shut his demon mouth before he said something he'd really regret. Nothing. He got out quickly. I'm gonna get going, but you should go check in at the commission without me. I'm sure they'd love to hear about your almost capturing of the league. Better to act like he didn't say anything than risk pushing the man's anger. His arm was burned out of protection. He didn't need to go home crispy because he set off one of the people he knows better than to at this point. Hawks. Endeavor used a warning tone. If you are doing something stupid, just stop. For all of us involved. His words weren't so much a warning as they were a threat, and Hawks would have to either be incredibly stupid or incredibly reckless to not listen. Good things he's reckless almost to a fault. Endeavor, Hawks wanted so badly to smash this dickbag's face in, but he knew he couldn't. Thanks for the advice. He choked out through a grimace that he could only hope passed as a smile. He was not doing anything stupid. Risky? Sure. Stupid? Absolutely not. But confronting Endeavor in the middle of the street would be quite stupid, and he knew better. Plus, the man wasn't even involved, so what the F was he even talking about? Ah. Endeavor sighed and put out his flames. Just go home, Hawks. I never even called you out here. Is that why you wanted me to go to the commission? He wasn't supposed to be here, it's not even his prefecture, his agency is miles away. Hawks narrowed his eyes at the older man in front of him. Endeavor may have been in the direct line of fire from Tuya's flames, but he somehow made it out barely scorched. Stupid fire quirk. Are you planning on ratting me out? Keep an even voice, Hawks. Be cool. Ratting you out for what, Hawks? Endeavor met his glare with one of his own. He was goading him, that much was clearly obvious. Endeavor was looking for more information. Hawks took a moment to gather himself and question if this confrontation was worth it. He seriously didn't want Roomie or Izuku to worry about burns that would be worse than the ones Tuya gave him. But finding out what Endeavor knows, how he found the League, was more important right now, and he'd never have another opportunity quite this perfect again. How did you find the League anyways? I never would have thought to look at some run-down old bar, not even in my prefecture. He pet an eyebrow, daring Endeavor to try and lie. I received intel that I believed to be true, and turns out it was. Endeavor crossed his arms. You never answered my question. Your question doesn't matter right now. Doesn't ma dash? Sure. Hawks shushed him and then proceeded like he didn't just cut off the number 2 pro hero, a surge of confidence pushing him forward. What was this intel exactly? Who was your source? Please say the commission. Hawks mentally pleaded. He never wanted the commission to be behind something so badly, but he had a horrible sinking feeling that he really didn't want confirmed. Hawks. If it was the commission, I'm pretty sure I'd receive the same information. He hated being logical. So it wouldn't make sense if it was them. Would that make it a personal source? Hawks tapped his chin. Perhaps this source doesn't even know they are one. There are way too many possibilities because Endeavor is too unpredictable. He could have hired someone on the down low to stalk a member of the League. Hawks. Endeavor's booming voice seemed to rattle the windows around them, commanding the attention of every living thing. If you continue to question me like this, I will, as you say, rat you out to the commission. Ah, sure. Hawk scoffed. For what? How much did this motherfucker know? I saw you talking with the villain Dabi just before our initial attack. And his attack would not have even singed you if you didn't move to allow your arm to be burned. And don't think I didn't see through your obvious ploy to distract me. He was protecting you and you were protecting him. Hawks paled in response. If you do not want me exposing you to your employer, I recommend you leave. Now. Why aren't you telling on me? Hawks tried to swallow his panic, but was unsuccessful. Where he once felt comforted by Endeavor's strong presence, all he felt now was pure fear. I don't have enough information just yet. For all I know, this could be an assignment of yours. Based on your reaction, I doubt that's it, but you're their pet so they might not believe my word alone. That's all Hawks was to the commission, to the president. The woman who raised him, trained him to be nothing more than an obedient pet. He had no sense of identity, his name was stripped away from him, and he was put on a short leash. His life was bad enough up to this point living under her thumb, but Endeavor could make it even worse if he went to her with this information. He may never regain her trust after abandoning a mission. He might be disposed of. Okay, I'm leaving. He backed down. Grilling Endeavor just wasn't worth it if he could destroy the life he wanted to give Izuku and Roomie, if he could ruin the life he wanted to have with Tuya and the League. His existence didn't mean anything beyond what he could provide other people with anyway, so he can't afford to mess that up too. And I suggest you stay away from the villains. Endeavor pat Hawk's shoulder just a bit too hard to seem at all friendly. For your own good. Tuya. Oh my god, are you okay? Natsuo ran towards his brother, who was slumped over in a chair, and tightly wrapped his arms around him. What the F happened? I had a bad feeling and I got worried, so I went to the bar to check on you guys, but no one was there. How did you manage to find us? Compress asked, his voice strained. They were all spent by this point, but Seiko just felt horrible at having to pull Tuya away after hurting Hawks. He knew Tuya never wanted to turn into his father, and he just knew Tuya would feel guilty about this for a long time. I have a contact in the underground. It's how I found the bar in the first place. But what happened? Natsuo pulled Tuya's shaking body closer to his own, if that was even possible by this point. Are you hurt? He gently asked his brother. We were ambushed by heroes. Endeavor showed up. Spinner groaned as he dipped the tip of his burnt tail into some water. He what? Hawks tried to buy us time to get out, but Endeavor had Tuya and I cornered. Compress said. Tuya used his flames as a distraction and he burned Hawks in the process. I hurt him. Tuya muttered. I burned him, Natsu. His voice was hoarse and his body limp. He had no strength right now, he was exhausted. I need you to check on him, please. You dash. Natsuo wasn't quite sure what to say in this moment. He couldn't promise that right now, and he wasn't sure what would comfort his brother. Tuya was always the one who somehow knew what to say when. You aren't NG. He finally settled on. Judging by the way Tuya's tense body loosened ever so slightly, said the right thing. How did he find you guys? Natsuo still held his brother, but he turned to Shigaraki. There are only 3 people who have come and gone from that bar, so why don't you tell us? How did your father manage to track us down? Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. You think I sold you guys out? To the father I despise with every ounce of my being? Seriously? Natsuo hissed. I would never do that, not to Tuya. We are not trying to point fingers. Kurojairi spoke up, attempting to calm everyone down before it got out of control. But if there is someone else you may have told, we need to know. I haven't told anyone. Even if I did, it would be someone I completely trust. He pulled away from his brother and crossed his arms. How about you all? Anyone keeping track on the bird? The way Tuya flinched made him regret his words only slightly. He doesn't trust Hawks, even if the rest of them somehow do. Hawks isn't a snitch. Tuya narrowed his eyes at Natsuo. I can't believe that coming from you. You're too emotionally biased in his favor. Can anyone here honestly and objectively tell me that Hawks poses no threat at all? After meeting Roomie and Izuku, Natsuo wanted nothing more than proof that he can trust Hawks, but so far no one has given him that. If I may, I believe that Seiko and I may be able to provide you with what you seek. What? Natsuo turned his narrowed glare to the 2 men. We weren't going to say anything unless needed, but we have been tracking the pretty bird. He's active, sure, but he's also a pro-hero. He has never gone to visit Endeavor or anyone associated with him. Compress promised with the most sincerity the group has ever heard from him. You've been tracking him? Is my word not enough for you? Tuya finally stood up. His legs were clearly still not able to keep up his full weight, but damn it if he didn't push through that to stand on his own and face them. Did you know about this? He turned a sharp glare to Shigaraki, who was just standing there, his expression never changing. Of course you did, 'cause why wouldn't you, boss? Did you have them do it? Tuya, the 2 of us truly decided this on our own. Tamura was not aware until after we had already started. Kurojairi tried to soothe the tension weighing the air down. We only started after you introduced him to all of us. We were just being cautious. Cautious my butt. Who's been watching him? You Seiko? Or is it some outsider in the underground who could try to hurt him? She works in the commission dash. Compress tried to start on an explanation, but he really chose the absolute worst way to start that. The commission? Oh my god. Are you trying to get him killed? Tuya growled. Down boy, down. Spinner finally had enough and decided to intervene, only enough to protect Mr. Compress and Kurojairi from a cold blue flamey demise. We are not putting him in any unnecessary danger, Tuya. Kurojairi promised. This young woman dedicates her time to taking down the commission from the inside. Seiko got in contact with her, and she has been keeping an eye of Hawks. Tuya harshly rubbed his face, fingers pulling painfully on staples, but it didn't even faze him as anger still coursed through his veins. What is her name? Tuya dash. No. They've been tracking him, I deserve to know her name. Tuya shut the F up for 1 second. Natsuo yelled at his older brother, effectively getting him to quiet down for the time being. Oh wow, he's like a Tuya whisperer. Toga muttered with a smirk. This girl, is her name Natsun? Natsuo asked with what almost sounded like a bit of fear mixed in. Yes, that is her name. I'm sorry everyone. Natsuo sighed and sat down on the chair Tuya had abandoned. If she's keeping an eye on him, then I didn't even need to start this whole thing. What? Tuya's voice got small as he turned back to face his little brother. You know her? Know her? I'm planning on marrying her someday. Natsuo let out a dry chuckle. We're together, and she is as trustworthy as me. Your girlfriend is tracking my Hawks? Tuya hesitated. The 2 hadn't exactly gotten the chance to discuss just what Tuya's confession changed in their relationship. For all he knew, it didn't change. Sheet and Hawks was gonna turn him down if Endeavor hadn't forced them to flee. Can she keep him safe? No offense, but if she has to keep him safe at risk of her own safety, then I won't allow it. But if she can keep him safe without directly putting herself in harm's way, then yes, she can. God. Tuya sighed and rubbed his face again, less harshly this time as he was coming down from his adrenaline high and would absolutely feel the tugging. Sorry, Kurogyri, Seiko. He mumbled through his hands, not able to look them in the face and apologize for blowing up on them for nothing. It is quite all right, you love him, that reaction was to be expected. Kurogyri comforted him. Fiercely protecting someone you love is pretty normal for anyone in the underground, because if you don't protect them, who will? And I apologize for not explaining right away. I should have thought about how you'd react to learning someone from the commission was tailing your pretty bird. Compress put a hand on Tuya's shoulder. You care about him, that is enough for me to protect him as well. He had never seen Tuya care so deeply about someone before, not even himself. Seiko would do anything to protect those feelings. Natsu, I think that meeting with your girlfriend has to happen sooner rather than later. Tuya said, his voice still muffled through his hands as he attempted to get his beating heart to calm the F down before facing the rest of them. They may all see each other as a misfit family, but showing them his weakness was being way too vulnerable with them for his liking. Well, I tried to make that happen earlier today, but someone forced me to leave because his Hawks showed up. Natsuo crossed his arms. Toga and Spinner snickered, happy they weren't the only ones who were planning on teasing Tuya for calling Hawks his. God, let's not start with that again. And it wasn't just him, Izuku came with him. Tuya swallowed his blush, finally registering his own words as his adrenaline high started to wear off. Wait! His head shot up before Natsuo could quip back. Izuku! His face twisted into guilt yet again, but luckily it wasn't quite like his intense self-hatred from shortly before. I forgot to ask about him. Did you get him back okay? Did you meet the bunny? How about the a-hole kid? Does he seem like he's someone worthy of Aiza's forgiveness? Tuya, stop it with the 20 questions. If I didn't get him back safely, do you think I'd be here right now trying to comfort your burnt butt? He glared at his brother. Ever since finally getting his long-dead older brother back in his life, all he's been doing is glare at him. It's not his fault though. Tuya is still an annoying but just slightly more burned than the last time he saw him. I suppose not. Tuya mumbled. Exactly. And we can talk about Katsuki later, who doesn't SCK by the way. We should go meet up with Natsun. Natsuo sighed. You all may have all the free time in the world, but she doesn't cause of work. Right. Hawks rolled his eyes as he stopped right outside of Roomie's apartment door. He had decided to walk the whole way back, needing the cool air to untangle all the thoughts bouncing painfully around his head. Oh, for my own good. Motherfucking a-hole. I swear I will kill Dash. Oh my god. You're hurt. What happened? Roomie interrupted him, gently pulling Hawks into the apartment. Are those burns? Did he burn you? No. Well, yes, but he didn't have a choice. It's not bad. Hawks couldn't deal with this right now. His arm FNG hurts, his head FNG hurts, his heart FNG hurts. Don't give me that bull, he burned you and you're trying to cover for him. Roomie got to work prepping disinfectants and ointments. Izuku is with Katsuki. God, he was so happy when he got back. I haven't seen him smile like that at all yet. Your villain definitely has his ways, but Hawks, if he hurt you then I don't like Izuku being around him. Hawks' eyes widened in panic. No, don't separate them. Don't take Izuku away from even more family. I told you he didn't have a choice. He would never intentionally hurt either of us. Just the thought of Tuya and Izuku not being able to see each other anymore made a hole form in the pit of his stomach and his heart ache even more. They needed each other. This is nothing. He muttered and grabbed a towel to start cleaning around the burns himself. He needed to do something to stop his thoughts. Here, let me help. Roomie's voice dropped to a softer tone. Just let me help. Roomie. Hawks looked at her from his place on the couch with tears in his eyes. Now that he was somewhere safe, somewhere he knows he can be emotional without the prying eyes of the commission, or villains, or FNG endeavor, he could let himself feel. Hawks, talk to me. What's been happening, babe? Roomie eyed her best friend sadly. His wings were drooping and his body shook ever so slightly. I fed up. I fed up really badly. He just left without saying anything. Sure, he provided Endeavor with a distraction so that Tuya and Seiko could get away safely, but that's all the good he did. He didn't say anything, well, he said something, just the wrong thing to the wrong person. He believed Tuya, of course he did, how could he not? But that was a lot to digest in such a short amount of time. Surely Endeavor won't retaliate, right? How? Talk to me, love. Roomie couldn't see how this was at all Hawk's fault. This villain is the one who burned him for FS sake. But she had to be a supportive friend. Hawks doesn't many of those. How did you F up? I opened my big stupid mouth, that's how. He never should have said anything to Endeavor. He should have shut up and left right after Tuya and the league got away safely. But no, of course he thought that he could be smart and find out what the BSRD knows. He has a bad habit of overestimating himself, and now that habit has probably put a lot of people in danger. I should have left, but I was just so set off and I let emotions cloud my judgment for just a second, and now I probably put a lot of people in danger. Hawks will never forgive himself if he just put the BSTRD father on Tuya's trail. He couldn't care less about himself, but if Tuya or any of his siblings suffer because of this mistake, Hawks may just turn himself into the commission. Hawks, speak in a way I'll understand you. She grabbed his hand and rubbed her thumb over it softly. Did Dobby burn you because you said something wrong? Hawk's eyes widened and he shook his head quickly. No, I made him burn me. I swear he didn't even try to. I wasn't even talking about him, I'm sorry. He forgot for a second that Roomie was talking about Dobby and the burn, not Endeavor and his thinly veiled threat. Roomie took a deep breath, attempting to digest the information. Okay, so you made him burn you. Sure. But who did you F up with then? Endeavor. What? Roomie hissed. She had her own grudge against the a-hole of a hero. He had questioned her judgment on a mission a while back and then glossed over it afterwards as he was right because he had more experience and no way in hell a young woman hero could be right over him. Needless to say, she really did not like him. You need to seriously be careful with the top two heroes, but especially him. All Might may be in but who gets his rocks off on manipulating children, but Endeavor will seriously kill you if you get on his bad side. She thought back to Natsuo's eerily emotionless face when talking about the hatred he has for his own father. I know that, Roomie. Thank you so very much for reminding me the severity of my F up. She sighed but didn't let go of his hand. It was clear that he needed comfort right now. Okay, just what did you do to him? I want to help you but I can't till I know everything. She wouldn't deny that she was taking advantage of a great opportunity to learn what else Hawks is hiding from her. Just get the bird talking and he has a hard time shutting up. Hawks shifted his gaze, purposefully looking anywhere except Roomie's piercing red eyes that seemed to be able to look into his very soul. He couldn't lie to her, she knew this very well, but was this his secret to even tell her? God, he really wanted to tell someone so he wouldn't have to bear carrying the weight of this knowledge by himself. Roomie, he started, still not looking her in the eye. You can keep a secret, right? If I couldn't, do you know how many people would know about your not so morally sound love endeavors? She rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed he would even dare to ask her something stupid like that. No, I mean a really heavy secret. Hawks finally met her gaze. Like a life or death secret. Endeavor may already suspect that Hawks knows about Tuya, but if it gets out just who Tuya is, not even the League may be able to protect him from what is bound to happen. Not to mention the other 3 innocent Todorokis that would inevitably be caught in the aftermath. Roomie wasn't entirely sure what the hell Hawks was about to tell her, but she did know that she would do just about anything to protect him. Even if that means keeping a clearly dangerous secret. Yes, I can keep a secret. There was no room to doubt her words. Dabi, well, Hawks struggled to find the right words to tell her. His real name is Tuya. Oh shit, he told you his real name? You didn't tell him yours, right? 'Cause I don't care how much you like this guy, if he finds out your real name before I do, I'm gonna be sad. No, you're not hearing me. Roomie, his name is Tuya, as in the eldest Todoroki that went missing like a decade ago. Her eyes widened as the gravity of the situation finally caught up to her. He's a... And you. She was having trouble finding the right words. Yes, he's a Todoroki. And yes, my F-up with Endeavor could have serious consequences if he finds out Tuya is alive and I know who is. Oh my god. Okay. She ate in a deep breath and sat on the couch next to Hawks, finally letting go of his hand. Who else knows this? Does Izuku? If he knew, then they needed to make plans to protect him from the number 2 hero immediately. Should I go pick him up from the Bakugas? No, let's not be too hasty, Roomie. I don't know if Aiza knows or not. The two of them were alone for a bit, so there's a possibility that he does, but let's not pull him away from a friend based on a maybe. Hawks, the person who brought Izuku home, it was Natsuo Todoroki. Roomie muttered, looking away as she said it. Meeting the middle Todoroki was weird enough, him bringing home her kid was even weirder, but knowing that her best friend is sort of in love with and kind of almost dating his older brother previously thought to have been deceased, the weird just makes sense. What? Hawks gaped at her. Sure, the person Tuya introduced to Izuku could have been someone from his past life, but his brother never even crossed Hawks' mind. Well, I guess to be fair, he didn't have a whole lot of time to wonder about who took his kid home, as he was learning life-altering information and then facing off against Endeavor himself like a dumbass. You didn't know? Roomie assumed Hawks would know about this, but the fact that he didn't makes her more than a little nervous. You let Izuku come back with a complete stranger. Tuya trusted him enough to insist on it. Hawks huffed. Wait, no, that's not the point right now. You met a 19-year-old Todoroki, out of nowhere, and didn't think to mention it to me. He knows it's stupid to get upset over something like this. In fact, Hawks felt better knowing the brother of the man he cares about is the one who took care of Izuku, but getting angry over this meant he could put off the anger directed at himself, if only for a minute. Well, I didn't exactly have the chance to tell you in between you crying over Dabi and then hating yourself for Endeavor. Roomie stood up and started walking away. Wait, no, I'm sorry, come back. Hawks rubbed his face and sighed heavily. I'm not leaving, you idiot. I'm going to get more bandages for your arm that apparently you forced him to burn. But you will be telling me every single little detail of your interaction with that BSTRD when I come back. She rolled her eyes, but gave him a small smile as reassurance before disappearing into her bathroom to hunt for the item, leaving Hawks alone with his thoughts, once again. God, I screwed up so badly. He groaned into his hands. Okay, she knows we're coming, right? Natsuo rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. We actually both got rid of our phones earlier today after Endeavor showed up. Tuya scrunched his eyebrows. She may know about us, but suddenly being surrounded by a group of villains doesn't normally go over very well. Natsuo snickered from his seat next to his brother. Don't worry, she'll love you. Just focus on not puking on me. Almost as if his words is what Tuya needed to remember just how motion sick he gets, his face turned green. Spinner! He growled out as a warning. Why they didn't let Natsuo, who actually has a license, drive to wherever his girlfriend is beyond him, but he regrets every single decision that led to all of them agreeing on this plan of action. Are they all stupid? That's gotta be it. Why do I have to be stuck in a car that you're driving? He groaned, letting his head fall back and hit the headrest. Oh, calm your melons. Spinner growled back, completely focused on the task at hand. He wasn't really used to driving on a road that has traffic because most of the time they go out late at night to avoid people. Needless to say, he was also wondering why Natsuo wasn't driving. Shigaraki made this decision. He's still our leader. Leader my butt. He glared holes into the back of the passenger seat that sat said leader, who was not even the least bit fazed by the very obvious jab his right hand had made. The ladies, and twice, are meeting us there through Kurogiri's warp, but those of us here needed a chance to cool down a smidge. Compress clarified the decision that led up to the men being stuck in a tiny but car. Why the F was I stuck in here too? It's my girlfriend we're going to see. Natsuo grumbled with his arms crossed. Dude, you're the Tuya Whisperer, you're not going far. Spinner chuckled. looking back with a smirk taking up half of his face. Focus on your goddamn driving before I turn you into roast lizard. Tuya turned his glare from Shigaraki's headrest to the scaly BSU daring to taunt him while driving. I'm effing gecko. Spinner scowled, but he did turn back around to narrowly avoid a pedestrian walking with a few more grocery bags than they probably should be carrying by themselves. Let us think about something else. Compress offered, ever the peacemaker. You know, when he's not the one causing shit. If he's not making waves, they're not fun to play in. How is the child? He offered up, taking his own advice and putting it into practice as quickly as possible. It hasn't even been a full day since the league has seen Izuku, and yet it feels like a lifetime now that they were in desperate need of the happiness he brought them. Tuya turned to eye his brother expectantly. Well, how is he? This works as later, right? Distraction. He was begging to be distracted. His thoughts were still dominated by the look of pain that he caused Hawks to have only milliseconds before he was forced to leave him with FANG Endeavor. Needless to say, that sight would only be added to his repertoire of horrifying memories that constantly haunted his nightmares. Right up there with the memory of FNG Sikoto Peak. Yeah, it was that bad right now. He's fine, he's good. Natsuo promised with a small smile adorning his face. I met the bunny, who is super cool by the way, and the kid, Katsuki, he's really trying to be Izuku's friend. So you approve of him? I approve of the friend, yes. Natsuo confirmed with a nod. Tuya still looked slightly apprehensive, but taking his brother's word turned back towards the front passenger seat, staring right through it to where he knows Shigaraki's back would be. If he ever hurts Izuku, I trust you'll keep me out of jail? He asked the leader, to which the light blue-haired man just waved his hand. It looked dismissive, but Tuya knew to take it for his boss's silent agreement. He can keep us out of jail. Compress spoke up, seamlessly adding himself, and most likely the others as well, into the equations. But who will keep him out? Even if Shigaraki never spoke about his growing affection towards the small teenager, anyone who spends even a moment with them would be able to tell that Izuku would have the full weight of the league dropping on anyone who hurts him. Kurogyri. Spinner offered, finding the conversation quite humorous. Nah, no way, he'd be following right behind me to jail. Tuya waved the suggestion off. If there was anyone, other than Hawks, that he could feel confident would be right behind him when it came to Izuku, it would be the Man of Mist. The man fiercely protects all of his family, and Izuku is a very important part of it. We'd leave all the bailing out to Jiren. He smirked as he thought about the information broker having to keep about 10 individuals out of Tartarus because they killed someone who hurt their kid. You torture that man. I never should have introduced you to him. Compress sighed heavily, shaking his head dramatically. A few years after kind of taking in teenage runaway Dabi, who was not Dabi at the time, but that's a story for another day, Mr. Compress introduced him to Jiren, the infamous underground information broker, so that Dabi could figure out a way to live. You both love me. Tuya joked confidently. The three of them were like their own little makeshift family before Dabi and Compress joined the league. Well, as much of a family as a homicidal teenager, broker, and a modern-day Robin Hood magician could be. I should have known he was connected to you all. Natsuo groaned. Jiren is the contact I said I have that led me to the bar and then later to your new hideout. Tuya couldn't help but snort. Their connections all went in one big circle. Natsu is connected to Jiren, who is connected to the league, who are connected with Natsun, who is Natsuo's girlfriend. It was kind of ironic in a way. Okay, enough about torturing our contact, we're here already. Spinner said, and despite no one but Shigaraki being able to see his face, it was so obvious just how big of an eye roll he gave them. The little sheet. You didn't sleep. Roomie said rather than asking when she looked her best friend in the eye. It was painfully obvious that the man hadn't gotten more than maybe a few minutes of non-restful sleep. Maybe. I slept. Hawk's voice cracked, revealing the truth that he did in fact get 0 amounts of sleep. The day before replayed in his mind every single goddamn time he closed his eyes. Even blinking didn't receive any sort of sympathy from his brain, replaying the moment he was burned on repeat. He didn't blame Tuya. How could he when he's the one who got in the line of fire as an alibi? But knowing that didn't take away from the fact that he had forced Tuya to burn him. Right after he just got done confiding in him what his father had done to him and his siblings as kids. He could tell Tuya never wanted to be like his father, and had even just gotten done confessing too. Hawks is a bad person, an awful one really to do that to him, so a little lost sleep is a small price to pay. He's been through much worse than nightmares and dark circles. God, you say even more at lying than you used to. Roomie sighed and rubbed a hand over the entirety of her face, praying to all of the gods she knows of to give her the strength needed to not strangle her best friend. It was barely working. You can sulk and lick your wounds all you want, leave me out of it, but if you seriously need to talk to me, I'm here. You know that, right? He answered with a yawn, opting to not use his words right now. He didn't exactly trust them. Roomie rolled her eyes. Well, if you're gonna be like that, then get the hell off of my couch. We have to clean up and redress that burn you got, and then go pick up Izu. As much as he may want us to, we are not just leaving him with the Bakugas, they'd corrupt our sweet little Izuku. Hawks couldn't help the snort he let out at her words. If Katsuki hasn't corrupted him yet, then I highly doubt he will now. If anything, I'd be worried about Izuku corrupting Katsuki. Absolutely not, Roomie shook her head vigorously. Not our Izu. She smiled at the way her plan to get Hawks out of his head worked before physically dragging him off of her couch. Shower, she demanded once his mild laughter had quieted down. I'll make breakfast. His skeptical look earned a punch to the shoulder. Shut up, I'm grabbing the muffins Izuku made the other day. I didn't say a word, Roomie. Hawks lifted his hands in mock surrender, the only thing ruining his perfect acting skills being the upwards tilt of his lips. Then tell your face to shut up. She humphed and crossed her arms. Roomie, that doesn't ma dash. Just, don't say it. She sighed, defeated, and just walked off to the kitchen with no other word uttered. If this morning was anything to go by, it was gonna be a long day. Hawks took a brief cold shower, hoping the freezing water droplets dripping on him would somehow wash away the previous day from his memory. It didn't work, of course. Maybe he should try to find someone with a memory-altering quirk. He's pretty sure the League's information broker has something like that, but one can hope. The thought of facing Tuya, or anyone from the League for that matter, made his heart squeeze in a very uncomfortable and way too new way. What did it mean? Did it mean anything? Is he thinking too much? Probably. Your muffin. He caught the baked good and looked around, realizing he had somehow finished his shower, dressed the burn, and ended up back in the living room all without consciously doing it. That's concerning. Hey, wake up already. Roomie snapped loudly right in front of his face, effectively snapping him back to the present. When we pick up Izu, I'm gonna bring up possibly going to his school to get the appropriate paperwork for him to test out. It's not too much longer until UA entrance exams, and I do not want him to worry about that DMN school while trying to train and study. Which means, she slung a bag over her shoulder and hopped to the front door, Hawks being dragged along with her. You need to be in tip-top shape to comfort him. Now that definitely brought him back. He may want to crawl under a rock and hide from the League and most of the heroes and definitely the Commission, but Izuku is one person he couldn't even bring himself to imagine hiding from. He's his kid for FS sake, and he will be better than any parental figure he's ever had. Hawks didn't speak, but he did nod and follow Roomie without any complaint. When outside, he picked her up and took off through the sky. Flying was the most efficient way to travel in order to cut the trip in more than half of its original time. It was a fairly short and very quiet flight. Hawks did not want to talk, and Roomie wasn't going to push him after all the information he'd dumped on her the previous night, figuring he really needed some time to sort through his own thoughts. Once they landed in front of a very familiar front door, barely even managing to knock, Hawks was being tackled in a surprisingly strong hug. Izuku, don't knock him over. A woman's voice chuckled from the open doorway. He's had fun, but I can tell he wanted Hawks the whole time. Mitsuki smiled warmly at the scene in front of her. Words cannot even begin to describe just how happy seeing Izuku love and be loved by a parental figure made her. She'd had to watch for years as his childlike wonder and adoration depleted with every year that came and went until it got to the point where she didn't see the boy smile at all. The fact he can smile freely now did wonders for her own family's happiness. Don't worry, Hawks is a lot more sturdy than he looks. Roomie laughed loudly, her own darkened heart lightening at the perfect display of affection. Hawks bent down and scooped Izuku up into his arms, wrapping them and his wings tightly around his body. I missed you, kiddo. He pushed his nose into soft green hair and inhaled, the scent uncoiling the tightness that had settled in his chest. Izuku easily reciprocated the affection, smooshing his face against Hawks' chest. Home? He asked, but with his face buried in the t-shirt it sounded more like, hum. Hawks couldn't help the way his smile grew and grew with each passing second. Izuku was cozied up in his arms. We have one stop to make, but after that, yes. Home. He promised. Izuku, a young teen's voice, Katsuki, finally spoke up after a moment of everyone appreciating the soft view of green tufts poking up over red wings. Again, yeah? The exact words he wanted to say wouldn't come out because saying them would sound so weird coming from him, but Izuku knows his friend and knew what he was trying to get at. Maya. He muttered just loud enough for the blonde to hear his answer while still refusing to move from his comfy spot wrapped in warm and cozy feathers that were so soft they tickled his face in just the best way. Did you sleep during your sleepover, little chick? Hawks poked the tip of Izuku's nose, an adoring smile taking up most of his face. The cute name slipped out before he realized it, but by the time he did so had Izuku and the boy's large grin stopped any and all embarrassment in its tracks. Let's get going, okay? He wanted to get the stressful event out of the way so he could get back to Roomie's apartment and hold Izuku while he slept. After the day he had yesterday, holding his kid where he is safe and protected is all he wants. And if Endeavor wanted to try something, anything, he'd have to drag this one soft moment out of his cold, dead hands. Yeah, we really should get going. Roomie took over, letting her two favorite boys find silent comfort in each other's arms. Plus, she'd be lying if she said watching Hawks cuddle their kid like that didn't bring her her own form of comfort. We'll definitely bring him back sometime soon, though. She promised, mostly for Izuku but also for the expectant explosive blonde trying and failing to stare her down. And if you'd allow it, the two of us would love to take Katsuki under our wing to help him train for the UA entrance exam as well. She conceded. Izuku had already talked her into the arrangement, but Mitsuki and Masaru still had to okay it. That would be perfect. Mitsuki clapped, shaking her son's shoulders. You better be grateful and take it seriously. Since when do I not take any sort of training seriously? Katsuki bit back. Roomie took that moment to start heading back towards Hawks and Izuku, who was still being held, to head to their next destination. We'll be seeing you. She waved, not stopping her walk so that the two other adults couldn't find a way to keep them there any longer. Once she was back by her best friend's side, she walked on ahead letting Hawks follow her lead so that he could still keep his face mostly in Izuku's hair instead of having to focus on their surroundings too much. Where are we going? Izuku finally extricated himself from Hawks' soft shirt to poke his head over the wings and see where they're headed. Before either Roomie or Hawks could respond though, his body went frigid in Hawks' hold. Hey, are you okay? The bird stopped walking and started looking around for any potential threats or other possible reasons before settling back on wide green eyes. Why are we going there? Izuku knew he couldn't stay out of school forever. That wasn't reasonable for someone aiming for such a prestigious hero school, but he didn't think he'd ever have to go back there. Roomie had brought up testing out, she'd promised that he didn't need to go back if he didn't want to, and oh how he did not want to. His teachers hate him, his peers hate him, he's bullied, suicide baited, all Mike could find him there, his father could easily find him there, and the list could go on and on. Kid, you are not going back, I promised you that and I intend to keep it. Roomie started her earlier smile replaced by something harder and more direct. But in order to get you out of there, we have to go in person to get the appropriate paperwork. God, she really hoped Izuku would be able to use his rational brain instead of his emotional brain in this moment. Some place that hurt you and held memories of even worse pain was not easily looked at with a clear head though. You don't have to talk to anyone, Hawks tightened his grip. You don't even have to look at anyone, but Roomie and I need to talk with the headmaster. Izuku's shaking was dying down, but he buried his face back into the man's chest. Wings is all he got out in way of the question he wanted to ask. Luckily Hawks is just about fluent in Izuku lately, and was able to easily pick up on what he meant. My wings will not move from this position the whole time, so feel free to use them to not look. He didn't want to say Izuku could use them to hide because he wanted to make sure they worked on getting him to face things instead of hiding away from them, but this specific situation can be an exception. If anyone tries to address you directly, I'll hit them with a feather. He winked at Izuku's curious face. Totally on accident, of course. He smirked. Of course. Roomie agreed with her own smirk. If any of those assholes tried anything, she wouldn't hesitate to kick someone's head in. Not exactly heroic, but oh well, she isn't a hero to let abusers get away scot-free. Getting you out of there will bring you one step closer to putting this whole town behind you too. Izuku looked back up at that. But not Katsuki. Rumie's smirk faded into an easy smile. Not Katsuki. She promised. You're late, Natsu. When the men stepped out of the car, they were greeted by the sight of toga hanging off of the shoulders of a young woman in her early 20s. She was talking with Magna and Kurogiri before her attention was stolen by the group piling out of the car, some more said than others, but all more cranky than when they were first put in the car. Kurogiri sighed because this outcome was the opposite of the plan, but it wasn't the smartest in the first place, so he couldn't be all that upset. We didn't have a specific time to meet, soon. Natsuo chuckled, swiftly detangling himself from Tuya and Compress, who had decided that it was a great idea to smush him in between their bodies right after they got out of the car. But I do have a present for you so that doesn't happen again. He pulled a box out of his bag and handed it to her with a smile. She gasped with exaggerated glee. A new phone. Now I can set up secret meetings with all of my men. I only approve of one, and he's both gay and taken. Natsun clearly wasn't expecting that response because her smile dropped a little and she tilted her head to the side to signal her confusion. What? Who are you talking about? Normally their jokes didn't stray into serious territory right away, so she was rightfully confused. Natsuo shrugged and pulled Tuya over to his side. I know about the bird, and this one has some stuff he'd like to talk to you about. Natsun didn't even look fazed by the admission. She had probably already assumed that Natsuo knew about her watching Hawks. Meeting with the whole league of villains and your boyfriend without much of a heads up would kind of lead anyone to figuring out that they all knew about your secret mission inside of your secret mission. Dabi, she bowed and greeted, a lot warmer than Tuya was expecting or had ever heard before. It was never my intention, but I am aware of your relationship with Hawks, so I will try to answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. Tuya sighed and shook his head fondly. He's not great at hiding his emotions. Hawks can school his expressions and bite his tongue all he wants, but if you look just a tad closer than normal, his wings make his feelings plain as day. No, he isn't. Natsun agreed with her own fond small smile. He dropped off my radar yesterday though, and he hasn't answered any commission texts. Is he okay? Tuya couldn't help the light flinch that zapped through his body. Natsun's eyes, ever the observer, softened at the act. He's not. She concluded. Endeavor showed up at our hideout yesterday. Hawks acted as a distraction and gave us enough time to get away, but Dabi burned him in the process. Compress filled her in sadly, knowing Tuya wouldn't be able to get the words out without going into a panic again. Yesterday? She looked to Natsuo for confirmation. Yeah, it's exactly what you're thinking. Natsuo nodded curtly. When he said he'd find a way to bring us all home for good, he must have meant taking out the League of Villains so he can be there too. But didn't even give Fuyu and Sho the chance to really get home before going after them. I barely got the kid home. He was referring to the stupid family lunch that he was forced to attend the day prior that Natsun had tagged along to because all the siblings consider her family already, even if Enji still doesn't. Tuya looked at his brother with wide eyes. He's trying to what? His mind was moving at a rapid pace as he tried to think of everything that could possibly mean or lead to. One thought stuck out among the rest. Does that include Mom? Natsuo's nod of confirmation made his heart rate pick up until he was suddenly breathing a bit too heavily to be anywhere near normal. He can't ruin her again, he can't hurt her again. I know. Natsu, he can't. I know that. Hey, it's okay you two, calm down and we can figure out a plan. Natsun's soft voice reverberated in the brothers' ears as they slowly listened. Holy shit, she's the Todoroki whisperer. Spinner muttered in complete awe. Tuya's brain went fuzzy as a warm familiar buzz settled over his body, slowing his thoughts and his breathing until he was barely standing. This was too familiar, someone's done this to him before. He wasn't even nervous or anxious with the fact that some stranger had used their quirk to put him in a very compliant state that she could easily take advantage of. It was just so familiar. Oh wow! A soft gasp echoed from Natsun's lips. So you're the one. The League were frozen as they watched the scene play out in front of them, unsure of when to jump in or if they even should jump in. It seemed like a family matter that they had no right getting involved in, but with both Todorokis suddenly oddly out of commission, they had to take charge of the conversation. What do you mean the one? Compress asked apprehensively. Natsun finally looked at the rest of them. I'm so sorry, that sounded so creepy and cryptic, didn't it? She chuckled nervously. You see, I've been hearing stories for the last decade or so from my mother about when she saved a child left to die at the hospital. He was injured to the brink of death by a pro-hero, which is what started her hatred of them. She never tried to sway my opinion, but she did tell me about this so that I'd know what the world is really like. This story is what made me want to infiltrate the Hero Commission and expose them from the inside, so that no other child can be harmed from the society they've manufactured. She explained. So then, this child that your mother saved was Tuya? Are you certain? Compress hadn't been, well, none of them had been filled in on what exactly led to Tuya dying all those years ago, and to hear it from someone else made them all more than a bit skeptical, but also very, very anxious. Yes, I am. You see, I have the same quirk as my mother, and there's this sort of sense we have that can pinpoint who we've used it on before because it can only be used so many times before it becomes ineffective. That is why I am positive that Dabi is the one she used it on because he was the first and only one she ever did. Natsuo and Tuya were finally coming back to themselves, which meant they were both able to comprehend Natsun's story. So then, that boy you told me about, that was my... Natsuo looked at Tuya with tears in his eyes. I never thought it was that bad. He muttered, frozen from shock as the tears started to drop from his long white eyelashes. Hey, don't cry, I'm fine. Tuya nudged Natsuo's shoulder with his own. He really isn't, and everyone knows it, but fake it till you make it? I should definitely thank your mom though, Natsun. Without her I probably would have less skin than I do now, or be 6 feet under. You really don't need to thank her at all. Natsun shook her head. But she has been worried since then that you died on the streets, so if you'd allow it, I'd love to tell her that you're alive. Tuya laughed, an actual goddamn laugh for the first time since everything bad went down. Natsu, I love your girlfriend. Hawks, he seems to be running out of steam. Roomie taunted from her place by Izuku's side. Shut the F up. Katsuki huffed, trying to hide the fact that he put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Hawks and Roomie had been training the two boys since that first day after their sleepover. Hawks needed an excuse to keep avoiding the League Tuya dash, and the really did need training as the entrance exam for UA was creeping closer and closer. I ain't running out of anything. He growled, seemingly finally successful in catching his breath. And why the F is the nerd sitting out? He's not sitting out. Hawks snapped quickly, sending a piercing sharp glare to meet Katsuki's. He's analyzing. Izuku explained the course of action he talked about with Tuya, and while Hawks felt hurt not hearing it from Tuya himself, he did agree that it was a smart idea. Izuku is still healing, he will be for a long time, but he's still healing physically. Pushing him right now was the absolute opposite of what Hawks wanted to do. And anyway, he wasn't very convinced that Izuku was okay still training to be a hero. It's a very mentally taxing profession that doesn't give nearly as much as it takes from you, and Izuku was moved into understanding this way before he should have been. But if you need a break... Hawks focused his attention back onto the kid squatting in front of him. Like effing hell I do. Then come at me again, and Izuku will tell you what you do wrong. Hawks quickly learned that the best way to get Katsuki fired up to the point he'll attack with no hesitation is to PSS him off. And the best way to PSS him? Pick at his painfully obvious inferiority complex. Katsuki essayed in a breath, trying to contain his anger. He was going to therapy for this exact sheet. He couldn't let some chicken get the satisfaction of making him blow up. "Hey, Izuku," Katsuki called behind him without turning his head, definitely not giving any attention to the nickname that slipped out lest it destroy his focus. "When I win, you're trying for the hero course with me." Without giving the stunned boy behind him any chance to respond with more than a slight gasp, Katsuki took off. Hawks glared at him, molten gold piercing into harsh red. He was so set off, too much has happened in the past few days that he seriously could not even begin to think through it all. The commission has been drugging him, the league is like a family, Dabi is a Todoroki, Endeavor is an abusive a-hole, he set off said abusive a-hole, and Roomie met another Todoroki without him present. There's no telling when his luck would finally run out and someone he's managed to PSS off would come after him. If not after him, then after Roomie or Izuku, or Tuya if they somehow know about him. Too much has been going on, too much has happened, too many variables remain, and he is FING angry. Roomie noticed the glint in her best friend's eyes and sighed, tugging Izuku closer to her side. "Don't maim the child, Hawks. He's angry, he has the right to be, but she is too." Hawks has put himself in harm's way one too many times for her to ever even dream about having peace of mind ever again. He fell for a sociopathic villain, pretty much joined a league of dangerous villains, and managed to be stupid enough to goad the one pro-hero that she actively avoids. But, no matter how angry he is, he has to learn how to manage his anger instead of keeping it in and waiting for it to explode on those who don't deserve it. Including himself. Hawks vaguely heard Roomie's words before his eyes focused back on the fight at hand and noticed spiky blonde hair only a short distance away from his outstretched feather. When did he sharpen it? Crap. He muttered, softening his feather just enough so it wouldn't cause any lasting or lethal injuries to the child still charging him without a care in the world for the mortal danger he barely just escaped. Without his mind completely focused, his panic still coursing through his body at almost just killing a kid, his kid's friend, Katsuki was able to swerve away from the feather sword and used an explosion to knock it out of Hawk's hand, sealing his victory. "I told you I'd win," Katsuki boasted with his chest puffed out and his head held high. "Did you see that, you nerd?" 1. Now Izuku didn't have any choice in staying by his side for at least another 3 years. Katsuki is hellbent on making up for what he did. "Good job, Kaken." Izuku congratulated his friend with a small smile. It wasn't exactly genuine as he could tell something was wrong with Hawks, especially with the way Roomie had pulled him tighter, but he was still proud of Katsuki for winning. Even if the win wasn't entirely because of his own skills. "I'll surpass All Might before we even get into UA." Katsuki boasted with a wide smirk and a thumb jabbed against his chest for emphasis. His expression dropped though when he saw Izuku barely conceal a flinch. The same thing happened when he brought up the pro during their initial conversation. It was really starting to irritate the explosive blonde that there was something about his favorite hero that his kind of best friend refused to share with him. Whether the idea that All Might did something wrong, or that Izuku was keeping something from him, set him off more, Katsuki wasn't actually sure. But he at least has enough mind to not bring it up in front of the green-haired boy. Hawks could feel a low growl rumble deep in his throat at the mention of All Beach, which he quickly and easily swallowed down as if it were never there to begin with. How the F could he forget about Japan's #1 douchebag as being at the start of his long list of reasons to be set off at the world? All Might put everything else into motion without even realizing it. Even if some of those things were very good, Hawks isn't so sure they outweigh the bad just yet. He hasn't received the payoff for the pain yet. "You did very well, Katsuki." Roomie took over the situation, knowing that her 2 boys wouldn't be able to. Hawks and Izuku had told her some of what All Might had done to get in their bad graces so quickly, but Izuku couldn't really go into much detail. It's fine though, even without a lot of detail Roomie is able to put 2 and 2 together and the sum of that math did not look pretty. Knowing just how awful of human beings the 2 top heroes are really makes her blood boil, especially because both she and Hawks are right up there with them in the top 5. No one should ever use their power over others as a way to get their way. Of FNG course I did. Katsuki crossed his arms, side-eyeing Hawks and Izuku even as he spoke to Roomie. He said something wrong, clearly, but it was frustrating that he didn't know what it was. Izuku, what feedback do you have for me? His voice softened ever so slightly as he turned to his friend. Katsuki knows he's good, he knows that he is good enough for UA, but something was bothering Izuku and the little nerd always felt better when analyzing someone. He can swallow his pride just enough to get Izuku back to himself again. Oh well, Izuku's eyes widened when the nickname hit his ears again. Clearly it wasn't just a one-off accident. He couldn't help the way that thought made his heart beat a bit faster against his ribcage. When you attack with your left hand, your stance is a little off. It leaves an opening that someone could easily exploit. Also, when you go for the straight kill shot, you focus all of your energy and attention into that movement without protecting any other part of your body, which would give more than enough room for an accomplice or partner of the person you're fighting to incapacitate you fairly easily. Izuku rubbed his chin as he muttered about all of the different things he noticed during the multiple rounds Katsuki and Hawks had. Oh, and I think that if Hawks hadn't have loosened his grip on the feather at the last moment that you wouldn't have won that time. Huh. Katsuki was starting to zone out with all of Izuku's mumbling, but his attention was piqued by that last comment. You if he let me win? He turned his piercing red gaze to Hawks. Flux could kill. If you actually think I'd ever let you win when I'm trying to train you, then we better stop now. Hawks crossed his arms and glared right back. It only took a few seconds for Katsuki to give in and look away, a scoff rolling off his tongue as he did so. I am very impressed you noticed my loosened grip, Izuku. Hawks took a deep breath and turned his attention to his kid. I don't get distracted easily, but even when I do, most villains don't even notice it. Hawks sort of regretted using the common moniker as Izuku seemed to take personal offense, which makes sense considering over half of his found family are considered this despite saving him the way heroes never cared to, one even hurting him more than the bullies. Hell, even Hawks would probably take offense to someone calling the League evil villains anymore, especially Dabi, who they have no idea is actually Tuya, but that's not the point. God, he and Izuku really did put themselves in quite the tight spot, didn't they? Izuku seemed to recover fairly quickly though, mostly to not let Katsuki know anything was wrong. It's probably because your reputation precedes you. He offered with a light shrug. Despite all of his analyses, why opponents tend to overestimate Hawks has never actually been an object of much curiosity. Katsuki, finally having enough of no one paying attention to him, grabbed Hawks' arm and tugged. Hey, creep, I need to ask you something. He growled, aiming a pointed glare at Roomie and Izuku to keep them back. Roomie sighed and put up her hands in surrender. I'm gonna take Izuku and head for some lunch. You two catch up and we'll treat you, Katsuki. If the blonde really wanted a private chat with her best friend, then she would have to entirely remove herself from the area. Her sense of hearing is just too sharp to stay there, even if she really desperately wanted to know what it is the two were going to talk about. But knowing her kid, Izuku would probably get all pouty if she purposefully listened in, going on about privacy and how if she wants it then she can't betray someone else's. It's happened before, and being scolded by a child too anxious to speak most times wasn't exactly a fun experience. Sure. Pick somewhere good. We'll catch up. Hawks waved her off, sending a smile and a feather to Izuku. Hurt the feather if you need me. Izuku still had the feather he gave to him that first day when he initially left the kid with Roomie, but it was a small scapular that he had taken to wearing as a necklace to always keep some part of Hawks close to him. Even if the hero could easily give him a new one to replace it if needed, he also knows that Izuku would never forgive himself for harming it. Better to send a primary that can keep track of them, look out for any threats, and be used to signal for him if they needed it. As soon as the two were out of view, Hawks turned back to the kid who demanded his attention. Now then, what is so important that they had to leave? He wanted to cross his arms, but his tone already conveyed his rapidly dining patience, so he figured he wouldn't go too far. This is still a child, no matter how annoying he is. Katsuki seemed to fidget with his hands, pulling on his fingers. If Hawks didn't know him so well, he'd assume the kid was anxious. What happened to him? The blonde finally spoke, his voice smaller than Hawks has ever heard it. What do you mean? Hawks could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and he had to consciously push down his feathers as they tried to puff up. If this is about what he thinks it's about, then he really does not want to have this conversation. Not just because thinking about it will make him furious all over again, which almost led to him killing the same kid asking in the first place, but it's also an invasion of Izuku's privacy and a betrayal of the very thin trust he'd given the man. All Might. Katsuki clarified with a huff, like Hawks should have already known this. What did All Might do to Izuku? He's figured something happened between the two considering the pro-hero hadn't even been looking for the child, but Izuku's reactions, his flinching at the mere mention of the man gave a small insight into the fact that there is more of a story there than what he originally thought. And based on Hawk's own reaction of clear anger at the man's name, he knew what was going on the best. Katsuki. What? That's not my place to tell you. Hawks finally did cross his arms, trying to signal that this conversation topic was being shut down. It really is just not Hawk's place to tell someone Izuku considers a friend, his best friend, which is still a slight issue with Hawks and Roomie both, that their kid considers his bully his best friend only because he's never had any others, but that's besides the point, about something that could potentially destroy Katsuki's image of his idol or make him doubt Izuku's words. Katsuki growled. He knew it wasn't going to be a FING cakewalk getting information out of the chicken, but why did he have to make things so difficult? So something did happen. Katsuki wasn't still such a kid as to blindly love and trust anyone anymore, not even his idol. Pro-heroes are human too. If that a-hole hurt his best friend, who he still couldn't believe willingly gave him a second chance, then he will kill him. Symbol of peace or not. He doesn't know what exactly happened between Izuku and his parents, but he did know that his friend didn't deserve all the bad that has happened to him in his short life. And if it did? Hawk's words and glare drew Katsuki out his head. You're part of the reason why Izuku was so susceptible to being hurt, so what are you going to be able to do about it? He knows that it isn't fair to place blame on a child, even a bully who was never told his actions are wrong, but too much has happened and every single one of Hawk's nerves were frayed. He wasn't on edge anymore, he was way past the edge at this point. He was distancing himself from the league, and in turn Tuya, he was barely even with Roomie unless it had to do with Izuku. Maybe he's projecting onto Katsuki because he was stupid enough to PSS off the commission and endeavor, thus possibly putting his family in more danger than he can protect them from. Maybe he wanted someone to blame him. Maybe he wanted to be punished. Old habits ingrained in him by the commission sure do die hard. Katsuki flinched at the words. He briefly wondered who gave this adult the right to speak to a kid like that, before remembering just how protective of Izuku Hawks is. I can't change what I did, I think you know that. No matter how much he's hurt his best friend in the past, he was graciously given the chance to fix his mistakes and he'd be absolutely stupid to not take it. But I can be there for him. He crossed his own arms. You and Roomie are pros. Even if you want to be, you can't be with him all the time. Plus, when we get into UA you really can't be there all the time. But I can be. It wasn't an offer he didn't need nor want Hawk's permission, but he did want him to understand that he's not going anywhere. I've heard that All Might is going to be a teacher the same year that we'll be starting. So, unless you've already told him and prepared him, he's gonna need someone. He rolled his eyes. Preferably someone who knows what the F is going on. Okay, to be fair, Hawks couldn't really argue with that. It was pretty sound reasoning, and he really did not feel comfortable sending Izuku into the lion's den by himself. He's briefly thought about lessening his hero duties and putting his required teacher's license to good use, but quickly trashed that idea because the commission would be all up in his DMN business if he tried it. It's still not my place, Katsuki. And it really isn't. Hawks still feels horrible about finding out via Tuya, and even giving Roomie what little information she needed to agree to taking him in. Izuku isn't gonna tell me shit on his own because he doesn't wanna ruin All Might for me. So either you tell me now or I'm gonna go grill him for information. Hawk's eyes widened. Are you threatening me? Is he? Really? Katsuki shrugged. I don't threaten people anymore, creep. Well, not in so many words at least. His therapist would be so sad if she ever found out he kind of technically was threatening a pro-hero though. This would be so effing comical if it weren't for the seriousness of the situation. Fine, but you cannot let Izuku find out, you know. Wait for him to come to you before you even think about saying anything. Just the all-might sheet he supposes can be told. It won't lead to anything about the league as long as he watches his mouth, and it won't have anything to do with his shitty villain father. I already know that. Katsuki rolled his eyes again. But continue, he said quickly before Hawks could scold him and they'd end up off topic again. God, Hawks could only hope he wouldn't regret this. Roomie isn't stupid. Far from it actually. She's a pro-hero in the top 5 for FS sake. Sharp intellect is a part of the job description. So why, pray tell, does she suddenly feel like the dumbest person on this planet? They all call Earth? Can someone please inform her as to why her instincts weren't putting her on edge until the threat was right in front of her face? Because now that she literally can't ignore the thousands of danger flags going off in her head, they're not helpful. Miruko. A gruff voice said in, not so much a greeting as more of a brief acknowledgement of her existence. She bristled in response, her ears twitching in agitation. Endeavor. She huffed out. It's only thanks to her countless hours of training that her voice stayed firm and unwavering. But her training didn't stop her body from moving on its own to shield a slightly shaking Izuku from the man whose mere presence was imposing enough that even she felt more on edge with each passing second he was in their space. You have a child? His tone was more accusatory than she would have liked. Roomie stood even more in front of Izuku, suddenly wanting nothing more than to hide his existence away from the whole world. I'm in the process of adopting him. Not a complete lie. She and Hawks had been discussing her officially adopting Izuku. It would make both taking care of his needs and keeping him away from All Might a lot easier. This isn't how she had wanted to broach the topic with Izuku himself, but oh well. Plans don't always go according to plan. Adopting? There was slight disgust in his voice. It shouldn't be too much of a shock that the man who forced a quirk marriage for the perfect combination found adopting someone else's kid with a completely different quirk from yours less than appealing. She really hoped Izuku wouldn't take offense to that comment. God knows the boy would have his own reservations about the whole situation, including worrying about if Roomie actually wanted him. Which is a ridiculous thought to have because of FNG course she does, but Izuku still has trouble believing that someone who cares for him isn't doing it strictly for their own gain. He's as much my kid with or without officially adopting him though. She made sure to let only a small amount of her annoyance slip through her words, not wanting to really start something with the volatile man. Endeavor only sighed. You and Hawks both are just making trouble for yourselves and others. He shook his head. Even if it is only adopting, having a child is a responsibility you two cannot handle. Now that crossed a line. Dad, let's go eat yet? The reservation time is soon. A soft, timid voice spoke up from behind the large man. When he turned to speak to her, Roomie was able to see blood-red streaks layered throughout snow-white hair. It lied perfectly on her shoulders, falling down to just below her neck. It looks like you are both going for lunch. I am sorry for keeping you. She bowed deeply. Her body language was fairly open. She obviously wasn't working with her brother like Natsuo, but her petite shoulders were squared off like she were constantly bracing for something. And with the knowledge Roomie has of this seemingly perfect family, that bit of information was far more concerning than it normally would have been. You are not keeping us. She made sure to emphasize the fact that this Todoroki had absolutely nothing to be sorry for, it was all her a-hole father. We're waiting for someone anyway. She felt the need to explain a bit further when her red eyes met timid gray ones that matched her voice. We are too. A younger voice now spoke up from behind the other side of Endeavor. Roomie turned her attention to peppermint hair poking out from behind a large arm. You must be Shoto, yeah? She asked warmly. Roomie had never once thought of herself as mother material. As much as she hated Endeavor's guts, he wasn't too wrong about the responsibility of having one went over her head, but after Izuku she found herself much more inclined to show kids a soft side of her that she's never shown anyone outside of Hawks before. It was like she became a mother and now it was oozing off of her or something. Even when she wasn't trying, kids were becoming much more attached to her than before. This is Izuku, he's the same age as you. And with a newfound sense of motherhood came wanting your kid to be happy, healthy, and have friends. Plural. Shoto didn't do much more than nod a greeting at the green hair poking over Rumi's shoulder, which Izuku quickly reciprocated. He still hadn't talked to anyone his age besides Katsuki. It was too soon and too weird of a situation to enjoy finally meeting the little brother of Tuya and Natsuo. He really wanted to get on Shoto's good side so that hopefully Tuya would be happy, but anxiety and the heaviness of the moment blew on the flickering flame until it was barely lit. Is Hawks coming? Endeavor raised a judgmental eyebrow at Rumi. He clearly wasn't a fan of the idea of running into the other pro-hero. Based on what Hawks told her about his last meeting with the number 2, he wouldn't want to run into him either. Especially not with Izuku present. Before she could answer, though, a gust of wind came from seemingly nowhere and blew Izuku into Rumi's arms to keep him upright. The F-? She questioned, very agitated now as she glanced around the street corner. Right as her eyes landed on the cause, those goddamn danger flags went off in her head late once again. Thanks for giving nothing, you useless instincts. She growled in her head. Izuku. She gently touched the boy's arm, his body still leaning against hers. When his flinch finally processed in her brain, she growled again, lower this time to not startle the boy further. Aizu, we should leave. She whispered softly to him, hoping and praying it was as soothing as she wanted it to be, but he flinched again and his feet remained almost glued to the street. Izuku's eyes were as wide as saucers. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't move, he couldn't think. Everything stopped but was moving too fast all at once. His heart was beating too fast, or was it beating at all? Was the thumping in his head his heartbeat or the blood pounding against his skull? Either way, his head felt like it was going to split open. He felt movement against his body, he could hear sounds trying to reach him that he recognized as words, but they ended up broken and staticky before he could even think to register what they meant. No, why is there blonde hair in front of him? Get it away, get that away from him. He couldn't breathe. Is he dying? He doesn't want to die. But there's no air getting to his lungs and his head hurts so bad and there's blonde hair right Fenji there and now he's falling. There's no pain, did someone catch him? No, he can feel the telltale sensation of warm blood dripping out of his cut knees onto the gravel below him. But there's no pain? Wait, is he actually dying? No pain is a bad thing, right? Sheet, was he already dead? He still couldn't breathe even as he could finally feel hands on his arms. He still couldn't breathe even as his brain finally started to boot up again. He still couldn't breathe when he heard words being whispered close to his ear, covering up some of the yelling in the background. He still couldn't breathe even though the pain in his knees was finally starting to register. So he wasn't dying? But none of that meant anything because he still couldn't breathe. Katsuki, I am being very serious right now when I say Izu cannot know I told you any of this. Hawks sent a soft glare to the blonde who was obviously unsure of what to do next. His tightly clenched fists were shaking and his knuckles were white. His seemingly permanent scowl was deepened and his red eyes glowered with a murderous intent. I know. He got out through clenched teeth. And you need to get yourself under some sort of control right now because we've almost caught up to them. Izuku is way too smart to not notice if something was off with Katsuki. And he's too smart to not realize that Hawks must have told him something. And he's definitely too smart to not make the connection after that. God, he could only hope that Rumi had him happy and distracted so he maybe wouldn't notice right away and let Hawks come up with some sort of excuse he can give for being alone with Katsuki for so long. I know. He ground his teeth in what looked and sounded painful. I just can't believe. He cut himself off with a sharp shake of his head. No, I can actually. He corrected himself. But to think he would. Some effing hero. He spat. How are you okay with Izuku going to UA? Now that he knows, Katsuki cannot wrap his head around how Hawks and Rumi both are okay with Izuku attending a school that is going to be having the pro as a FING teacher. 'Cause he's not. Katsuki, if it were completely up to us we'd lock Izuku up in Rumi's apartment and never let him leave except to see you, and the league he didn't add. But Izuku wants to. He wants to try. How can we say no? Katsuki could only shake his head in disbelief. If this is what being an actual hero looks like, I don't know if I can do that. Being willing to do something like send Izuku to a place that would be essentially trapping him with someone who hurt him strictly because they trust his judgment is borderline insane. Wait, Hawks suddenly went stock still, his head whipping all over the place. He was still for a moment before his eyes went huge and his pupils dilated until there was almost no molten gold left to see in them. He didn't say anything as he scooped Katsuki into his arms, despite some protest from the younger blonde, and took off. He couldn't use his fastest speed that would get him to his destination in under a minute with someone, a child, in his arms, but he did manage to get there in under 3. What the F dash? You goddamn chicken. Katsuki stumbled when he was roughly set down and hadn't gotten used to his feet again yet. He was half turned to smack the bird upside the head, but his half-raised hand froze midair before dropping fully. His own body had gone as still as Hawks had as the two stared in horror at the sight before them. Endeavor was there in all his flaming glory. No, seriously, did the man ever think to extinguish his flames? They're a goddamn fire hazard, along with 2 Todoroki children. But that's not the sight that had captivated both blondes' full attention. Off to the right of Endeavor was a clearly panicked and fuming Roomie just barely restraining herself from murdering the main reason for the catastrophe. All might. Hawks took a deep breath. Then another. And another. They were rapidly turning too shallow to do anything substantial in way of calming him down as he stared at the collapsing mess of green hair. It's like everything around him had silenced all at once as his ears zeroed in on the sound of Izuku's knees hitting pavement hard enough to cause a resounding crack. That sound was all it took for him to finally snap back to reality and quite literally fly into action. Forgetting that he had carried Katsuki with him to the scene, he carried himself swiftly through the air to land directly in front of Izuku. Panic, he's panicking. Hawks realized as he dropped down to his own knees to get a good look at the state Izuku was in. The boy was shutting down, and Hawks knew better than most that if you weren't able to bring him back now then it could be a while until you did. Aizu, he whispered softly. Izuku, you are safe. It feels like a lie when the cause for the panic attack is right behind his back, but hopefully the words will register as the promise to protect him that Hawks is going for. No one will hurt you, I'll keep you safe, I promise. He reached out and gingerly placed his hands on Izuku's shaking shoulders. He was shaking so badly it was like he was shivering from the cold. Izuku wasn't responding, Hawks wasn't actually sure he could even hear him, and all he wanted was to call the League, call Tuya, and let Izuku hear their voices as well. Every god ever knows that's what Hawks wants for himself right now. What can I do? A soft and gentle voice broke Hawks out of his own head. He looked up into the soft gray eyes of a Todoroki. Not the one he wanted, but did the gods deliver cause apparently it's the one he needed. Don't worry, I'm a school teacher, I won't do anything unnecessary and harm him further. She promised with so much sincerity that Hawks forgot to be apprehensive. I don't know. He admitted with a breaking heart. The amount he actually knew Izuku was so much less compared to what he still didn't know. I haven't seen him have a panic attack like this yet. Fuyumi, he assumed she was, offered nothing but a gentle smile. First, let's calm you down, okay? She put a hand on Hawk's shoulder, never moving enough to make him move from Izuku. Take a few deep breaths with me. In for 4, hold for 5, out for 7. Good, again. Her voice remained calm the whole time she coached Hawks through curbing his own panic. He didn't panic outwardly like this often, and was at least still aware enough to feel somewhat embarrassed at having the sister of the man he had. Feelings for calm him down. We can't even think of calming him down if his dad is freaking out too. She chuckled lightly when Hawk's breathing was more even and his hands were no longer shaking along with Izuku. He didn't say anything in response to the comment, but his cheeks flushed at the word dad. Was he really? Did Izuku consider him that? He didn't exactly have the best track record with dads, and neither did Hawks. Did he think of Roomie as his mom? Probably not, it's too soon. Did he consider Tuya his dad too? That thought sent even more heat rushing to his cheeks. The two joked about Izuku being their kid, but did Izuku genuinely see himself as such? Stop, not the time or place. Hawks pushed the thoughts aside and instead focused back on his kid. He could never find out if he didn't help Izuku now. Izu, he gently whispered again, not expecting a response but was pleasantly surprised when two dull green eyes were suddenly looking up at him. Hey kiddo, you're alright? He gave the best warm, genuine smile he could muster in the moment. It dropped a bit when he noticed Izuku's eyes darting around the area with a wildness that he hadn't seen since first meeting the kid. Don't worry, he's not here, he won't hurt you. He wasn't entirely sure that was the truth because he'd been refusing to spare even a glance behind him for fear of Izuku disappearing from view. He could tell Fuyumi was even on edge now as she looked behind them for him. He's really not here. She seemed to sigh in relief. How she knew who to look for was beyond Hawks, but he appreciated it nonetheless. He'll have to remember to treat her to a meal or something sometime as thanks. With her confident words and Hawks' comforting ones, Izuku slowly gained more recognition in his eyes. 2. He cried out when his throat finally unclenched and he could breathe enough to speak again. Hawks froze, praying to the gods again that Fuyumi wouldn't be able to make the connection. You're okay, kid, he opted to say, but the words left an empty feeling in his heart and tears welling up in his eyes because he wanted to too, goddammit. Let's go home, he offered. It had been an exhausting day for all of them, and all he wanted now was to lie on Rumi's couch watching over Izuku sleeping on the opposite one and Roomie in the kitchen ordering takeout for dinner because God knows the two of them aren't even going to dare to look in the direction of the oven. They burn rice on a good day, who knows what they'd get into on such a bad day. Hawks, he's gone. Katsuki and I chased him away. How's Izu? Roomie hopped over to her two favorite boys with the third hot on her heels. He should be okay, just make sure you give him lots of attention at home. Fuyumi intercepted the two hotheads with a placating smile, trying to give Hawks another moment or so with Izuku alone. She wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but something in her heart told her to protect this small makeshift family with her life if need be. Of course. Roomie finally gave Fuyumi a very genuine smile so wide it made her ears twitch in joy as well. Thank you so much, she bowed, replicating Fuyumi's earlier action. For taking care of my boys. It was nothing, I'm just glad Izuku is all right now. This is just further proof you and the wild child are not capable of raising a child. Endeavor finally spoke up. He was left uncharacteristically speechless after All Might had shown up out of nowhere and caused the small teen to have such a major panic attack that his daughter had to help calm him down. He couldn't help but feel self-pride swell in his heart. He was the one who had pushed for Fuyumi to work with children, because Rei was too docile to teach her any basic survival skills and only knew how to take care of others. It was a good decision on his part, obviously. Dad, Fuyumi turned around to look at Endeavor, her smile completely gone and a sharp freezing gaze in its place. Not now. She used the same tone of voice you'd use for a toddler when telling them no, an air of finality dripping from her tongue. The shock from his daughter saying this actually managed to shut the hulking man up with no complaints. Although, the tenseness in Fuyumi's shoulders returned tenfold when she realized what she'd done and feared the worst. Better not to dwell on it too hard right now. Is he okay? Hawks looked up, blinking away tears that wanted nothing more than to cascade down his cheeks and stain them with the memory of today. He softened though when he saw mismatched eyes staring at him with the worried intensity of a friend. Shoto, Tuya would lose his mind over knowing Izuku had befriended his little brother. Is he okay currently? No, absolutely not. Any progress he and Roomie had made with him was shattered as he held his shaking child protectively in his arms, but he will be. He'll make sure of it, even if he has to die for it to happen. Izu, do you want your phone? Roomie offered, holding out the burner cell to the teenager who was looking way too small for his age now that she and Hawks had gotten him home and wrapped in all the blankets in the apartment. They'd spent about an hour making the most perfect blanket and pillow fort, and they'd made the right decision seeing as how being surrounded by so many plush things was slowly working out the tension that had screwed Izuku's shoulders up to his head. He didn't speak, probably couldn't to be fair, instead lifting one shaking hand up to reach for it. Roomie handed it over without any extra fanfare. Ever since knowing Izuku and Hawks were associated with the League of Villains, She'd been able to put two and two together to assume the phone Hawks warned her to never take from him was a way to contact the members. She'd be lying to say the small device didn't make her nervous at all, but she'd been learning to test her boundaries recently. Izuku looked at the screen for a moment before clicking a button and holding the phone up to his ear. Hawks watched with bated breath, knowing Izuku's first choice would be Tuya. What if he actually answered? Izuku can't speak and someone would need to explain what the hell just happened. He supposes Roomie could, but that would involve a whole other conversation to happen, and he really just did not have the brain capacity left to even think about speaking to Tuya right now, let alone explain the whole shitshow he's gotten himself in since the last time they spoke. After letting the phone ring a few times, Izuku reluctantly pulled the phone away. From his ear with a sad scowl, his eyebrows pinched together. Tuya obviously hadn't answered, and Hawks isn't sure if he should be relieved or very concerned that he didn't answer a call from Izuku. He was so lost in his moral dilemma that he hadn't noticed Izuku press another button. This time he kept the phone away from his ear and held it in front of him. Oh shit, Hawks realized he's FaceTiming one of them. Before he could say anything or even try to stop the call from going through, there was a small click and then the sound of a squeal. Toga? By the look on Izuku's face, while he wasn't upset in the least to see the energetic older teen on the other end, she's not the one he'd called. There was the sound of shuffling, a few more squeals, some low voices conversing, and then finally Izuku had a small content smile gracing his face. Oh dear, you look absolutely ragged. Are you eating all right? Hawks felt all of the tension in body melt away as relief coursed through his veins. Izuku had called Magna. That was such a good choice. One he probably would have made himself in this moment. The comfort that Magna brought with her mere presence, even just over the phone, was immense and instant. By the same look of content on Izuku's face, he felt the same way. Hawks wasn't aware the two were so close, but even if they weren't, Magna was the perfect remedy for any ailment if he couldn't reach Tuya. You tried to call Tuya, didn't you? Izuku gave a soft nod in response. I'm so sorry dear, he's out on a mission right now. He only took one phone with him and it wasn't the one with your number. His shoulders sagged and his head dropped, clearly upset by this news. Even without a verbal response, Magna could tell this isn't the answer Izuku had wanted or needed, because she quickly added, he'll be back by tonight, but how about little Toga and I keep you company until then? Another soft nod, but this one a little less upset. Hawks wasn't sure what he wanted to do. Well, that's not true, he really wanted to go see Magna on the screen as well. Have her tell him that everything is going to be okay, and that he's doing a good job, and to take time for himself. That's what he wants so badly it hurts with the way it clenches tightly around his heart and squeezes. But it's also not a good idea. He's distancing himself on purpose, even pulling away from Roomie, so doing what he wants would ruin everything. Well, more so than he's already done in the first place. His phone beeped at just that exact moment and he looked down at it. He wasn't expecting anything good, but what he saw across his screen ruined any semblance of tranquility he'd found from Magna's voice. Meeting tonight. 9 p.m. Do not be late. Happiness just doesn't exist for him apparently. The text wasn't signed by anyone, but the number has been pounded into his head for years upon years. The commission president called a meeting and squashed any daydreams, so instead of doing what he wants, he steels himself, gives a small wave and smile to Izuku, spun around on his heel, and walked out the door with I'm going for a walk, being the only thing to be said. Hawks loves flying, he adores it really, but there's just something meditative about taking a walk in cool air when you don't even pay attention to where you're going that he needed in this moment. He wasn't even walking for long before he could feel a pair of eyes on his back, because of course his luck is this badly. He had to tune back into reality, and as soon as he did the sound of light footsteps, trying to be stealthy, were heard from behind him. If it weren't for his heightened hearing, the person probably wouldn't have been found by sound at all. Too bad they picked him to stalk. Who are you and why the F are you following me? Hawks whipped his head around and finally caught his stalker. He's too tired to play with whoever the F it is that's disturbing his walk time. I guess he did warn me though, so this is on me. The man sighed and shrugged before stepping out into the dim light of the alleyway. The yellow light lit up his snow-white hair. Hawks knew this guy. Well, know is a bit of an overstatement. But he did know of him. It's hard not to. Natsuo, right? Todoroki? Yeah man, that's me. And you're Hawks. So, why exactly is a Todoroki following me in an alley at 7 p.m.? Hawks approached him cautiously. He couldn't be sure if this Todoroki was sent by Endeavor or Tuya. He both wanted him to be from Tuya and he really didn't. He'd been avoiding the villain for over a month now, and it was for a damn good reason. Because my brother sent me. Natsuo shrugged again. He clearly had no qualms with talking about Tuya out in the open so long as they used vague terms because brother could refer to Shoto and no one would be any the wiser. Well then, how about we head somewhere a bit less sketchy? What do you say? Sure, whatever. Natsuo nodded. He was doing a hell of a job acting nonchalant, but if you looked closely you would notice he was being hypervigilant. His eyes were constantly darting around the open area he was in and his hands that looked like they were casually resting in his hoodie pockets were really clutching his phone with Tuya as number 1 on his speed dial and a small pocket knife. He's had to adapt to being quirkless in a world that was hell-bent on ruining everything and everyone he loved with quirks. Tuya wanted to apologize in person, but that's too dangerous. Natsuo started as soon as they were out of the way of any possible prying eyes. Apologize? What for? Hawks was lost. If there's one thing he's been sure of since that day, it's that he should be the one apologizing to Tuya, not the other way around. For burning you or whatever when NG attacked them last month. Oh. Hawks muttered, he really didn't want to think about that right now, too much has happened today and he didn't need that on top of it. Plus, knowing that Tuya feels guilty enough about it that he feels the need to send his brother to apologize hurts. Since he's been avoiding him for weeks, Tuya probably feels like he's not allowed to approach Hawks himself. Tell him that he doesn't need to be sorry about that. It needed to happen to protect everyone involved. At least, that's what he's been trying to convince himself of since it happened. No. No. Hawks looked up to see Natsuo standing there with crossed arms and a harsh glare. This is getting ridiculous. My brother is the strongest person I know, but you have reduced him to a sniveling mess. You've been giving him nightmares for weeks, he didn't add. He'd had one after introducing the league to Natsun, and it definitely wasn't the last time that Tuya had to be calmed down from a nightmare by one of them. The man has enough demons from his short-lived life to supply more than one lifetime of bad dreams, but it was clear that hurting Hawks had made its way up towards the top of the list. He can't cry. God, shut the F up. Natsuo rolled his eyes. He made you leave, that had to happen, but then you stayed away. That didn't. Natsuo I don't like you. The white-haired man interrupted. He's been given reason to trust Hawks now, especially after knowing Natsun was the one keeping an eye on him, but literally no one had been able to convince him to like the bird yet. The only reason he finally gave in to Tuya demanding he go track Hawks down and deliver his apology is because he needed to see if the man deserved his brother's apology in the first place. I'm being honest, he shrugged at Hawks' affronted face. He's probably never been told that directly before. But Tuya for some reason does like you. Which means you have to have some redeeming qualities. And it's not even just Tuya, but Roomie and Izuku both seem to love you a lot. That was also something he couldn't understand fully. Hawks is the Commission's puppet. How does anyone know for a fact that he's not just going through the rebellious he never got the chance to have? Hawks didn't say anything, he couldn't. Natsuo has every right to hate him, Tuya has every right to hate him. Plus, the mention of Izuku and Roomie sent a pant of guilt to his heart that he really couldn't dwell on right now. He still didn't know if he wanted to tell Roomie that he was called in for a meeting directly with the president. She'd only worry and he didn't want that. What I'm getting at is that I will give you the chance to earn my trust. Natsuo continued as if Hawk's internal conflict wasn't happening right in front of him. His words did manage to snap the pro out of his thoughts and he met Natsuo's steely cool gaze once again. He seemed to ask, he'd do just about anything. You're meeting with the commission tonight, right? How the F did Natsuo know about that? Did he clone his phone or something? Oh well, that is also something to not think too hard on in the moment. Yeah, the president summoned me. I don't know why. He nodded mechanically, not knowing what he was about to be ambushed with was always the worst. Oh, I won't tell anyone about Izuku, or Tuya, or you. I promise. As long as they don't already know, he can come up with some sort of excuse to keep them away. It's worked before. Your promises don't mean shit to me right now, but you've even managed to get Natsun around your finger too. She doesn't know what I don't tell her, so that's at least proof you're not blabbing to just anyone. He only trusts Hawks because she's vouched for him, but even her word can't make him not suspicious. It's how he's been able to live his life quirkless and under Enji's thumb for 19 years now. Natsun. How do you know her? Natsuo didn't sound like he'd been using her for information on the commission, and no matter what anyone else could think, there is just no way the League is using her for info either, but hearing her name unexpectedly come out of Natsuo's mouth was way too odd and slightly convenient for the moment. She's my girlfriend. Natsuo brushed it off as if he didn't just send the bird spiraling once again. Hawks, they know you're defecting. They know you're not doing what you're told anymore. It wasn't a friendly piece of advice, and Hawks knew to take it for what it really was. A warning. Just keep that in mind when you go to this meeting. Why are you warning me? I figured you'd be pleased if they took Mai out of the picture. He said when he was finally able to get his mouth and brain synced up and working again. Natsuo has already said outright that he doesn't like him, so it's not too far of a leap in rationale to assume he wouldn't give two shits what actually happens. I don't like you, but I have my own grudge against the commission and that goddamn president. My personal feelings can't get in the way here. And besides, if they kill you, I honestly can't see my brother being the same ever again. I hurt him too much by leaving. I don't think he'd be as sad as you think. Hawks looked away, guilt and shame once again weighing heavily on him. It was a familiar feeling anymore. If you genuinely think that, then you don't know my brother at all. He loves you, Hawks, and if you never go back because the commission killed you, I'm afraid he'd go on a rampage and get himself killed in the process. Natsuo, you said I could earn your trust. How do I do that? He loves Tuya too, so much more than he thought he did. Natsun will tell you that snow is coming or something along those lines to let you know when I'm close if you need an extraction, since we can't risk the League going into the heart of the commission. All you need to do is protect my brother, protect Izuku, and you've earned my trust. You keep them safe from those people. Do you hear me? That I hear you. Hey, Natsun, busy night? Hawks nodded awkwardly to the young woman who was the only good constant in the whole goddamn building. Hawks, she said lowly, her eyes refusing to meet his. God, he's not sure if it's because he could just tell that he's F'd and she knows it, or if it's because he knows her as more than just Natsun the front desk lady now, but this meeting feels so much heavier than they have had in the past. They waiting for me again? He offered up, his fake enthusiasm already being drained from his body. She nodded. Do you want me to? Natsun didn't finish her thought, but she didn't have to. She'd never offered it before, but they both know that this might actually be the last time either ever sees the other. He gave her a soft, easy smile. Sure. Hawks knows he can't fight back, not now and certainly not alone with so much to lose. Better to have anything helping right now. It might snow later. Her honeyed words met his ears and worked out the tension from his toes all the way up through his brain. No, it will snow later. She corrected, her words thick with hope but as sweet as the promise she was attempting to get across. Hawks only chuckled in response, recognizing the code for what it was. Highly doubting her words but letting his body calm down without any fight anyway. No one will come save him, certainly not the person who was only letting him live out of loyalty to his older brother. It'd be too stupid to even try in the first place. We'll see, is all he said in passing before making his way towards the elevator, giving Natsun one last smile that he could only hope was somewhat reassuring, and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The president was at least smart enough to not have her office on the top floor, something about it being the first place someone would attack. Which, before he knew where her personal office was, he'd always planned on attacking the top penthouse on the off chance he ever got the chance. A childhood dreams. Agent, you're late. Follow me. That voice made every hair on his body bristle, but he somehow made his legs move and his feet follow her through the complicated maze of hallways. Hawks would swear up, down, left, and right that no other floor is built quite this confusing. How do we market you as the fastest hero yet you are always late for our meetings? Rhetorical question. If he answers, he's punished. It was a lesson that probably took too long for him to remember. The first couple times he was beat, he couldn't make the connection. It took until he was probably around 15 or so to realize his training sessions got more brutal after he answered a question he was never supposed to entertain with an answer. He started to quite literally bite his tongue when asked these types of questions to keep from responding. He's drawn blood more times than he can count or care to remember. You've been dodging your handler again. Another test. What could have possibly been a question was phrased as a statement. She knows he's been avoiding the man in charge of him right now. She's aware of this and doesn't need him to confirm nor deny because she knows. You've been slacking off on your hero duties as well. I heard your sidekick is practically running your agency. Don't speak. Don't mouth off. Bite your tongue. If you're silent and take it, maybe the punishment won't be as harsh. Are you aware that, despite them keeping away from us as a whole, prospective UA's student profiles are sent through our database? Harsh metallic blood coursed through Hawk's mouth as he bit down a bit too hard at that little piece of information that he didn't actually know. Well, at least it explains why he's actually here. He can't actually tell if a progress report would be better or worse at this point. Do you take us for fools, Agent? Is that another rhetorical question? He can't actually tell. You tell us about this child that All Might asked you to find for him and expected us to never find out that he is staying with Usajiyama? See, that's a question he's not supposed to answer. She already knows the answer. God, this isn't a fun game. You knew that we would look into the kid and his father after you told us about them, so why did you think we were stupid enough to not figure it out eventually? Her turquoise eyes burned with a danger that Hawks has never seen in them before. And he's seen almost every kind of dangerous that she can be. Come with me. She reached up to yank hard on Hawk's hair to drag him faster through the hallways. Apparently she hadn't liked the way his footsteps had faltered when they passed by her office, heading deeper into the building. But at least she wasn't yanking on his wings like she'd done before. Small victories? Ma'am he tried to finally speak, but was immediately cut off by a searing hot hand landing on his wings. The weight was an oppressive one, keeping him in place with the promise of pain to come if he disobeys or tries anything stupid. Who gave you permission to speak? She growled. Speak out of turn, give me the wrong answers, or try to do anything and you will lose more than a few feathers, Agent. The moniker was dripping with venom. Clearly he was no longer welcome as pro-hero Hawks anymore. His quick nod of understanding tugged on her lips, pulling them up into a cruel smile. Good, then let's begin. Tia, try to breathe. Izuku merely said that Hawks went out. He is a high-ranking pro-hero. Being gone for a couple of days doesn't mean as much as I fear you think. Compress tried to soothe a rapidly pacing Tia. He's been avoiding me, that I can handle knowing because at least there's a reason why I haven't heard from him, but he went radio silent towards Aizu. That's not normal, Seiko. He wouldn't do that. Tuya was now pulling at his hair. He hasn't heard from Natsuo or Hawks for 3 days now. Hawks going off the radar towards him and the league at least makes sense. Even Natsuo being silent makes sense considering who he has to work around to have time to see them, but the both of them suddenly ghosting Izuku is what's brought on the panic. If he's hurt again I swear Tia, calm the F down. Shigaraki finally slammed his cup down against the broken table they were using. He has reached his limit for bullshittery by this point and was now being pushed past it. Your brother is fine. I have Kurogyri keeping an eye on him. As for your bird, freaking out won't bring him back, so calm down and think of a way to figure out where he went. Okay. Tia stared at his boss for a moment longer before taking a deep breath and looking away. Don't act like a proper boss now. He grumbled. I can go talk to Zuku and see if he knows anything else. Toga waved her hand in the air. She'd surprisingly been fairly quiet and subdued up until now, probably because Tuya was freaking out and being loud enough for the both of them. I have the blood of someone who lives in the Bunny Heroes apartment complex, so I can sneak in that way, or I can use the balcony that Hoxie always uses to get in. No one wanted to question how or when she got that blood, but using it was probably a better idea than having a wanted villain show up unannounced on the balcony of a high-ranking pro-hero. I'm not going to ask how you know how Hawks gets in and out of her apartment, but that's not a good idea, Honorable. Magna placed a calming hand on the hyperactive blonde's shoulder. You should use the blood option. And you. She turned to look at a now less quickly pacing Tuya and sighed. I know he would never up and leave Izuku, so I understand your concern, but worrying yourself crazy is not going to help anyone. Tuya smothered his outburst with his hands. I know that, okay? Mr. Compress didn't put a hand on his shoulder as Magna would, but he did bump their arms as a sign of comfort and support. Tuya took another breath before looking up from his hands. I'm going to talk to Natsu. If I have to get in contact with Natsun instead, then I will, but one of them knows where he is. I swear if you get caught, Tuya. Shigaraki reached up to scratch at his neck, but his hands were pulled down by the same one that had given him the urge. Tuya's touch was oddly gentle as he awkwardly held his boss's hands. I won't get caught. I'm worried, not stupid. It was a harsh promise, but a reassuring one nonetheless. He is not so far gone as to forget who he has to sneak around. His father will be fairly easy because Tuya knows every little thing about his patrols and knows how to actively avoid him and hide his own presence. The hero commission is going to be a bit harder to get around if he has to go to Natsun, but not impossible if he's smart about it. In other words, Tuya knows what he's doing. Call Giri if you need a quick escape. I mean it. Do not act tough. Shigaraki lightly squeezed Tuya's hands before letting go. His eyes narrowed into slits. I know my own limits. Tuya attempted to roll his eyes in annoyance at his boss questioning him, but he was cut off by a sharp jab to his ribs. You do not, that is the problem. Compress' voice was low. It would sound intimidating to anyone else, but Tuya knew to take it for what it was, concern. What the F is up with you all thinking I'm reckless? I've managed to live relatively on my own since I was a preteen, you know. He frowned at the rest of the league looking at him with either vaguely concealed worry or flat-out judgment. I've survived this long. He tried to remind them with the lift of an eyebrow. Tuya, I made sure you have survived this long. Compress kindly reminded his semi-ward. He has been a makeshift father figure for the last so many years, stealing food and medicine for a growing teenager and protecting him from the really bad parts of the underground. And of course, providing him with more love than Tuya's SPRM donor. And your judgment is skewed right now, I'm afraid. Magna gave Tuya a soft, if not slightly sad smile. It is not. Tuya frowned. It can't be. If his judgment is anything except spot on, then Hawks will be the one to suffer. And if Hawks suffers, then Izuku suffers. And if those two suffer, Tuya isn't so sure he'd be able to stop himself from doing something he would regret. You love him, it's only natural for your judgment and focus to not align with the task at hand. Tuya couldn't stand here and listen to all of them doubt his abilities. He has somewhere to be. He has someone to save. I'd imagine that Dabi, an almost S-class wanted villain, because of crimes he hasn't actually committed, wanting to save the number 3 pro hero from whatever the bird has gotten himself into. I'm leaving. He finally huffed out. It's not like he could actually argue with Magna's words even if he wanted to. Tuya is in love with an idiot bird, and honestly, he is FNG exhausted of hiding it. To hell with villain and hero and this shitty black and white society. Tuya has something he has never once thought he'd get the chance to have again, someone to protect, and he can actually follow through on it this time. He will never abandon Hawks the way he did his siblings. Never again will he leave a loved one under the thumb of an oppressive abuser. Tuya, don't do anything rash. Spinner shocked everyone by speaking up. He has never once expressed verbal concern for the flame villain. Whatever the hell you do will fall back on us one way or another. There it is. I just want him back and safe. I'll do what I need to. But I won't put you guys in danger to do that. It was the closest to an actual promise of protection the League has ever really gotten out of Tuya. It's always just been an unspoken understanding among every member. Dabi will protect the League with everything he's got. Now it's an unspoken understanding that Hawks and Izuku have been added to that list of people under Tuya's protection, and everyone who even slightly knows him knows that trying to go against these additions would probably sign their own death warrant. We will get him back, and then all of us will help you protect him, okay? So you have to keep yourself safe in the meantime. Tuya took in a deep breath to calm down as best he could. Yeah, okay. He can agree to that. Having 8 people working to protect Hawks is better than just himself alone. Now so long as Hawks can keep himself alive until they find him. The dark room kept Hawks from being able to fully see what was going on around him. Even with his heightened sense of sight from his quirk, the president always knew how best to counteract those perks. Even his sensitive hearing was currently muffled, which is more than just a bit concerning considering he has no recollection of how he got from the office to this new room and assumed someone must have messed with his quirk during that PRD of lost time. Since when did the commission even have a way to attack indirect parts of his quirk like that? Despite his senses being dulled and the darkness practically covering his eyes like a blanket, one thing was very bright and clear to him, glowing toxic turquoise only inches from his face. You, the president growled, her voice low, dangerous. You are a failure. Apparently, the love I gave you was never enough. That wasn't love. Hawks tried to sound threatening. The burning pain spreading through his whole body made that a bit more difficult than it would normally be though. Taking stock of his injuries thus far, he seems to have at least a fractured arm if not a broken wrist. Either way, his left arm hurts like a beach. He can also feel something is wrong with his wings, like the base of them is aching and almost feels like they're burning. It's a pain he's never felt before, but based on previous circumstances he can determine with almost 100% certainty that his wings have been clipped. If his wings are clipped, or even just injured to the extent where just thinking about moving them sends arcs of pain down his back, then Hawks is going to have a problem figuring a way out of this FING mess. I raised you as my own son, I gave you a top position in hero society, I allowed you to have your own agency. You were fed, bathed, given a roof over your head, and trained with the best of the best. How is that not love? She spat at him, clearly trying and failing to contain her growing anger. But nothing I gave you was ever enough. You had to go make friends with that Usajiyama who never does as she's told, take in the child of a villain, and betray your mission, your very reason for existence, for what? Romance? You see? What is the flame villain giving to you that we could never? God, knowing that the president was so set off that she was talking this much only made Hawks feel even more panic. Her talking for long PRDS of time meant the higher likelihood that his punishment will only be that much longer. Not only that, but he really couldn't tell anymore if these were questions he was supposed to be answering or if answering or not will bring more pain. It's so unclear that he can't get his tongue to move either way. The president wasn't done talking, but she calmed herself down enough to the point where her borderline yelling gave way to a threatening calmness. You've betrayed us and dragged a fellow pro, a child, and the children of Enji Todoroki into your rebellion. Her bubbling anger was clearly starting to lower into a rolling boil as she swept her gaze around the room, nodding to someone that was just outside of Hawk's field of vision. Which is really not good. Usajiyama will be dealt with accordingly, and the children of Enji pose no real threat, so they shall be allowed to live under heavy conditions, but the child's fate will be up to you. She met his eyes once more. Any love that Hawks thought he had ever seen there before was all gone now as she looked at him with only clear contempt. Until you can choose the right path once more, because I know you still have that in you, you will be staying here with us. The longer you prolong giving the correct response to our offer, the worse off little Izuku will be. He felt the burning sensation of bile rising up through his throat. Natsuo and Tuya and Roomie can handle themselves, for the most part, but Izuku is a child. He's a teenager who is just about to be getting into you, sure, but he's also still a scared, traumatized child with no quirk underneath the surface. He has exactly 1.5 friends that are outside of the league and the weight of exposing All Might on his shoulders. He doesn't need this, he doesn't deserve this. Hawks suffered as a child, so did Tuya and every other friend he has made in the league. It's not fair for him to even think about letting another child, one he has taken under his wing, suffer as they have. He would rather die here in this room from the unknown threat behind him making the hair on the back of his neck stand on end than let anyone or anything, especially not the commission, hurt Izuku. What do you want me to do? His voice was broken, defeated in a way no one had ever heard from him before. It scratched at his raw throat, which was fascinating considering he refused to actually allow himself to let out the wrecked sobs that sat like a rock on his chest. The smile he got in response was twisted and cruel, a promise of more pain to come, and a test of endurance to see if he could take it. "Natsuo, where is he?" "Oh wow, hey brother, it's so good to see you, I missed you too," Natsuo said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "Natsu dash." Tuya growled. He would never even dare to harm a single hair on his brother's head, but he'll be rather close to it if he doesn't get answers now. Natsuo bit his bottom lip as he led Tuya to one of the benches in the park they chose that was more out of the way and rarely visited. "First, I kept this from you so that you wouldn't go and do something stupid. You can get set at me, but just try to think about it rationally, okay?" Tuya couldn't even sit down on the bench beside his brother, instead opting to pace in front of it as his mind raced a mile a minute trying to figure out what he should be preparing himself for right now. "Just tell me, Natsu. I can't take the not knowing anymore. If someone doesn't tell him where the Hawks is right now, he's going to lose it." "Okay, look, Hawks was told to come to an impromptu meeting with the commission president 4 days ago," he said softly, almost wishing Tuya didn't hear him and would just let this go. "Of course, that would never happen though." "What?" Natsuo scratched the back of his neck and started pacing as well. "I met up with him 4 days ago after Natsun told me that beach wanted a one-on-one meeting with him. He looked on edge when I found him and seemed almost panicked when I was talking to him. I passed along your apology to him, by the way." Tuya froze in his spot and looked at Natsuo with slightly widened, almost hopeful eyes. He didn't want to accept it, said he should be the one apologizing. Tuya looked back down at his shoes, tracing the stitching with intensity. "Just finish telling me what you know." This time Natsuo froze in his step, looking at his brother with a mix of urgency and sympathy. "Natsun told me that he's being held in a room in the basement, that he was taken there while unconscious the night he got there. She only got a glimpse at his state, but he didn't look too good. There's no telling what he's like now after 3 days." It looked as though Tuya wanted to speak, or more likely yell, but Natsuo kept going, wanting his brother to fully process what he was being told before he tries anything stupid. "Only the president and one other man have gone down there with him. She isn't sure if there's someone with him all the time or if he's not in any state to fight back at any point." "Natsu, we need to go. We need to go now." Tuya shook himself from his stupor and started pulling out his phone. "I can call Tamura, get him to gather the league. We can go in there stealthily but ready for anything. Toga and a twice clone can scout and see if they can find anything Natsun missed." Tuya dash. No Natsuo, we have to go get him. I can't leave him there. I want to protect him even if he won't accept it." "No, listen to me, there's something else you need to know about this situation." Tuya finally looked back at Natsuo, apprehension clear in every facial feature. What else is there? Is there something even worse happening to Hawks? Just how bad is this situation? Should he call Izuku? No, he can't do that to the kid. Maybe Roomie? The bunny probably deserves to know what's happening. On second thought, Tuya can call her after they rescue Hawks. Rather call her with good news than nothing concrete. I don't know all the details because Natsun doesn't either, but brother, NG is the one who set this meeting into motion. Everything seemed to flow in slow motion as those words reached Tuya's ears, his brain halting his thought process. He what? Is this a joke? But Natsuo of all people would never joke like that to him, not about Hawks. So then what is this? There's no way Endeavor actually suspects something, suspects Hawks, is there? No, he's been careful, they both have. So then what? Endeavor just happened to say something that got the commission president to torture her number 3 hero and essentially lapdog? As I said, I don't know exactly how that happened. Natsuo put a hand on Tuya's shoulder hoping to ground him and bring his brother back from the clearly impending panic attack. So we'll have to ask once we get Hawks out of there, okay? I just thought you deserved to know everything I do. Why yeah, okay. Tuya can't lose it right now, he has got to keep it together. I'm gonna go call Tamura now. We're going to need the league for this. They need a plan. They needed a plan yesterday. I don't think you quite understand what it is that you are supposed to be doing right now, Agent. Hawks cringed away from the voice next to his ear, his previously muffled hearing back up to highly sensitive levels that only led to an even worse headache from a, hopefully, minor head injury. The president clearly was impatient today. Or is it tomorrow? How long has he already been in this goddamn room? I ask a question, you answer, and then we can work towards getting you out of here. The president's harsh voice softened as she crouched in front of Hawks, mock concern in her eyes. Don't you want to leave? Of course he does. Hawks has been holding on to the small sliver of hope Natsun gave him that Natsuo was going to come to get him, but his already minuscule belief is rapidly dwindling. Plus, if he does manage to leave now without giving her what she wants, will that fall back on Izuku? Answer, she says like it's that easy, like Hawks doesn't have to think about every double meaning her questions could have hidden, like he doesn't have to protect everyone while still giving her what she wants from him. Now let us try this again. When was your last contact with the League of Villains? When was it now? A week? 2 weeks ago? Longer? Time has been going very slowly since he started to avoid Tuya, not to mention he's now been locked up here for who the F knows how long. Well, technically his last contact would have been with Magna when Izuku called her, but he never actually talked to her or Toga. Do they count? Probably not actually, but then when was the last time he was in contact with the League? He talked with Natsuo the same night Izuku called Magna, but he's not actually an official member of the League. Well, he could be and Hawks just isn't aware, but that seems unlikely. Answer or I will use force to make you. The president was clearly more than a little perturbed by this point. She wasn't getting clear answers to her questions despite holding her top agent for 3 days now, and while she was personally preoccupied with Hawks, those stupid and bumbling oafs of a number 1 and 2 heroes are running around unchecked. Endeavor and All Might are very sharp thorns in her side that if left to their own devices for more than a short amount of time will probably manage to ruin her plans in some way or another. Hawks could only clench his jaw as his answer. He truly does not know if saying he doesn't know or just not answering at all would lead to a worse outcome for him. Where has all of my investments gone? What were they worth? I give you one mission, and suddenly you've turned stupid? She nodded to the man who is somewhere lurking behind Hawk's back, and then hot pain coursed through his body, causing his jaw to pop from how hard he had it clenched. The president reached around him, smiling wickedly at the flinch her actions elicited from Hawks, and grabbed something from the other man. Now then, agent, answer my next question or you'll be losing more of these. She held up a clump of bloody broken feathers right in front of Hawk's face, causing him to GG at the stench they gave off. And your wings are already in such a poor state, we wouldn't want them to get beyond repair now, would we? Hawks wanted to throw up. He wanted to vomit, or maybe pass out. He just wanted to get away from this whole situation. Genuinely, what has he done to deserve this kind of treatment? BGMI, I hear? He's gotten away with sheet for this long behind the commission's back, but somehow he effed up and got caught during the time he was avoiding the League anyways? It just doesn't make sense. The president looked at him with something akin to pity in her toxic eyes. Oh, agent, haven't I taught you to always eliminate someone who knows too much? Hawks lurched forward as a sharp laugh made its way out from his throat. I get it now, NG Todoroki actually ratted me out. He couldn't help the wheezing laughter even if he tried. Am I really in here based on his word alone? He might be going delusional from prolonged PRDS of pain and blood loss, because this is not something he would ever dream of saying to the president's face. You think I would simply listen to that buffoon? I know you too well, agent. I know how you spend your time and who you are close with. I know your feelings for those involved in your mission. Endeavor came to us with concerns about your performance and a conflict of interest, but he does not know anything for sure. He doesn't know about anything? Not for certain. You should be grateful to me for not telling him about your relationship with that Dabi. He seems to have a more personal investment in that villain. Hawks bit his tongue harshly to keep his panic from seeping through. She doesn't know for sure if Dabi is Tuya, that much is evident from the way she's skirting around the topic. If she knew this information, she would for sure dangle it in front of Hawks and use it as some sort of bargaining chip to get whatever information she is actually seeking to get out of him. She's looking for Hawks to slip up and confirm her suspicions, but she is looking at the wrong man. The day Hawks betrays Tuya in this way is the day he turns himself into the commission. She clicked her tongue in annoyance but kept a calm facade. You know, Agent, these feelings you have for the villain, they may feel like love, but I can assure you that they are not. You are confused because someone is giving you attention in a way that no one else ever has before. Love is nothing more than a mask for hatred. That's not Dash. Shoo now. She lightly pet Hawk's head, a kind gesture that only made the hero want to throw up even more than before. I am looking out for you. You cannot see it because you are blinded by what you think is love, but betraying us, betraying yourself for this man who is only going to use you until there is nothing left will ruin you. She continued her soft ministrations, but it felt as though her fingertips were scalding Hawk's scalp as she dragged along it. You don't know anything about me, let alone Dabi. He spat a mouthful of blood onto her shoes, a sick sense of satisfaction surging in his chest as he watched her scowl down at her now ruined shoes. How can you possibly tell me my love is fake when you've never felt it in your life? He should really stop talking if the glowing of her eyes says anything, but he just couldn't get his tongue to obey his brain. You say you're looking out for me, and then keep me locked in here for who knows how long, expecting me to turn on the only people who have ever shown me an ounce of kindness? You surely have nothing but the audacity. The last thing Hawk saw was glowing blue and a raised hand before pain bloomed from his chest, and then he blacked out. He really should have just shut up. Are we all set? Tuya barely glanced at Compress before going back to pacing. I've been set for a whole day now. Another day of him being stuck in that place where they're doing God knows what to him. Tuya, I don't want to do this, but if you do not get yourself under control, I will have you sit this mission out. Shigaraki reached up to scratch at his neck, only stopping when Toga gently tugged his hands back down to his sides. Tuya's eyes widened dramatically. You wouldn't dare, he hissed. Shigaraki shook his head, but I would. If you cannot keep objective about this, then you at least need to be professional, or else your bird will be the one to pay for it. Do you understand? His tone was harsh and direct. Shigaraki clearly is not playing around right now. Keeping completely objective even on his part is almost impossible because of how attached everyone has gotten to Hawks, but someone needs to keep Tuya in check. If this rescue mission is botched, Shigaraki may not be able to stop Tuya from torching the whole commission building. Tuya had to consciously keep his fire under control as it burned scorching hot right below the surface. I understand, boss. He got out through gritted teeth. Good. Shigaraki couldn't help the relieved breath he let out when Tuya agreed. Then let's go over the plan one last time before we head out. They all nodded, with Toga starting off. Me and a clone from Twice will sneak in using the blood I got from a guard and see if we can find an easy way down to that basement Soon was talking about. Spinner, I'll go with as a lookout and canvass the building. Whether or not they find a safe way down, I'll still try my luck and sneak down. I'll check on the situation and then let Compress and Tuya in before leaving. Compress, Tuya and I will go in and assess the situation of Hawks himself, and then do basic first aid before I put him in one of my marbles so that we may get him out swiftly. Kurogyri, I will be close by to warp Toga, Seiko, Tuya, and Marble Hawks back here. Magna, Twice, Spinner, Shigaraki, and I will cause a distraction long enough to draw attention away from the missing deer, and then we will make our way to the other side of the city before rounding back to this warehouse once they are off our trail. This is great and all, but this is still the hero commission we're talking about. What do we do when those assholes mess up the plan? Tuya was itching to leave, his hands flexing every other second, pulling on the stitches. The pain grounded him enough to at least notice flaws with this rescue plan. Then we improvise. You all never need me to guide you through regular missions, so just prioritize safety and getting out as soon as possible. Do not be reckless. Shigaraki pointedly told the anxious Tuya. Try not to worry too terribly much about us, Tamura. I will be keeping a very close eye on our resident pyromaniac. Compress promised with a brief bow. Instead, make sure that the rest of you are most careful while leading those people away. He may be sneaking Hawks out from right under the commission's nose, but the others are planning on purposefully drawing attention to themselves. Shigaraki's group is probably in the most danger during this mission. Shigaraki couldn't help the sigh of relief he let out when Compress spoke. Having someone fairly responsible for keeping an eye on Tuya during this mission is of the utmost importance. Tuya may not kill indiscriminately, but the Hero Commission agents present when they find Hawks may just end up burnt to a fing crisp. And Shigaraki would really rather that didn't happen at this point in time. I love how you're all treating me like an impulsive child. Tuya huffed, annoyance muting his anxiety for the moment. Magna smiled warmly, putting a hand on Tuya's shoulder. We just want to make sure everyone gets out of this okay? Including Hawks. Okay, to be fair, Tuya really can't argue with that fact. He sometimes forgets that he is not the only one who cares about Hawks and wants him to be safe and as far away from the Hero Commission as he can get. Remembering this, he just shut his mouth, willing to let his family sheet-talk him like he wasn't even present if it meant they could rescue Hawks. As the League was about to set out and get in place for the execution of their plan, Natsuo came running into the warehouse looking around frantically. When he spotted his brother, he ran over to him, panic in every single one of his features. Tuya. Natsuo. What the F are you doing here? Tuya caught his brother easily, stopping Natsuo from stumbling forward from the momentum. Natsuo took a couple of shallow breaths before speaking. They're moving him. Hawks woke up who knows how long later, his head pounding and body aching. Actually, that is such an understatement. His body is absolutely screaming in protest at the simple act of opening his eyes. Shoo, don't move. A soft voice whispered in his ear. He couldn't do anything but comply with the order, not even able to flinch away from whoever is way too close. Dobby, his voice came out rough, in desperate need of water to soothe it. Don't speak either. They can't know you're awake yet. Now that is a rather concerning piece of information. Hawks pried open his eyes, expertly ignoring the searing pain spreading through his body with each inch of consciousness he regains. He didn't speak through this process, opting to listen to the voice giving him soft advice rather than go against it. His instincts not blaring danger signs around this person's existence gave him at least some peace of mind. I'm going to try and explain quickly what is going on because we need to act and soon. Hawks numbly moved his pounding head in what he hoped seemed like the nod he was attempting to give. You seem more out of it than I thought you would be, so, Hawks, I'm Natsun, and I will not hurt you. I am only here to help you. Natsun? What the F is she doing here? A couple of hours ago I was contacted by Katashi. I don't know if you know him by name, but he is the man who was with the president and you in the basement. Natsun started quietly, trying really hard to make it seem that this conversation is not happening to outsiders. He requested my help in transport. Transport? Of what? Of who? We are currently in a truck. I don't actually know where they are planning on taking you. I'm sorry about that. Right. But I was able to get into contact with Natsu and I let him know. Natsun's voice got even quieter at that part, especially not wanting anyone to hear Natsuo's name and learn of his involvement. Too late for that. Hawks, they are here for you. They're here to get you away. But you need to get out first. Hawks peered over at Natsun through his peripherals, noticing her pale complexion and eye bags. This must have been hard on her. If he can make it out of this alive and intact, he will definitely have to make it up to her. They should be in place now, so when I give the signal you are gonna run like mad away from here. If all goes to plan, then you should run into them not far from here, but you have to keep yourself alive and hidden enough to reach them or all of this goes up in smoke. Hawks raised an eyebrow in her direction. What about you? Natsun noticed the look and smiled faintly. I'll be out of a job, but I'm not trying to risk my life for you. I'll be all right. That's more than fair, honestly. Hawks swallowed the bubbling laughter, cursing himself when his body spasmed in pain at the action. Agent, you had better be awake. We have plenty left to discuss. Hawks flinched at the voice, mentally slapping himself for having a weakness be so easily readable. Natsun stood up, jostling Hawks a little from his position. Ma'am, I am afraid Agent 003 has not woken up as of yet. Her voice was very professional, straight, and monotonous with no detectable emotion. Yet, when she turned her head just enough to look at Hawks, he was more than impressed with her ability to fake that type of disposition because of just the raw emotion he could detect in her eyes when she mouthed, "Don't fly," to him was very moving. But, "Don't fly." Her words made him suddenly very aware of the burning sensation spread across his back, the heat coming from the roots and base of his wings. They are not going to be fun to groom later, that is for sure. Then wake him up. We do not have the luxury of time to waste because of his poor pain management. The president was clearly not in a very good mood. When is she, though? If her harsh tone said anything. Hawks flinched again at the sound of her anger. Luckily for him, though, she seemed busy enough to not come to wake him up herself at the moment, which allowed him the second he needed to gather himself, swallow the pain, and stand up. "Yes, ma'am," Natsun answered her, but her full attention was on Hawks and making sure he could move enough to get out on his own. If he couldn't, the whole plan she and Natsuo had set up would go up in flames. Just as she was about to ignore her own resolve to let him get up by himself, a burst of blue flames erupted from outside, singing the side of the truck enough to rock it ever so slightly. Sheet! She couldn't help but bite out, catching Hawks before he could lose his footing. This was not part of the plan. Tuya is going to ruin everything if he's being impulsive. Hawks didn't seem to have the same thought process though, his dull eyes lighting up as he recognized the fire that was raging outside. "He's actually here," he whispered, mostly to himself, in disbelief. After not seeing the villain for a while, mainly due to Hawks being a FING coward, he never thought Tuya would risk so much to come to break him out of his hellhole. Maybe he didn't f everything up with Tuya after all? Natsun frowned deeper as she looked at the smile growing on Hawks' face. "Hawks, we do not have time for this. His interfering wasn't part of the plan. You need to leave. Now." When Hawks didn't show any sign of understanding her words, Natsun gripped his shoulder, making sure not to squeeze too hard where it was injured. "Now," she repeated with such an air of urgency it finally got Hawks moving as he nodded rapidly. "I know he loves you, but if he forces me to risk my life for you, I won't be forgiving the two of you anytime soon." She threatened with no real malice behind her words, a small parting smile assuring Hawks that Natsun wouldn't actually hold a grudge against either of them for this. "It's time for him to get up." The president's voice could be heard much closer than it was moments ago. "Villain Dabi is attacking. Someone bring Agent 003 over here. Conscious or not, he can be used as a bargaining tool." Hawks felt sick at the thought of her mercilessly using his unconscious and broken body as a way to get Tuya off their buttes. What makes it even worse is that Tuya would probably comply. "I need to get out of here. Before they hurt Tuya." "What the F are you saying, Natsu?" Tuya barely restrained himself from violently shaking his brother, panic seizing him and squeezing his chest yet again. He is becoming way too intimately familiar with this feeling that dominated his childhood again. Natsuo loosened his grip on Tuya's shoulders, instead tightly yanking on his hand. "Talk while we move. We need to move." The League, all collectively confused and insanely concerned, could only swiftly follow the brothers out of the warehouse. "What's your plan for transportation?" Natsuo asked as he continued to just stare straight ahead, still dragging his brother. "I'm gonna drive." Spinner spoke up, the first of the League to find his voice enough to do so since Natsuo showed up. "How about I drive instead?" Spinner grumbled, looking affronted at the insinuation of his poor driving skills, but acquiesced nonetheless. "Natsuo, you need to explain. Now." Tuya finally had enough and bit out. Natsuo finally slowed down and looked at his brother with barely concealed pity in his eyes. "Natsun contacted me just a bit ago. They're moving him. She doesn't know where, but she is with him right now." He hurried to add on, hoping her presence with Hawks could curb some of Tuya's quickly growing out-of-control panic. "The new phone I gifted her when we all met up with her has a GPS tracking ability that is almost impossible to manually turn off if you don't know it's there. They're in a truck, but we can find them with this." Toga frowned, piping up from not far behind Tuya. "Will Hawksy be okay?" It's not often one would be able to hear Toga worried and sounding her age so young. Tuya took a deep breath before turning around to face the youngest League member. "I'll make sure of it." Even if that's not something he could logically promise, he wants to believe it, and Toga needs to. She shouldn't even know what it feels like to worry whether someone she loves will be alive when they find him, but society stole that innocence from her, and Tuya will make it pay. We need a different plan to account for this change of events. Compress said after they all piled into the large van they were using to get them all to the commission headquarters. The one we had will no longer work in this situation. We can't sneak into a moving truck. Like hell we can't. Twice mentioned with an air of seriousness that he doesn't often have. Boss, I don't think improvising will work now. Yes, thank you, Spinner, for that very obvious bit of news. Shigaraki rubbed harshly at his face, bordering on scratching as he tried to think of a way to still make this work. If those assholes are moving hawks, then they don't have the luxury of taking more time to discuss a different plan. Natsuo spoke up quickly, knowing that they don't have the time to leisurely talk one at a time about this. Natsun and I already came up with a plan. It's not perfect, and there are a lot of holes in it that you guys will have to account for when you act, but it should work enough to at least get him back to the warehouse. Speak, brother, Tuya got out through gritted teeth. Natsun is going to get him out of that truck, but he's injured so he won't make it far. Tuya, you and I will go after him. He trusts you a hell of a lot more than he does me, and I think he'd much rather see your face over mine anyways. So you'll get him up and moving and I'll drive us. I could go with the both of you. In the event he is more injured than we initially thought, I will be able to get him into a marble similar to our previous plan. Compress offered, earning a nod of approval from both Todorokis. That's perfect actually, thank you, Natsuo said from where he sat in the driver's seat. We'll need a diversion though to make sure he can get away, and that's one of the holes in this. I figure you guys would be better suited to figure out who should have that role. And I don't want to put too many deaths on you guys, but I was thinking Toga and Spinner could act as sort of guards, getting rid of the commission lackeys that get too close to hurting one of you or finding out Hawks escaped too soon. Toga nodded enthusiastically, whatever I can do to help. Spinner easily agreed, nodding along with her sentiment. That should be everything. Shigaraki, do you mind asking Kurogiri to warp Natsun out of there before the commission figures out she's the one who helped Hawks get away? No offense, but I don't want her life to be in danger because of Hawks. I can do that. Tuya reached over, he finally stole the passenger seat, and put a hand on his brother's arm. Natsu, I want to make her pay, he whispered. No, that's why you're coming with me. You are going to find Hawks and you are going to be the one to help him. I'm only there to help you. You'll have a chance again, but not this time. I can't just not do anything. He's done that once before with a power-hungry abusive narcissist and his siblings have only suffered more for it. There is no way he can do that to Hawks when that beach will be right in his grasp. 2. She's not Endeavor, Natsuo said softly. It's not your place. She is not your fight. Tuya clenched his jaw. Natsuo is right, of course he's effing right. But she's hurt him so much, Natsu. And he's still here. You gotta let him fight this battle himself. If he wants your help, he'll ask you, just like how you've asked the League to help you take down Endeavor. Stop making sense like you're the older brother, Tuya grumbled. It hurts so bad to not do anything to avenge the childhood and so much of his life that Hawks has lost, but Natsuo is right. Unfortunately, this isn't his battle. Before Natsuo could quip back at his brother, his eyes widened and he straightened in his seat. There. He pointed ahead where a large truck could be seen. That's the truck. That's where he is. He gestured from the GPS signal on his phone to the truck. Showtime? Compress asked. Showtime. Shigaraki nodded. Don't be stupid, he told Tuya before jumping out of the van, Spinner and Toga hot on his heels. Spoiler alert, he was stupid. Find him. A female voice screeched, echoing her order to everyone present, even loud enough for a fleeing injured bird to hear her and speed up despite his body's protest at the action. Deep breath. Don't fly. Go faster. Don't die. Hawks somehow dragged himself to an alleyway that felt far enough away from where he had stumbled out of the burnt truck. It wasn't the best place to go when heavily injured, seeing as how it's neither sanitary nor very safe, but it was better than staying somewhere that he could be found. He's officially a wanted man to the Hero Public Safety Commission, which meant he really had to keep out of sight lest he actually ceases to exist. His frustration built up and up until he genuinely couldn't keep it inside anymore. He groaned out, biting his shirt to keep from making too much noise. Getting caught right after escaping wasn't exactly part of the plan. How long was he gone for, anyway? Had they gone against their word and already gone after Izuku? Where's the league? Did he go too far? Would they be able to find him here? Hawks! Someone yelled just outside of the entrance to the alley. He straightened up, his body tensing. He mentally cursed himself for the action when it irritated every injured part of his body and caused new blood to soak through his makeshift bandages made out of ripped clothing. Come on, Birdbrain, if you're alive here you gotta let me know. The voice yelled lowly again, his words finally catching Hawk's attention. Desperation was clear in his tone. Nada, Natsuo? Oh God, was that nails on a chalkboard sound coming from his throat? Yeah, it's me. Natsuo. He tried to get out stronger, anything to alert the middle Todoroki to where he was actually located. Oh my God. A sharp intake of breath could be heard clearly amongst the stale, heavy air lingering around them as Natsuo finally found the man. Hey there, you chicken, you are so lucky so many people love you, my God. He huffed out a shaky laugh, trying to keep the anxiety from eating up his brain before he's able to get Hawks away from here. 2 Hawks lurched forward, biting the inside of his mouth hard enough to draw blood to keep from screaming out in pain when he landed harshly in Natsuo's arms. Tuya! He hissed out, quickly recovering. Hey, he's okay. He's here, just give him a minute. We split up to find you faster. Natsuo tried to reassure the shaking bird. We really need to get going before the commission lackeys find this area. He tried to push Hawks into at least a sitting position so he'd be more easily handled without touching his shoulders or especially his back. I drove here with the rest of the league. Compress is waiting for us in the van, he's willing to marble you if the pain is too much, while the rest are causing a distraction so we can get you out. As Hawks bit through his mouth more and more to attempt to stand up without too much noise, he was finally able to process Natsuo's words. They've really been looking for me? Tuya was worried about me? Despite the situation and the blinding pain from the strain being put on his back and blood still dripping from places where he definitely should not be bleeding, his chest grew warm. He'd practically cut the man off, the desperate need to right what he'd broken being one of the only things that kept him sane, but Tuya still cared, and if Hawks were to actually die right now he'd at least die with a wonderfully aching heart. Hawks! A voice filled with immense relief got closer to the two of them until Tuya was dropping heavily to his knees in front of the bird. Oh my God, you're okay? Well, not okay, but you're alive. He could have laughed right then and there from the relief washing through his body in large waves. Hawk's eyes welled with tears against his will as he was finally looking at the right kind of blue, the gentle kind, the loving kind. Tuya. He choked out, unsure of what to say after avoiding the man for so long, but just needed to assure himself that Tuya is actually here. He's here, he'll help, and everything will be okay now. Tuya, I'm so sorry. What the F could you possibly have to be sorry about right now? There are so many things. For not trusting him enough when Tuya opened up to him, for ever trying to stick up for Endeavor, for not reacting the right way to learning how Tuya feels about him, for forcing Tuya to burn him, for provoking Endeavor, for avoiding him. Hawks could seriously go on and on. He's effed up so much in the last so many weeks that it's almost hard to believe he's the number 3 hero. I'm sorry you too, but someone was stupid and drew too much attention to himself, so we really need to leave. Like now. Natsuo hated breaking their reunion up after such a long and stressful time apart, but if they wanted even more time together then they had to get Hawks out of there. I was not stupid. Shut the f up. Tuya frowned as he took over for Natsuo and helped lift Hawks to his feet. He ended up taking more than half of Hawks' dead weight, but he would never complain. The feeling of Hawks draped over him felt so good. Natsuo snorted. I literally told you to let it go, and Shigaraki even told you not to do anything stupid. But you know what you do? Get involved like an idiot. Hawks was barely conscious as his adrenaline was fading now that he was in the protection of people he trusts, but he couldn't help the spark of curiosity. What do you do? He slurred, enjoying the blue that only ever makes him feel safe, taking up all of his fading vision. Tuya tensed, holding Hawks ever so slightly tighter against himself, being mindful of his injuries. I'll tell ya later, birdie. For now, rest. Hawks scrunched his forehead. He didn't like that idea very much. No. What if he wakes up and this was all a dream? What if the president is looming over him and, what was his name? Katashi? What if Katashi was busy tearing out his feathers again at the root? No thank you. He'd much rather suffer and be awake in Tuya's arms than wake up alone and suffer at her hands. I'm not going anywhere, Tuya said seriously. I will not leave your side. Not again. Not ever. You can rest, pretty bird. He promised, nuzzling his nose against Hawk's temple, trying hard to ignore the blood caked there. Yunti leave? Pirmice. His eyes were already slipping shut against his will, but when Tuya nodded and kissed the side of his head, he finally let himself give in to the darkness calling for him and slumped against Tuya. You're gonna have to tell him what you did, Natsuo whispered as he watched his older brother easily and gently lift Hawks into his arms bridal style to carry him the rest of the way. I know, Tuya ducked down to press a kiss to Hawks' forehead. But I didn't kill her, he can have the final say. But only when he can handle it. Tuya, you have got to let him go. Absolutely not. Tuya frowned deeply, tugging Hawks closer to him. He'd let him go over his cold dead body. Tuya, Natsuo sighed. No, you heard me promise him. I'm not leaving him. Compress put a hand on Tuya's shoulder, a crease in his eyebrows showing his sympathy. We are not trying to take him from you, nor are we saying you need to leave him. However, Mahar cannot treat him if they cannot get at him. He tried to reason with Tuya's logical brain. Tuya wants him better, but if he wants that he's going to have to compromise to get there. Seiko, I'm not leaving him. I would never suggest you do. Hawks waking up with Tuya not next to him would more than likely be a bad thing even if Tuya did eventually agree to leave. Just give them some room to work. Okay. Besides, Compress would much rather Tuya be occupied with Hawks when Shigaraki gets back so that their leader is less likely to blow up on him for that stunt he pulled. Tuya frowned deeply, his head agreeing and knowing Compress' words were logical but his heart strongly disagreeing. A panic already beginning to seize his chest at just the mere thought of being away from Hawks for even a moment. If I may interject, Mahar finally spoke up from where they were silently assessing the worst of Hawks' damages. Having Dabi present would be useful. The last time I healed your bird he was very defensive upon waking up. Compress nodded at them. See, no one is trying to separate the two of you. Compress squeezed the shoulder his hand was still on before finally letting go. Go be with him, your brother and I will handle everyone else when they show up. After a moment of looking between his surrogate father and his younger brother, Tuya finally relented. Tell Tamura he can berate me after Hawks wakes up. Were his parting words as he scooped Hawks back up into his arms gently and carried him to the room Tuya had claimed as his own, Mahar hot on his heels their expression pinched. It was silent between Compress and Natsuo after Tuya and Mahar carried Hawks into Tuya's room and shut the door, but Natsuo eventually broke it. If that bird does not wake up soon, I don't know what Tuya will be like. His tone was solemn and quiet, wanting to make sure his brother never heard those words come out of his mouth. He has way too much shit to deal with right now as it is. Behind the closed door, Tuya was gently lying Hawks down on his bed. Where he hoped to see at least some sort of comfort while he slept, all Tuya saw was Hawk's face pinched in pain, his muscles tense even while resting. He's in pain, he said softly, not having to ask because it was just so DMN obvious. Hawks is in pain after being held and tortured by his boss for the last 4 days. Hawks is hurting because Tuya couldn't get his stupid FING heart to cooperate with his brain long enough to remember that icing someone out in the underground was basically a death warrant. After all, it was more than likely you'd never see that person again. Hawks is suffering because Tuya let himself get too deep into the tenuous relationship the hero and villain had built and then ran like a FING coward. I can help. Mahara's voice was soft, softer than Tuya has ever heard it before. Maybe they were responding in kind to his whispers? I need to set his arm first and get that and the burns healing before even trying to look at his wings. Tuya nodded numbly, moving just far enough for Maharu to get to Hawk's side. They gently lifted his limp left arm, which was definitely not sitting at the angle it should be, and moved quickly. If Tuya hadn't heard the bones snap back into place, he never would have realized Maharu even did anything, because just as quickly as they moved Hawk's arm, it was already lying beside his body, the bruising around it already starting to heal. Would that hurt him? He asked despite himself. Maharu looked over at him, their left eye still glowing from using their rapid healing quirk. He's not conscious enough for it to hurt badly, it would feel more like a lot of pressure before it was all released. They looked back down at Hawks, their left eye glowing even stronger as the burns on his body started to scab over. Believe me, it will ultimately be better for him if he is able to freely move his arm before I start on his wings. Are you going to start on them now? Maharu tilted their head to the side, seeming to think for a moment about how they'd respond. I have set his arm and taken care of most of the burns, however, my healing of his concussion and broken ribs will still take some time before they're not too tender. Not to mention the larger burn areas of which my quirk is not able to fully heal. They walked over to the one free chair Tuya had in his room and sat down. So, no, I will not be starting on them just yet. Better to let his own quirk healing take care of his body some more before I do. Tuya grit his teeth. So what? If we sit here and watch as he's in pain. Maharu didn't even seem affected by his sudden shout. If I attempted to do what I can with his wings now, he would only be in more pain. They said matter-of-factly. Before Tuya could vent out his frustrations at Maharu even more, a hand grabbed his wrist. They don't have to be here, you know. Think before you open your big mouth. Tamura, Tuya muttered, spinning around to come face to face with his boss, meeting hardened red eyes staring through him. He tried to start, wanting to say something, definitely not sorry for his actions earlier during the mission, but just something. Stop, Shigaraki shook his head. We will talk about that later, but for now you need to go eat or something. Tuya started, his eyes widening. Eat. He hissed, any guilt he had just been feeling evaporating. You want me to go eat while Hawks is unconscious and in pain on my bed? Shigaraki sighed. You haven't eaten properly since you found out he was missing. To be fair, none of them have. Go do something else for at least a half hour or I will have your brother make you. His eyes softened slightly as he watched Tuya's body go limp with despair. I'll stay here with your bird, and you'll be back before he wakes up. It's not like Tuya was willing to just listen to Shigaraki, but he also wasn't wrong. Tuya was running on little food and even less sleep for the last 5 days. Maharu wasn't going to be doing anything major for a bit yet anyways. He has time to eat a sandwich at least. Fine. He finally relented. But you can't go anywhere. It's not like he doesn't trust Maharu. They're a doctor, and they have a sense of responsibility towards their patients regardless of anything else. But if Tuya himself is not going to be in the room with Hawks, then someone from his makeshift family will be. Plus, Shigaraki is their boss. Whether they all see him like that is irrelevant, and Hawks is someone in his league. Shigaraki would dust someone with no hesitation before any more harm came to Hawks. He was the one to promise Hawks during their first meeting that he would protect him. With Shigaraki no longer paying him any mind, Tuya stumbled out of his room. He wasn't sure where to go right then. Shigaraki said to eat, so he should head to their little kitchen, but Tuya couldn't get his brain and shaking legs to coordinate enough to move in that direction. Tuya? I wasn't expecting to see you out here for a bit. Footsteps grew closer to the frozen Tuya. Hey Wadash, but their voice cut off with a sharp inhale. You're bleeding. Tuya glanced up, seeing his brother standing there in front of him with a serious furrow of his eyebrows. I can't, he gasped. I can't do anything for him. He choked out, his throat closing up. Natsuo's features broke into a look of sympathy. You are doing something for him. You saved him too. He wrapped his arms around his older brother. You brought him home. Tuya clung to his brother's back, squeezing his eyes shut tight to avoid watching as blood soaked through Natsuo's shirt. He found himself wishing, not for the first time, that he could just cry. Maharu, did they drag him this time? Shigaraki asked after sitting in silence for a bit. He had heard Natsuo comforting Tuya outside of the room and hated the guilt curling in his gut for making Tuya leave. He should not be feeling guilty for having the man take care of himself at least once this week. Maharu shook their head lightly. No, it does not appear so. He was very aware the whole time. Something about knowing Hawks was conscious during the duration of his torture made a piece of him recoil. If he wasn't drugged like before, then that would mean he could remember everything too, doesn't it? So he'll be able to recall what happened? Yes, he should be able to. Shigaraki frowned, barely pushing down the urge to scratch at his neck. Just why would the commission president leave him aware? She seems like a cocky woman, but she doesn't seem blinded by that self-assurance. Sure, she could have easily planned on never allowing Hawks to ever catch a glimpse of the sun again, but then her moving him via truck to who the F knows where would make no sense. Maybe she was hoping to brainwash him back into her perfect little hero puppet and then not have to worry about him blabbing. Shigaraki would never allow that to happen though. Neither would Tuya especially. I would say I do not recommend pushing him to recall these events if his body is any indication of what went on, especially not right away, but I know you don't like listening to me, Tamura. Maharu continued after seeing the way the gears started to spin in Shigaraki's head. This is still their patient, and in order to promote full healing the interrogations would have to be held off. I won't push him too hard. Shigaraki rolled his eyes. All of them, his entire league, have been through enough for him to know better than to try and get information that they weren't willing to share. He could ask, but he also knew that didn't ensure answers. But Shigaraki also knows that given time eventually they'll come to him themselves with their own personal traumas and reasons for living a life of villainy. They all have at one point or another. Hell, even Tuya, the most closed off of his league, eventually came to him with his story about Endeavor. Maharu eyed him. You've gotten softer. Liar. No, it's true. And you've even stopped scratching, I see. Dare I say you're content? Content? Fat chance of that. How the F could he be content when his original mission has been uprooted? He's learned the top two heroes are child abusers. They still don't have a complete plan on how to take out Endeavor, and their plan for All Might hinges on some unknown hero from UA that they don't even know the existence of yet, and one of his league is seriously injured, again. If anything, Shigaraki is more stressed out than ever before. Still Maharu tried to speak, but they were cut off by a low groan. Hawks. They immediately switched back to their professional voice, standing up from the chair and moving closer to the side of the bed. Dobby. Hawks tried to speak, but his voice cut off when another groan, way too close to a whine, escaped his throat instead. What the F? His body was tense, his broken wings held at such an awkward angle that Shigaraki was sure they were probably aching as well as hurting. Hawks. Where am I? He hissed through clenched teeth, trying and failing to make sense of his surroundings through glassy eyes and the pain fogging his brain. Who are you? Maharu sighed and easily stepped back to give Shigaraki room to approach the bed, instead knowing their presence would not be helpful right now. Hey bird, you're okay? You're at the League hideout. Hawks eyed him suspiciously through the haze, his brain working overtime to catch up to what was going on. Shigaraki? He asked, calming down ever so slightly at the familiar face. Yeah, it's me. You were injured, so we brought you back here. This is Maharu. He moved to the side to show Maharu standing behind him. They're the one who healed you last time. They won't hurt you. He added belatedly, recognizing the distrust and fear in the cloudy golden hue. Tuya? Hawks asked softly, almost a little fearfully. Shigaraki noted with a sense of concern. He's just outside. Do you want me to go get him? He asked, his voice going soft despite himself. He obviously knew Hawks would want Tuya right now more than anything, but that wasn't really his question. What he really wanted to know was if Hawks would be okay being left alone with Maharu while Shigaraki went to grab the pyro. The quick nod he got as a response was all the permission he needed, quickly leaving the room with little fanfare. Tuya, get your butt over here. He called through the warehouse, allowing the space to echo his voice back to him. He didn't even stand there for a minute before a flash of black hair was in front of him. What's wrong? Is he okay? Tuya asked, firing off questions rapidly, his blue eyes glowing with concern. Shigaraki only rolled his eyes. He's awake. is all he said before heading back to Tuya's room. He didn't have to look back to make sure he was being followed, the hurried footsteps confirming Tuya's presence for him instead. When the two of them walked back into the room, they were met with a sight Shigaraki was honestly surprised to be seeing. Hawks, who was breathing heavily and rapidly, had pushed himself further to the edge of the bed opposite Maharu, who was just standing there with an odd look in their eye. "Maharu?" Shigaraki asked abruptly, unable to keep his shock completely out of his voice. He had literally been gone for a minute, and Hawks had agreed to be left alone with Maharu during that brief time. "What the F dash? Hawks?" Tuya completely bypassed the doctor, making a beeline straight to the shivering bird looking so small and so scared on his bed. He is way too close to the edge, Tuya noticed, slowing himself down so as to not spook Hawks into falling off the bed. "Hey pretty bird, is it okay if I come closer?" His body was thrumming with adrenaline, wanting to run to Hawks, scoop him into his arms, and hold him forever, but he knew better. This was not something he could rush. Hawks' wide owl-like eyes turned to look at Tuya. They were still cloudy, but recognition sparked in them as he gazed into a soft blue. Soft blue, not harsh glowing turquoise. "Tuya." He muttered to himself as if wanting to confirm with his own brain that he was actually seeing the man in front of him. As his panic started to ebb, he looked down at himself. His clothes were ripped and bloody, but his body seemed to be fairly absent of that same blood. Someone had cleaned him up. His left arm, which he had not been able to move much before, was sitting pain-free in front of him. Following his arm, he landed on his fingers. Or rather, his talons that had gripped so hard onto the sheets under him that he had torn holes through them. "Hey birdie, come back. You're okay." Hawks looked up from his talons and found Tuya considerably closer to him than a moment ago. "I ripped your sheets," he said dumbly, letting himself get lost in the soft blue he loved so much. Tuya chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "That's okay, pretty bird, I can always steal more." He sat down on the edge of the bed, intentionally blocking Shigaraki and Maharu behind his back, wanting to keep Hawks' attention solely on him. "Are you able to release them?" he asked gently. Silently, Hawks looked back down at his talons and exerted much more effort than should have been necessary to release the gray sheets. Once that task was done, he looked back up at Tuya's face, gasping softly when he found a small smile settled on the beautiful face. "Good," Tuya praised, his smile persisting. "Do you want to come a bit closer here?" He didn't mention just how close to the edge of the bed Hawks was, not wanting him to look back and lose his balance or something. Hawks nodded, slowly reaching out with his now freed hands, his own small smile forming when he latched onto Tuya's outstretched hands. "Come on over here, birdie." Hawks slowly made his way across the bed, the pain in his back making movement extremely difficult, but he kept going. He was so close to Tuya. If he could just hug him, just once, Hawks knew everything would feel so much better. "Tuya," he said again, this time louder than before as his brain was finally catching up fully and he knew this was real. Tuya's hands were keeping him steady as he made his way towards him, and the stretched open arms looked so inviting. Hawks was about to let go and just collapse in Tuya's arms when he looked closer at Tuya's face and froze. "Hawks?" Tuya asked a little hesitantly, worried that he was losing him to his own thoughts again. "Were you crying?" That is not what Tuya was expecting to be asked. Natsuo and Natsun had made sure to clean off his face from his bloody tears long before he came back to his room. I can't cry, birdie." He gave a half-truth, knowing that Hawks would hate to know that Tuya had been crying tears of blood over his inability to do anything. Hawks didn't hesitate to reach up and brush a thumb under Tuya's right eye. "Your eyes are red. You look exhausted." A scoff came from behind Tuya's back. "Yeah, he hasn't slept more than like an hour in the last 5 days." Tuya, without breaking free from Hawks' hold on his face, rolled his eyes. "You haven't either, boss." Hawks rubbed under his eye once more before pulling back to peek around Tuya. "Shigaraki," he greeted. He remembered that Shigaraki was the one he saw when he first woke up and that he's the one who went to get Tuya, so the gratefulness he felt towards the young leader was still very much apparent. "Bird," Shigaraki greeted shortly, unsure of how to broach their next topic. Hawks' wings. He had been talking with Maharu while Tuya and Hawks did their thing, and they said that Hawks' body was prepared enough for them to finally start on his wings. However, Hawk's body may be healed enough, but he was strangely calm, so Shigaraki was more worried about his mentality. Maharu thankfully saved him from the difficult switch of conversation. I apologize for my earlier question, but if you will allow it, I can start on your wings now. They said, their voice level. Hawks started, apprehension clear in every feature as he looked, unblinking, at Maharu. They all stood there like that for a moment, leaving this completely up to Hawks, and he did eventually nod, albeit slightly uncertainly. What will this entail, Maharu? Tuya asked, still not taking his eyes off Hawks. I will first have to remove the damaged feathers, otherwise they will be in the way. I will do my best to not touch the intact ones, but with how messy they are right now I cannot promise that. Hawks nodded again. He hadn't been able to look at the state his wings are in, but the searing pain that has settled through his back was pretty telling. He wasn't exactly looking forward to his feathers being plucked, bringing back memories of having his own bloodied and broken feathers ripped from the root and shoved in his face, but it wasn't something he could get away with not doing. From there I will be able to have access to the base of your wings, and I will be able to determine the extent of the damage done. As you are all aware, my quirk will not work on large damage from a quirk, nor will it heal the wings. However, it should be able to start and speed up your body's natural healing process. Because of your mutant-type quirk, your healing is already faster than most people's, so this will be to your advantage. I understand. Hawks looked back up at Tuya. You won't leave? Tuya found himself once again having to refrain from wrapping Hawks in a tight hug. Never! He promised. Maharu stepped closer, putting on a pair of gloves. Would you like me to administer a sedative like last time? Will that make this easier? Maharu looked up, clearly thinking about how to best answer. It certainly will not make it harder. They finally settled on, looking expectantly back down at Hawks, waiting on his decision. He looked down at his hands, talons still extended. I don't like being knocked out. I don't like not knowing what's happening to me. The president has done that to him too many times to count. But it'd probably be worse for me if I were awake for this, wouldn't it? Most likely yes. Hawks groaned, squeezing his eyes shut. I'll take the sedative. He peered up at Tuya. But you are not allowed to go anywhere, he said, voice stern with no room for argument. He may trust Shigaraki, but only to an extent, and he really doesn't want to be alone with anyone else. Not that Tuya would ever argue that in the first place. I already said I'm not going anywhere, Birdie. You're stuck with me whether you wanted me here or not. A small smile tugged at the corners of Hawk's lips at that. Okay. After so long without seeing Tuya, after avoiding him, after days without seeing anyone except those out to hurt and or kill him, this promise of companionship no matter what means the absolute world to him. You may not be fully aware by the time you wake up. Doing this may trigger the panic you seem to be burying. But it truly is the best way to get this done. Maharu said, almost nonchalantly, as they walked towards Hawks with a needle in hand. Hawks grimaced and very obviously looked away from the looming Maharu and needle. That does not sound very appealing. Don't hold anything I say against me, hot stuff. He choked out a dry laugh. Tuya clenched his jaw hard. You'll be okay, Birdie. I'll make sure of it. Pro-Hero Hawks has officially been declared a traitor and missing. Please prepare to handle the students as needed. Aizawa Shoyuta sighed at the announcement. Why the hell do popular Limelight pros have to keep making his job so much harder? He's already got to figure out how to handle a bunch of first-year hero hopefuls, but now he's got to break the news to them that a hero from their generation they look up to is missing? And a traitor? What the hell? He wants to quit. He would never quit, but he really wants to quit.